Hello, 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 and welcome. I'm going to start my TikTok stream as well. Hello everyone, welcome back to our channel. If you were joining us late last night, we had a lot of interesting topics to talk about. One of the things that we were discussing in a lot of detail yesterday was about the whole situation between Israel and Palestine, and also talking about illegal immigration and whatnot. If those are topics that you want to talk about, feel free to chime in at any time. We were talking about as far as our usual content here. We talk about off-grid living here. Some of the topics that come up most often is what it's like to be energy sufficient and food sufficient as well. And one thing that we always talk about on our channel here is how to deploy solar and how to do it for cheap. If you guys live in anywhere in the U.S., to be frank, the solar panels are so cheap right now. If you want to generate electricity using solar panels, it is the cheapest form of generating electricity. Most people don't believe me when I say that, but it's cheaper to produce electricity from solar than it is to produce from any fossil fuel or any nuclear power plant. So people think that solar is expensive. Unfortunately, for most residential homes, it is, because if you go through a solar contractor, which, by the way, I always remind my followers, never ever bother going through a solar contractor to install your solar. But as far as doing it yourself, DIY, that's what our channel is all about. It's about doing DIY work. And when it comes to doing your own battery pack, assembling it up with solar charge controllers, inverters, and the panels, and the mounting and the racking and all that fun stuff, it's pretty cheap to go with solar these days. So again, I just wanted to start off by talking about solar power. If you guys aren't aware, so when it comes to utility companies, they sign a long-term agreement with solar developers. They get the price locked in, so that way the developer knows how much money they're going to get paid for every kilowatt hour of electricity you produce. So when it comes to these PPA, so PPA stands for power purchasing agreements. Typically they sign 20, 25, 30-year contracts. The lowest PPA that was signed to date is a 1.04 cent per kilowatt hour PPA signed in Saudi Arabia. How's it going? That's your soul. Here in the US, the cheapest one so far is 1.5 cents over in El Paso Electric in the New Mexico / Texas area. And here in LA as well, there was an agreement that was signed for 2 cents per kilowatt hour. So that's how much the utility companies are paying the solar developers to buy a kilowatt hour of electricity. So that's, as I mentioned just briefly a moment ago, it is cheaper than any other form of electricity. Fossil fuels typically cost at least 5 to 7 cents per kilowatt hour. So baseload natural gas power plant, you're looking at a minimum of 7 cents per kilowatt hour to operate. Nuclear power plants, the newer ones, are terribly uneconomical. Existing nuclear power plants that have been around for a while, the running cost is right around that 5 cent mark. So yeehaw, I like that. Nuclear war is coming in 2025, Merlin says. That's an interesting conclusion there, Merlin. I'd like to know why you think that way. What do you think of solar farms? It's your soul. Solar farms are, as far as power production, as I said, they're the cheapest way of generating electricity. Pretty much anywhere there's sunlight, anywhere there's good amount of sunlight. If you look at capacity factor, so capacity factor is how much the power plant can generate power throughout the course of a day or throughout the course of a year. So if you have a power plant that has a 90% capacity factor, that means it's up and running 90% of the time. Solar, just because of the fact that it's only producing power when the sun is up, the best solar power plants out there right now, as far as photovoltaics are concerned, is right around the 30-32% mark. So that means most likely, typically, solar power plants that are located in the Middle East or here in California, Arizona, the Mojave Desert area, you might be able to get 30+%, but on average, globally, you're looking at only about 16%. So, what are my thoughts on solar farms? If you deploy it in an area where you have a lot of sunlight, it makes sense. If you guys have talked, there was I think Elon Musk a while back said it only takes, I don't know, 20, 30,000 square miles of land to generate enough solar power for the entire United States. And on our channel here, we actually calculated that out as well. A typical, for 1 megawatt of output, it usually requires about 6 to 8 acres of land to generate about 1 megawatt of power. The United States typically requires about 400 gigawatts of power throughout the day, so 24/7. So 400 gigawatts is, what is that, 400,000? 400,000 times 6. If we want to do the quick calculation right now, let's do the math. 400,000 times 6 is 2.4 million, and if you divide that by 640 is how many acres are in a square mile. The number comes out to, I think that's a little too conservative here, just give me 1 second. So 400,000 gigawatts times, or 400,000 megawatts, sorry, times 6, and if we do that divided by 640 acres, it comes out to only about 4,000 square miles. If we want to be a little more conservative with that, I recall the reason why it's only 4,000 square miles is because that's just for 400 gigawatts. Now, if we were to have enough solar power to provide electricity throughout the night, then we would probably need about 5 to 10 times that. That's why it came out to be about 30 to 40,000 square miles. So if we set aside 30 to 40,000 square miles of land for solar panels, solar farms in the United States, that would be enough power to generate for the entirety of the United States when it comes to power consumption. Trust are the requirements. Can I ask you something? If it's feasible, you the brain guy, sure thing, go ahead and ask away. So again, 30 to 40,000 square miles. If you have heard me talking about how big the state of Nevada is, 120,000 square miles. 80% of Nevada land is federal BLM land. So if we just use BLM land in the state of Nevada, that would be more than enough power to provide electricity for the entire United States. And again, I always mention Nevada just because of the fact that most of the land in that state is not privately owned. So it just makes the calculation a lot easier. If you're kind of curious as to how much land that actually entails, we can pull up Google Earth here and take a look at how much 40,000 square miles is in the state of Nevada. So you have a better idea of exactly how much space that requires. So again, that's Google Earth behind me right now, and we're gonna zoom into the state of Nevada here. And let's just draw a quick boundary polygon here, just to see how many square miles we would need. So if we're drawing something roughly around, okay, that's a little too small, so we're gonna extend that out just a bit. So just for context sake, guys, this is 30,000 square miles. I'm having a tough time trying to move this corner here. So that's roughly about 30,000 square miles, and that's how much of the state of Nevada we would have to cover with solar panels to have enough power for the entire United States. It is doable. It is certainly feasible to do. Let me see. Pretend if I do a solar farm, and can I ask a development subdivision development to power it? Pretend if I do a solar farm, and can I ask a development subdivision development? What is that? A subdivision development to, can I ask subdivision to, you mean for your solar farm to power it? It's your solar. You would, basically, you would be, if you're going to do a solar farm, you would be the solar developer. You would approach a utility company, and you would have to talk to them. So I don't think the subdivisions typically work directly with solar farms. Again, it depends on which state you're in. It's your soul. If you're in one of the deregulated states, that might be feasible. Here in California, most of California is controlled by IOUs, and basically those investor-owned utilities have a monopoly in that given area, so there's really no chance to do that. So if you're doing a solar farm in California, you would have to approach the utility company, one of those 3 IOUs, and deal it with them. So again, going back to your question, it's your soul. Just comes down to which state you're located and whether or not you have whether or not that's legal to do. And honestly, I can't answer that without knowing the context. OMG, hell no. So what was that in regards to iPower TT? So I will go on the development, the power. Can I bypass the electrical company, Texas? So Texas is one of those deregulated states that you're so, again, you would have to reach out to the subdivision itself. I don't know what the Texas laws are. All I know is they are deregulated. Even here in California, there are cities out here in California where they have their own utility companies. So we have, we talked about LADWP. LADWP, one of the most corrupt utility companies in the country, and yet LADWP's electricity is substantially cheaper than SoCal Edison and PG&E and SDG&E. So again, going back to your question at your soul, I can't, personally answer that question, but it wouldn't hurt to ask around. So if you go check what the municipal code is when it comes to as far as whether or not private entities can sell power directly. I would imagine you would still, for most part, even if it's a development, they would have to set up their own utility company anyways. So I mean, even if it's a subdivision, if it's a brand new subdivision and there's no existing utility company in that area, they're going to have to create one anyways. So most likely, you're going to have to reach out to whoever the utility company is, or whatever entity they have set aside to sell power in that area, and work with them to make that happen. So again, that's my suggestion. Clearly, I don't know what the exact laws are in Texas. Is that expensive? Are you talking about the interconnect, or are you talking about setting up a solar farm? Texas is one of the fastest growing markets for solar right now. As far as solar deployments are concerned. As far as cost, is that expensive? The only thing it comes down to is what it's going to cost to hook up your system with the utility company. So it's going to be the interconnect cost that you're going to have to look into. And typically, as far as the utility companies, because they are looking for cheap power anyways, they will try to work with you to figure out how to make that happen. Most like when it comes to solar farms here in California as well, there's a lot of cheap land that's out there, but if it's not near a utility line, then it's not going to make sense to deploy it. And that's why typically they want to make sure a project is big enough for them to deploy additional transmission lines to hook up a solar farm at your soul. So again, there's a lot of factors involved, and I can't answer that question specifically, but having said that, again, solar is one of the cheapest when it comes to the generation of power. If you heard me talk about that the cheapest PPA in the United States, let me pull up that information right over here so you can see what that number looks like. Cheapest PPA. So as far as the lowest cost PPAs, if I recall correctly, in the United States, I'm trying to find the article right now, so hold on just a moment. Just pulling it up here right now. The lowest cost solar PPA, I'm going to pull it up right here. This is as of 2021, so it's a little outdated, it's your soul, but the lowest one here in the United States is New Mexico. Announced May of 2020. It's 1.5 cents per kilowatt hour, and that's with El Paso Electric. And again, 1.5 cents per kilowatt hour, that's cheaper than any other form of electricity out there. Only one company controls all power in Houston. Again, I don't know, specifically, it's your soul for the individual markets out there. All I know is Texas is a deregulated state. Which is really interesting, because when it comes to deregulation, you still end up buying power per kilowatt hour. It's very interesting how they set up the law to for all these individual utility companies to actually share the grid infrastructure. That's very interesting and very difficult to do. So I'm very intrigued at the fact that that Texas was able to deregulate their energy policy and the electricity sales like that. It's very, very challenging to do, because when it comes to, for example, like natural disasters or whatnot, if the transmission lines go down, who goes out there and fixes all that? Do they all pull in their money if something happens with that? For example, all the wildfires that are happening out here in California, what's the liability look like? Are all the utility companies held liable when if a grid power line causes a fire? It's these are all very interesting questions. So again, it's just so I don't know what the exact situation is in Houston, but those are my thoughts on that. And as far as again, when it comes to power, going back to your question about how expensive it is, if solar wasn't this cheap, these companies would not be adopting it. These companies would not be adopting it. So a lot of people have this misconception that solar is only for the people on the left, the Democrats out there, so on and so forth. When it comes to adoption of renewable energy, the Republican states are actually more eager, or the Republicans that Republican influenced businesses are actually more likely to deploy it, and especially when it comes to individuals as well. At the end of the day, it's not a political thing. Deploying renewable energy is not a political thing. It's purely an economic thing. If you were, on the left or on the right, what does it matter as long as your power is cheaper at the end of the day? So a lot of people, associate renewable energy and even like things like electric cars with the left. But when they actually pull the numbers and see who buys these things, it's not really politically affiliated. It's really people who just want to save money. If you heard me talking about EVs, a lot of people, on my channel, they're like, "Oh, EVs are terrible and whatnot," without taking into consideration that we are in a very, very early state of the deployment of electric vehicles right now. It's just so you don't have to ask me, ask me my thoughts on something. Just feel free to ask. That's why we do this. You don't have to keep saying, "Can I ask?" Absolutely, absolutely ask. And again, I will treat all of your questions, guys, as seriously as I can. Unless even if it's a troll question, I'll try to answer it. So again, renewable energy. It's not a political thing. It should be, at the end of the day, it should be about economics. If you guys were watching our channel a few days ago, we were talking about the cost of driving a hydrogen fuel cell car and an internal combustion gas powered car and an electric car in California. And despite how expensive electricity is in California, it is still the cheapest way of driving a vehicle in California. Do Japanese train running on magnetic energy waste energy? It's your soul. All the energy that's involved in running trains is to counter wind resistance. So it has nothing to do with whether it's a Japanese train. I'm assuming you're talking about the maglev train that's under development in Japan right now. That can go 500 plus kilometers per hour. When it comes to, whether it's a maglev or not, whether it's a conventional high-speed rail using steel wheels, the thing that comes down to when it comes to how much efficiency is and how much energy is wasted, it's overcoming wind resistance. That's the case with any other vehicle out there. Obviously, when it comes to magnetic levitation vehicles, you don't have the friction from the steel wheels contacting rail, so you gain some of that. But at the end of the day, when it comes to high-speed rail, when it comes to trains, guys, it's just a matter of overcoming wind resistance. So again, the faster the train travels. So again, when a train doubles in speed, it requires 4 times as much energy to travel because you have 4 times as much wind resistance. So that's the reason why, when it comes to certain paths in certain high-speed rail ways, what do you call it? The routes in China, they actually had to cut back on the speed on some of these routes because it's not very practical to use all that electricity to power some of those trains on some of those routes that are not as heavily trafficked. Seriously, dude, what power is it? It's your soul. When it comes to any of these trains right now, maglev, high-speed, conventional high-speed rail, it's all electricity, so it really comes down to whatever is generating electricity. The French, as far as the French high-speed rail and the TGV, the French, 80% of their power comes from nuclear power. So when it comes down to the French train systems, 80% of the electricity comes from nuclear power. Japan, I don't know what their breakdown is. They're still trying to bring back some nuclear power plants right now. Japan has switched over to a lot to rely on natural gas because of Fukushima and their original pledge to shut down all their nuclear power plants. But they're reneging on that right now because of the fact that if you're going to try to reach zero carbon emissions by 2050 or carbon neutrality by 2050, that's not going to happen without nuclear. Cute on the satellites around the world. What was that in regards to, Ruggy? I thought magnetism. It's your soul. What do you think magnetism is powered by? It's electromagnetism. If you just have a bunch of magnets, they're repelling each other, but it's not providing the front, the frontward motion. So that's where the electric part comes in, and that's why it's switching the magnetic field rapidly, and that's why even a maglev requires a tremendous amount of electricity for those trains to run. So again, magnetism by itself, I mean, just because you have magnets, it doesn't do anything. When you're talking about, for example, electric motor for electric car, it has a motor that has magnets in it. Without electricity running through it, doesn't go anywhere. Trains move not even touching the rails. I mean, that's the principle behind maglev trains. It's your soul. And you know, the thing is, even when they're stationary, they require power for the train to be actually levitated. So, you know, as far as maglev trains, it is pretty interesting that as long as you have enough power to first start pushing it. Now, again, it's your soul. Even if you have enough power to start pushing it, you have wind resistance. Wind resistance is substantial. It's substantial. You know, when it comes down to vehicles, you know, the efficiency of a car and how much energy you use depends entirely on wind resistance. I mean, you look at, you know, I drive a pickup truck. You know, pickup trucks are like a freaking brick when it comes to aerodynamics, and that's why pickup trucks have horrible fuel economy. Aiden's batteries are coming out in 3 years. I'm not sure what Aiden's batteries are, Reggie. Garbage making packages bigger what they need, that stupid junk meal in your mailbox. What? Garbage making packages bigger what they need, that stupid junk meal in your mailbox. Bro, you want to break that down for me so I can respond to that? I'm still learning, bro. Yeah, no, you know, again, that's why I don't have any problems, you know, with you asking these questions. It's your soul, and that's why I'm here to explain. You know, if you guys, you know, a lot of people have, you know, we talked about high-speed rail the other day and what my thoughts are. I mean, I love high-speed rail. Having been around the world, trying high-speed rail in various different countries: Japan, Korea, Taiwan, China, Germany, Italy, France, and Spain. High-speed rail is freaking amazing, guys. But if you guys have heard me talking about why it's not impractical, why it's impractical in the U.S., Americans can't get our shit together when it comes down to controlling construction costs. It's a huge problem that we have in America. It has nothing to do with partisanship or, you know, whether you're on the left or right. The inefficiencies when it comes to manufacturing, red tape, dealing with unions, all these other baggages that we have here in America makes it very, very difficult, very impractical for us to compete with any other country when it comes to deploying things like high-speed rail, when it comes to even mass transit, when it comes to infrastructure projects. But I honestly believe the true free energy is magnetism. It's your soul. Where are my magnets? I used to have some powerful magnets here. I don't know what you mean by magnetism. I mean, if you have two magnets and they stick together, there's no energy generated from magnets. You know, it doesn't produce any free energy. There's no such thing as free energy. Magnets can pick up a car, yeah, because they're running electricity through that in a garbage facility when they're scrapping cars. Magnets by themselves, I mean, as far as the ones that you're talking about when in a scrap facility, as soon as they stop pushing current through the electromagnet, the car drops. How do you think they control whether or not the magnet is sticking to a car or not? You run electricity through it. So there's no such thing as free energy from magnets. Magnets, obviously, they have polarity. But once they stick to something, there's no energy that's being released. So again, even when it comes to can't they apply that to energy? No, they can't, issue soul. You apply electricity, and that's why it's an electromagnet. Electricity and magnetism are closely intertwined. Same thing with RF, radio frequency. All three of those things are closely intertwined. So again, a magnet by itself, a permanent magnet by itself, those are just like the magnets that you have on a refrigerator. You stick something to it, that's done. There's no energy that comes from that. Where it comes to electromagnets, you have basically a piece of metal with a coil around it, and you run current through that, and that's how it generates the electrical field. If you look at maglevs, it's your soul. You're basically what you have is a linear motor. A motor, electric motor is a radial motor. It generates torque radially. Maglevs are powered by a linear motor that's constantly alternating north and south, and that's how it propels a maglev vehicle forward. So again, without electricity, you can't have a maglev. Without electricity, you can't have an electric motor run. I heard Nikola Tesla had a self-sustaining building in New York. Well, go read into that. It was not a self-sustaining building. Tesla, as brilliant of a man Tesla was, he did not invent perpetual energy. He discovered Faraday cage. I'm not sure he discovered Faraday cage, it's your soul. I mean, if anything, I would imagine it's named after Faraday, but I mean, maybe he did. Faraday cage, I mean, there's nothing inherently complex about a Faraday cage. It's literally a metal mesh. You have a Faraday cage on your microwave oven. If you turn on your microwave, you don't have to worry about any microwave RF being emitted from your microwave oven because of the fact that you have a Faraday cage around your microwave. J.P. Morgan, the banker, owns all his patents. His employer, whether they own it or not, I mean, that's okay. I don't know what to respond to that. It's your soul. I mean, I don't really care who owns Tesla's patents right now. Tesla was, his heyday was how many years ago? He discovered Wi-Fi in the 1920s. How do you discover Wi-Fi when a Wi-Fi standard was only developed in the 1990s? It's your soul. If you want to say he discovered radio transmission, there was even that, you had Marconi as far as audio transmission on radio. I don't know why, I don't know how you can correlate Tesla with discovering Wi-Fi in the 1920s. Albert Einstein said he was smarter than him. Albert Einstein was what does that matter if he said that or not? It's the opinion of one person, it's your soul. There's a lot of people who are incredibly smart. Who was it? The math guy during Oppenheimer's era. Was it Feynman? They were very, very brilliant, very smart people. We did not learn about him in school, bro. Well, okay. Then I suppose that's on you. But as far as Einstein and Tesla and these engineers and scientists and physicists, they were all brilliant people, hundreds of patents. Okay. I'm not sure why you're throwing that out there as your soul. What's the correlation there? Let's go a little off topic here and talk about what we were talking about last night, because a lot of people were very interested in our conversation last night when we were talking about illegal immigrants and the border wall between U.S. and Mexico. If you guys were tuning in on that yesterday, so we were talking about the border wall with Hungary, and as far as their southern border, and with some of the other neighboring countries in Hungary, because of because of the fact that all these illegal immigrants were coming in through Hungary, and as one of the bordering countries, as one of the outlier countries in the European Union. They were the ones that's responsible for how many people enter into the European Union, and so they wanted to build a wall to prevent these migrants from coming in, and the EU refused to pay for it, which is pretty obnoxious. I mean, the EU saying, okay, we're not going to pay for it, but we're not going to do anything about all the migrants that are coming into your country, but you're a part of our European Union. So Hungary built a wall that's roughly about 200 miles for some $200 million, 150 to 200 miles for about $200 million. It was a really simple concertina wire fence that's only 4 meters tall, so about 13 feet tall. So it's nothing like the Trump wall that Trump wants to build. And they did it for $200 million for about 150 miles. The U.S.-Mexico border is right around 2,000 miles. So I mean, if we had to do a really cheap wall, let's assume 200 million times 15, that would cost $3 billion. Trump proposed some $20-30 billion to build a wall. Assuming the cost of labor in the United States is more expensive and the material cost is more expensive, I'm absolutely certain that we can build a primitive wall between the U.S. and Mexico for less than $10 billion. If you guys have heard seen the statistics on how many people have come over to Hungary illegally prior to and after building the wall, there was a 99% plus reduction in the number of illegal immigrants coming into Hungary from the neighboring countries because they built the wall. It was so effective that some of the other countries in the area decided, shit, we got to do this too. So again, if you guys have heard me, I'm not against immigration at all, being an immigrant myself, and we were talking about illegal immigration. That's something that's definitely not sustainable at the numbers that are coming across the border right now. And if you guys are, if you're one of those people on the far left that believe that everyone should be entitled to come to the United States for economic reasons, I don't really know what to say to you, because if you try to go to any other country as an American, as a privileged American, you try to go to any of these other countries, they will deport you as well. If you're an illegal immigrant. Do you know if you join EU, you have to use their currencies? Okay, well, that's part of the plan with that, is your soul. But I mean, even when the UK, the United Kingdom was trying to join, they didn't, and then they ended up, disbanding from the EU anyway. So you're not required to. There are still some countries, they have some leeway in terms of how much time it takes for you to adopt the currency. I don't know if Switzerland is part of the EU right now, but I'm pretty sure they don't use the euro right now. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I visited Switzerland, and from what I recall, I had to use the Swiss francs when I was there. So it was kind of a pain in the ass to switch currencies from euro to the francs when I was visiting Switzerland. We are all humans, bro. Children of God, my thoughts. I mean, it's your soul. I absolutely agree with you. We are all humans. But that doesn't mean that countries cannot, sovereign nations cannot limit the number or who enters their borders. Again, every single country out there practices that. Swiss franc is used in Switzerland. Yeah, I know. Are they still using Switzerland right now? California credit. That's what I was trying to figure out. I can't recall if they are part of the European Union and whether or not they're using the EU, because It's Your Soul just mentioned that if you join the EU, that you're required to use the currency. I can't recall if that was absolutely the case. Let's see here. I won't help a brother in need. Just man have created borders. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm spiritual. Wait, no, it's your soul. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, as a religious person myself, it's one thing to have compassion for the less fortunate. That's absolutely fine. And if you really believe that, when it comes down to migrants, the reason why they're migrating is because the conditions are shitty in their own country. The best solution is not all these people leaving their home country. The best solution is helping them develop their own country because that's their homeland. So Mr. Soul, I don't know if you are Asian there. I can't tell based on the picture. But, one thing I've always mentioned is, if you look at Asian countries, right, after World War II and after the Korean War and Vietnam, a lot of these people from these Asian countries, they came to the United States. The U.S. opened their arms to these people that wanted to come here and learn. And a lot of the best and the brightest, they actually went back to their countries to bring this knowledge to develop their homelands. And that's actually the ideal thing. It's not to say that we shouldn't have, some immigrants come to the United States. If you're coming out here for the sake of adopting the culture here, adopting the language, and becoming Americanized, I respect that. I respect that. Have a citizenship test, have a test to, test the knowledge of these people as far as their fluency in English. Those are all things that I am absolutely for. But when it comes down to all these illegal immigrants, we don't have any kind of bar that we set to who we allow in America right now. And again, go look at any of these other countries out there right now. You try to become a citizen in Korea, in Japan, in China. Try to do it without learning the local language. Try to do it without learning the local laws. Try to do it without learning how the things work out in those respective countries. And it's incredibly, incredibly difficult to become a legal citizen in those countries. So it's mind-boggling for people to say that we should accept all these people in, because again, you try to, Mexico deports illegal aliens from America, guys. Canada deports illegal immigrants from the United States. So it was kind of funny because Mexico actually has harsher penalties for illegal immigrants, and for, one of the things that they were accused of is being hypocritical because there's so many Mexican illegal immigrants that come to the United States, and yet Mexico's immigration laws are actually stricter than the United States. So, sorry, let me go through some of these comments here. All border states need a base camp with permanent guards and patrol. Ghost Rider, I'm not necessarily against that. As I mentioned, having a physical border wall, it sounds, when I first thought about it, I'm like, that's ridiculous. There's a lot of things that I don't like about having a border wall either. The freedom of traffic between even wildlife and whatnot. Those are things that, especially along a border that wide, that is definitely a concern. And so I don't like the notion of having to have a border wall. It would be nice if we can get by without it, wouldn't it, right? If the world was a perfect place, we wouldn't need border walls, right? But the fact of the matter is we have how many thousands of people coming across the border on a daily basis, guys, daily basis. That's not, as I mentioned, that's not sustainable. It's not. It's great that, if you're a compassionate person, I applaud that. And like as you were saying, It's Your Soul, you were saying that you're spiritual and you have compassion for your neighbors. That's beautiful and that's great. I'm Vietnamese. We are all equal, 6 feet under, and before God, just might not. No, It's Your Soul. I absolutely agree with you on that. It is absolutely true that before God, doesn't matter. But does that now not allow us to have laws? Even for I don't know which what religion you are, what your spirituality is, but for example, even when it comes to Jesus Christ, pay unto Caesar what's owed to him, as far as paying taxes and obeying and respecting local laws. That's something that even if you are spiritual, that's allowed. And again. If you have your own home and your own home is under attack from a thief, these people that are coming into America and taking advantage of the system and taking money and whatnot. It's one thing if you really want to reach out to be compassionate towards them. I applaud you for that. But again, it's not sustainable. If you can't take care of your own family and going out of your way to take care of others. Then you're eschewing your own responsibilities for your own people and for your own family. So that's my personal opinion on that. Let me see here. I just a huge homeless dude. LOL. He said, "I do, but want money just to hug." No, again, It's Your Soul. That's beautiful that that you have this compassion for people, and I have nothing against that. All I'm saying is, between the amount of money that the United States has in taxes. We talked about it with California too. California spent $20+ billion in the last couple of years of trying to address homelessness, and we never even the number of homeless people has gone up. And where is that money going? Where is that money going? What is going on with that money? And what the last thing I want to see is just the money pit and all this money being siphoned off by various different institutions, by corruption, by the leaders of these nonprofits and these developers. And that's essentially what's going on in California right now. So again, it would be nice that for us to not have these issues, It's Your Soul, but the fact of the matter is, it's not in the interest of these people. Again, it's one thing if they're true asylum seekers, if they're true refugees. Again, the refugee definition of that is defined by UN as not someone who's leaving just purely for economic reasons, but because of political or religious persecution. Whether it's because you're homosexual and that you actually get persecuted in your respective countries for that. Those people would be considered refugees, and that's one thing. And we already have a system for that. So if they're true asylum seekers, America, we have a quota system for that, and we do take in asylum seekers that are really being persecuted from their individual countries. But again, if you're talking about purely for economic reasons, that is not a valid reason to become a refugee in any country in the world. Again, you cannot become you cannot apply for asylum and refugee status purely because of economic reasons in any country in the world. So you love immigrants, help grow this country. 13 buttons. I never said I was against immigrants, period. Clearly, does this not look like an immigrant to you? Surprised me because I help him many times. I asked AI if Islam, I believe in law and order. Yeah, California creator. Absolutely, law and order. Are Islam and Christians live accordingly to their beliefs? AI said, no, we are all failed, bro. Again, It's Your Soul. That's absolutely true. People like to rag on Christians all the time, saying, "Oh, they're imperfect." Christians, if you're a true believer, you should be easily able to admit that you're fallen. I mean that's the whole point. It's not that Christians are perfect. It's we need Jesus because we're fallen, right? So yes, all as far we talked about human nature. Human nature, we're all depraved. We're all fallen short. And that's the reason why utopia will never exist among humans. We'll always have war. We'll always have fights. We will never have equality, and that's just how life is. Life is not fair, and if you expect things to be fair, you're just wasting your time and energy. Let me see here. Seriously, just now, LOL. I swear on my mom's grave, bro. How you been doing, Rancher? I'm doing good, Johnny. I don't know why you keep on asking AI things. It's Your Soul. As I mentioned, AI does not think independently as far as large language models. So if you're asking Gemini or ChatGPT 4.0, or what is the one from that the other company, they don't think independently. It's Your Soul. They just comb through the internet to see what others have already said. You can ask the same question to it multiple times, and it can answer things differently. How do you feel about immigration? I have to approve that comment. I'm not sure why. As I mentioned, legal immigration, I'm fine with. So obviously I'm an immigrant. My parents came to America legally as legal immigrants. If you guys have heard me talking about growing up in LA, in the 80s and 90s, I have a lot of Hispanic friends who are very against, even more against illegal immigrants than I am, because they're like, well, we went through the trouble, my parents went through the trouble of coming to America legally, why should these guys get a free pass? They adopted the culture here to the point where they don't even speak Spanish now. So again, I don't have a problem with immigration, period. Facts, I'm a legal Mexican. Yeah, so I mean, again, I don't have anything against immigration. My ancestors were immigrants 400 years ago. I mean, with the exception of the Native Americans on this land, everyone is an immigrant to this land, right? But again, we talked about that too. You know, some people are like, we also got into like Hamas and Palestine and Israel. And if you guys have heard me talk about my opinion on that situation too. Sorry guys, let me make sure I address these comments here. I had 3 different answers from AI. Yeah, you know, it's your soul. So I don't know why you keep on asking. AI cannot lie, nor creator cannot give predetermined answers. Okay, so ask AI hypothesis. What do you mean AI cannot lie? Of course AI can lie. It's your soul. AI has no idea what a truth is or what a lie is. AI is not the arbiter of truth. You know, it only goes based off what is written out there. You know, so how does AI work? How does a large language model work? For example, ChatGPT, I don't know how many billions or trillions of parameters it has right now, but basically it just, you know, basically it has all the information that's out there. You know, if you look at, I mean, ChatGPT 4.0 has the ability of looking up information currently online, you know, to look up, you know, current news, but it looks up what the current news is and provides a conclusion based off of that. It's not thinking independently. It's your soul. So I don't know what you mean by trick AI. AI is very easy to trick. AI is very easy to trick. It is not the arbiter of truth. AI is what you say, yeah, fraud, but it's basically, if there's a lot of people who agree to a same thing, same conclusion, that's what AI will most likely pick as its truth. So if you have a bunch of people that are out there saying racist stuff, that AI will parrot that. It will repeat that because it doesn't know any different. AI does not know if you're black or white. You know, it doesn't know if you're Asian or Hispanic. It has none of that context. You know, so it's gonna, you know, if you have enough people and enough material out there that says something, then it's gonna treat that as the truth. It's so. Let's see here. Becoming citizen is a long and tedious process. It should be, Andrew Adams. It should be. And, you know, if you look at any other country in the world, the U.S. standard is actually much, for most part, it's easier than a lot of other countries. You know, so I don't have a problem with the citizenship process being long and drawn out. I think, if anything, if we're going to go to the point of having people come to America, again, you know, if they're not going to adopt American culture, and that's not to say that you have to renounce your own culture. Again, you know, if you've heard me talking about that, again, I'm not against immigrants, guys. I am obviously, you know, non-white, right? So again, you know, I speak English. If you have seen how you know, I live my lifestyle here, I have a pretty typical. Probably a very Americanized lifestyle, living on a ranch, driving a pickup truck, exercising my First and Second Amendment rights, and a true believer. And I'm patriotic. I'm proud of America. You know, I think America is a great country, and I think it is still the greatest country in the world. And I still want to believe that. You know, as far as, you know, people who ask me what my thoughts are on MAGA, I don't think we have to make America great again. I think America has always been great. We just kind of lost our way. You know, so I think we just have to figure out how to get America back on track to become better than it is right now. Let me see here, but statistically it does a math. Can you give an example? How do flexible SIGS panels compare to solid monocrystalline? SIGS panels in general, Magenta, the efficiency is a bit lower than solid monocrystalline. Monocrystalline panels have the highest efficiency of any conventional technology. So when I say conventional, I'm talking about cadmium telluride, SIGS, amorphous silicon, and polysilicon and monocrystalline silicon panels. So when it comes to conventional panels, I would personally not bother touching flexible SIGS panels. Typically SIGS panels, the voltages that come out of it is kind of hard to work with. If you look at SIGS panels and cadmium telluride panels, CDTE panels, the voltages are substantially higher per module. So even working that together with a charge controller is a little challenging, Magenta. So personally, you know, I would spend, you know, I don't know what the price difference you're looking at right now, but you know, getting a good quality SunPower panel. They have flexible SunPower modules as well, and the efficiency is pretty decent. But if I had the choice, I will always pick solid over flexible, because whenever you have flexible, the material that's used to coat it, it will degrade with UV over time. It doesn't matter what material it is, it will always degrade. Sunlight has a lot of UV. You know, so no matter what material they're using and how much they claim that it's protected from UV, Magenta, over time, over enough time, things will yellow, things will degrade, compared to tempered glass for solid solar modules. So that's my 2 cents on that, Magenta. Globalism is okay. No, I'm again Frumbo. I don't have a, globalism. That's the thing about globalism. At the end of the day, if you believe in capitalism and globalism, at the end of the day, it does typically go to the countries where the production cost is the lowest. And if you heard me talking about trade, even between U.S. and China yesterday, if you heard me talking about the fact that, most of the products that I sell do come in from China, and yet I am okay with the U.S. applying tariffs on Chinese products. Why? Because I've been to China. I've been to the factories that manufacture these products. I've heard it firsthand that they get subsidized. If you look at the reason why the U.S. is applying tariffs on Chinese goods, it's not just, one of the reasons is because of state subsidies for the production of these parts. Why did Janet Yellen go after them about excess manufacturing capacity? It's because, it's unfortunate because, from the Chinese government's perspective, they're sitting around on all this money, and then the second problem is they know that they have a ticking time bomb when it comes to their socio-demographics. China is an aging population. They're having fewer and fewer children, less than the United States right now, even though they got rid of their one-child-only policy. So there is a huge issue when it comes to China and production over time. So that's one of the issues that China is facing right now. So again, when it comes down to why the state is subsidizing production for so many of these things, is because they're worried about what their long-term growth potential is for China, and that's why they're spending so much money on manufacturing, because that's the one thing that they have relied on, safely relied on, to the state. Agree. Let me see. I have a curved motorhome roof and was hoping for something that lays flatter and works in shades. Magenta RV, I know there are some sellers on Amazon that sell flexible SunPower panels. Again, those are not manufactured by SunPower. It's some, again, third-party Chinese company that uses SunPower cells and manufactures the flexible panels. Those typically are going to be pretty decent. A flexible monocrystalline panel is still going to be better than a flexible 6 panel. There's no question about that. And again, they're not the cheapest, but I have seen them on Amazon, and frankly speaking, that would be what my first choice would be if I had to rely on a curved roof. Okay, the norm is in the mass shooting incidents. You request medic helicopter support. Okay, to save time. You are so interesting. Thank you, user 3993. Sandy Hook shooting. They never request medical helicopter. AI said hypothetical. It would. I ask AI hypothetical, would you send 9/11 debris away ASAP before investigation? Shake my head. It's your soul. Stop asking AI any of those questions. AI does not think. So I'm not sure why you're spending time asking these questions for AI. That's not AI's job, and it's certainly not what AI is supposed to be used for. Certainly not what you're supposed to be using AI for. That's you're thinking of AI in like a science fiction type scenario where it does actual critical thinking. We do not have AI like that. So again, when it comes down to AI that we have right now, that's not true AI. It doesn't do any critical thinking whatsoever. So again, don't waste your time asking those questions to AI. It's your soul. I don't know why you're doing that. It's one thing if you're just genuinely curious what AI would respond with when it comes to asking those questions. Like Magenta RV said, AI is for entertainment purposes only, maybe except for Watson. Watson was pretty specific too, when it came down to playing chess. And if you have like Deep, what's that company? Not Deep Blue. The company that work with Google as far as the playing Go. Those again, they're powerful computational platforms. It's kind of like a large language model because it already has so many games that it has already recorded in its history, and that's how it's used to be better than humans. So let me go through some of these good information. Thanks. Glad that that's helpful for you from Magenta. And again, Magenta RV, if you're interested in buying batteries from me, I don't know if you've signed up for my batteries at allthingsoffgrid.com. We do sell batteries for RV use, the smaller 100 amp hour and the larger 300 amp hour batteries as well, and we can help you build your own battery pack for your RV setup. You remember that you say that you get more solar energy in summertime. I use AI to tell me what to do. Yes, winter, summer, Matt. Of course, summertime you're going to generate more electricity anywhere in the world because we have more daylight in the summertime, right? Especially if you live far up north, you'll have very, very little light in the wintertime. If you're far enough north in the Arctic Circle, you don't get any sunlight for days on end or months on end in the wintertime. So again, that's just physics at work, and the dynamics of Earth's orbit around the sun. We have 23.5 degree tilt, and here's the sun, and it's tilted like that as we go around the sun, and that's why there are parts of the Earth. If you're on this side and you're on the southern pole here, and the sun is here, it's not going to get any sunlight because of that, right? Whereas if it's on this side, that's why it's summertime in the southern hemisphere, because the sun's here and it's getting sunlight, whereas the northern part, that part right here, is wintertime and it doesn't get sunlight, right? That's how that works. Let me see here. Common sense to your investigation before first. I would do the same, bro. AI beat chess player. So chess is not a very, in terms of the, it is, obviously it is computationally intensive, but these days our computational power is so strong that chess is already pretty much a figured out game for AI. Go is definitely requires a hell of a lot more parameters. There's a hell of a lot more potential outcomes for Go, but again, the way the training system works for AI is they make, these are singular systems that so when you're talking about a AI that plays chess or AI that plays Go, it's singularly designed to play Go, it's singularly designed to play chess. So what does it do? You get two machines to play against each other, and then they'll record that information, and you use that as a training data for the AI itself, and that's why it improves so rapidly. So after we had the game between Isidore and the AI, where AI beat him, and then we had him play against the Chinese Go player and beat him as well. It developed exponentially from that point, because again, they had it just playing each other. I heard they repurposed Watson for medical stuff. I mean, yeah, Watson is if you're talking about Watson right now, Magenta, the current types of large language models, I would say, is more advanced than what Watson is when it comes to general purpose intelligence. Just because these general purpose large language models right now have access to so many parameters. So in that sense, it just has access to a lot of information. Watson by itself was a little more of an independent type of critical thinking type machine, from what I recall. I could be wrong on this, but again, when it comes to LLMs right now, it is, at the end of the day, it's about how many parameters you have, base source material that it has to reference when it's generating content. AI is creating a solar power system that it controls for you. Do you recommend? Did you say that? I don't know what exactly you're asking, winter, summer, Matt. If designing a system is not particularly hard to do, it doesn't require AI to do that. It's unbiased. No, it's just, so AI is biased because it's based off of information that's biased, human biases. So if there's enough people saying that, if you have enough content out there saying that racism is bad, then the AI will say racism is bad. If you have enough people out there that says racism is good, then AI will just parrot that. Again, it's based off of how much source material there is out there. It does not think critically. It has no idea what race is. It has no idea what white people is. It has no idea what black people are. It has no idea what Asians are, Hispanics, or any other race out there. So you can't say it's unbiased. It doesn't know whether it's biased or not to begin with. Do you sell solars because I use it? It doesn't do it. Do I sell solars because I use it and he doesn't do it? Well, winter, summer, I don't sell any of the solar panels. I just sell the battery packs. And for all the people who follow me, if you sign up for it at my website at allthingsoffgrid.com, we run you through a consultation and tell you exactly what solar panels to get, what charge controllers to get, what inverters to get. And if you have any questions on any of those systems, again, you're free to ask me that when you have me for that consultation session. I provide all that information free. The only thing I request is you guys buy the batteries for me. I'm not sure what I'm doing for batteries yet, Magenta. That's fine. But if you want to discuss your needs, you can sign up for it at my website. Trust me, bro. It stopped answering me difficult questions. LOL saying it's worn out. Change subject. Again, it's your soul. If you're using AI to the point where it's telling you that, then you should stop asking those questions. Debating on replacing my drive axle with an e-axle on my school bus conversion. That would require a substantially larger battery pack, Magenta, right? There's a lot of factors involved with that. How much roof space you have to generate electricity. School bus conversions, they have the aerodynamics of a brick. So I don't know how many miles that you can drive per kilowatt hour. There's going to be a lot of numbers for you to look at, Magenta. We ran the numbers. I think what's the maximum amount theoretical a solar array can generate on a school bus? I don't know what the actual length of a typical school bus is. I would imagine it's a little over 30 feet. 30 feet. If we had all 8 to 9 feet of the ceiling space to work with, that's what, 270 square feet of space, divided by, let's assume 12 square feet per panel. That's 25 panels or so. So roughly the theoretical maximum you should be able to do on a school bus is 6,000 watts of panels, I think. 6,000 watts of panels, and you get 5-6 hours of sunlight. You might get 30 kilowatt hours of electricity. That's not going to get a bus very far. I would imagine a bus would be anywhere around 1 mile per kilowatt hour. So if you rely entirely on solar with a roof that's entirely all solar panels, you might be able to drive, 30-50 miles a day at most, Magenta. I'm just doing the math off the top of my head right now. Where should I buy 18650s and 10440s? User 27. There are some sites out there, like there's a company, IMR something, that has a very wide variety of 18650s. I think that would be a legitimate place to buy 18650s, and they have a wide selection of them. The website I was using doesn't really have a great selection anymore. I don't know which. Sorry guys, I'm a little behind on the comments again. Then I'd use my diesel as a generator for it. Well, yeah, if you do that, that definitely makes sense. But sorry, I'm a little behind on the comments again. Use axles are cheap. I'd stick with factory. There's some advice for you from Dirty Old Trucker. Machines don't get mental fatigue. Yeah, David, machines don't get mental fatigue. But as far as GPT is concerned right now, I don't know if there is a limit of how much free usage you can get. Obviously with the free one for OpenAI right now is 3.5, 4.0. Actually, I take that back. When it comes to even for 4.0 with the parameters, if you ask it too many questions, it would think that you are a machine, and they want you to pay the higher corporate rate for the API access, David. So if you're, because the whole idea is that an actual person is using it, so it is actually, David, it is possible that he is getting a message like that, because he's asking so many questions that AI thinks that there's more than one person using it. They specifically prohibit that in their clause for the GPT 4.0 access, for example. There's X number of queries they allow, and that's because, if you're paying $20 a month and one person is using it and 1,000 people is using it for a business, obviously they want to make sure that it's not being abused. So Watson has a cleaner data set to work with. Magenta, I would imagine so, because it's a lot more curated. Whereas ChatGPT and these large language models right now, they're just using the regular old internet for most of the information. You sell small lithium? I don't. User 27. I only sell those 200 and 300, and that's all I'm going to carry. That's all I plan on carrying, because again, I want cells that are good and reliable for you guys. So I don't do any of the smaller stuff. It's not worthwhile for me to keep that kind of inventory. We're only doing it for the large stuff, for the guys that want backup power for their homes and for their RVs. My roof spate is 8 by 35, so it's not too far from that. So again, that's 270 square feet or something like that, right? So the numbers come out to be pretty similar. That's 280 square feet. When I'm not driving, I'm also thinking about solar running. I can draw out 200 miles per day limit. Not bad. Inverter that you recommend for 240 volts. If you're talking about split phase, that jack, I've always recommended a few models here. Give me 1 second as I pull that up, guys. I gotta take a quick break in a bit here, guys, because I gotta go eat. But as far as the inverters are concerned, that jack, these are the Outback Radiant is my favorite. This is for 48 volt systems. That Grow Watt unit is pretty reasonably priced at only $166 per watt. The MagnaSign unit, good quality unit, is just very expensive. So if you look at the price here, it's $477 per kilowatt, whereas the Grow Watt stuff is really cheap. The Radiant is $375. Radiant is very, very expandable, so you can get up to 10 units, and these are 8,000 watts each, so you can get up to 80,000 watts. If you go with the Grow Watt unit, as I mentioned, it's not expandable, so you can get 2 Grow Watt units and put them side by side and load them separately, and that's an option. So even for myself, I mentioned if I ever ended up getting an electric car, I would like to have a separate Grow Watt inverter just to hook up an L2 charger to that. IMR, user 27. There is I can't remember the exact site, but just look up IMR 18615. You should be able to see it. Hey, how's it going? Well, I was referring to AI versus human, and going, yeah, that's true, David. Yeah, it doesn't have any fatigue there. Absolutely. I pay for ChatGPT, and I gotta say it's been getting worse. I know it's probably because of the parameters. Yeah, I try to use all 3 systems from Clear and Google and from OpenAI, just to see what the different answers you get. I think, and there's a company out there that actually provides a cheaper access to all 3 of them, because they have API access on the back end to offer a cheaper package. So you might look into that too. I've only used ChatGPT. What do you? Again, there's Google, and what is it, Bard and Gemini, and then there's the other one. I've also used some of the other tools for like Midjourney for image generation, and then there's, I can't remember off the top of my head. I've tried playing around with the video generation as well, yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, for me, it's more just seeing what kind of responses it gets. I certainly don't use it to do any serious work, because can't rely on it. Guys, I'm gonna be back. I need to go eat, so give me about half an hour, and I'll see you guys soon here, and we'll resume talking about all these things. Sorry about that, guys. See you soon. Bye for now. We're in the middle of talking about a lot of different things just a moment ago, a lot of it political in nature. If you were just joining us now, we were just talking about illegal immigration in America and about how effective a border wall would be. One thing that we were just referring to was what happened in Hungary as far as building a wall there and how effective that was in controlling the amount of illegal migrants coming into the country. So if you're just joining us now, welcome. We usually talk about rural lifestyle and all that, but later in the evenings we like to kind of mix things up and talk about a lot of different topics. And as I was just mentioning just a moment ago, we were talking about the topic of illegal immigration. If you heard that yesterday, Biden is being a little more forceful when it comes to reducing the number of illegal immigrants coming in and deporting them. One thing that we always mention on our channel here is, again, I'm not against immigration at all. Clearly, I'm an immigrant. One thing that we always bring up is it's just a matter of illegal immigrants. And if we look at all the other countries out there and around the world, there are a lot of countries that have border walls. I mean, if you want to actually see what the Wikipedia article looks like for the different types of border barriers that are around the world, there's quite a few. You can see that Argentina, Paraguay, anti-illegal immigration, Austrian border. These are how many borders there are across the world. There's quite a few out there, and so when people make the argument saying that, walls are bad and walls are ineffective, if that wasn't the case, there wouldn't be this many walls that separate other countries out there. And if we had a perfect world, then we wouldn't have to worry about building a wall, right? It shouldn't have to worry about people migrating over here for economic reasons. As you heard me talk about in just a moment ago as well, the issue when it comes to illegal immigrants is the fact that we don't have a process of knowing who's coming into this country. And if you don't have a system to monitor and see what kind of people are coming in, then we can have events like 9/11 happen again. And we all know how that looked as far as the economic cost that imposed on the United States. If you heard me talking about who the last president was where the U.S. government actually had a federal surplus, it was back in Bill Clinton's era. 3 years out of his second term, the last 3 years was the federal government turned a surplus. The first year of George Bush had a surplus, and then 9/11 happened, and kind of shit hit the fan. And as far as our deficits, we've always had a deficit since. So let's see here, Todd Day Jr. How's it going, BK? So again, we were just talking about the major issue I have. If you miss speaking, you ain't confident. BK, I just had dinner right now, so didn't have enough time to digest. And I have to get my thought together too, because we talked about so many different topics just a moment ago. So as I was just referring to, Hungary, they spent a little over $100 million for about 150 miles of fencing, $100 to $200 million for the amount of fencing to secure their borders. And that's because Hungary was one of the frontier countries to block in illegal immigrants coming from the Middle East. So get your thoughts together, then speak. It's good advice, BK. I mean, it's not that I'm not aware of that, but these are live streams, and we do talk about topics here and there. So that's good advice indeed. But yeah, I don't always have the right idea to figure out what topics that I talk about. So sometimes we go through some very, very drastic changes in the topics. So that's why I'm kind of getting my ideas and recollecting my thoughts. But as I was just referring to the whole situation with illegal immigration in Hungary, so some people wanted to know what the population as far as the illegal immigrants coming in across the border in Hungary looked like. And if you look at here, this is a graph of what Hungary encountered until they built the wall. So if you look here, September and October of 2015, they had 138,000 and 99,000 immigrants, and as of 2015 it dropped down to 300. It went back up again because they figured out how to get around, and they were, I believe, they were trying to go around the Romanian border. So that's one of the things that happened there. But if you just looked at the numbers just a moment ago, 99+% drop in the amount of illegal immigrants coming across Hungary's border. And again, Hungary is not a wealthy country. They are part of the EU Schengen area. But as far as the fact that there were all these migrants coming in because they're at the frontier, the people from Middle East were coming, entering the EU through Hungary. And they were pissed off because the rest of the European Union did nothing to do anything about all these migrants in. So they try to have the EU foot the bill for it, and the EU basically said, that's not our problem, So let me see here. Respect is a cool guy. Thank you there, Winner. But as a personal brand, navigation of those things are key. Yes, BK, I understand. This is... as far as the topics that we talk about on this channel, it's pretty diverse. I don't know everything, so I do try my best to keep things on track and try to do my best to research my topics and try to make sure that I provide a good thoroughly researched feedback when I'm responding to people who comment. So I don't claim that I know everything, and I will do my best to respect your questions and treat them like I treat all anyone that has any comments or any questions. I treat them all importantly. So I'll just leave it at that. Just my $1.02. Thanks for the extra $1. Oh yes, he's the best on TikTok. You believe, or BK. As far as the European Union is concerned, the requirements for reporting data is pretty stringent. So I wouldn't worry too much about these numbers. And it's not like Hungary is the only country that had an issue with illegal immigrants coming in. So even if these numbers weren't 100% exact, the point of the matter is the wall worked for them. And after they erected it, some of their neighboring countries decided to do the same thing because of the fact that it works. So again, I'm not sitting here claiming that these numbers are 100% factually correct, but even if they are the gist of what exactly happened, that's good enough for me. This was, as I mentioned, it's only a 4-meter tall concertina wire border that they built between the two countries. And the whole point of that is just to keep out all the masses of Middle Easterners that were coming in, flooding over because of the whole situation in Syria and whatnot. And as you can see, I mean, the Europeans, as much as they are all about being liberals and so on and so forth, when it comes down to absorbing this many illegal immigrants coming in for them, they weren't exactly happy with that either. It was very difficult for them to thoroughly vet the backgrounds of these Syrian refugees, if they were actual refugees. And again, in Syria's case, it does apply that they are refugees, right? If you heard me talking about what's the definition of being a refugee, if you apply for a refugee because you are politically or you're persecuted because of your political beliefs or your sexual orientation or your religious beliefs, as far as applying for asylum in other countries around the world, that's a perfectly legitimate reason to do that. When it comes down to attempting to apply as a refugee for economic reasons, that's not acceptable. That's actually defined and codified. So again, if you're just poor in one country and you want to go to a different country because they're better off, that's not a legal reason for you to apply for asylum and for these other countries to accept you as a refugee. So again, it's unfortunate that your economic, you're leaving your homeland because of an economic plight, but that is not the reason for countries to accept you as a refugee. So let me go through some of the comments here. They take advantage of the people. Winter, sorry. What was that in reference to? Willingness to learn while being tactful. Yes, I mean, BK, I don't claim I know everything. And some of the comments that you guys have brought up or questioned me, or some of the facts that you guys have brought up too, has been very, very helpful. And again, if I don't know something, I'll try to look it up right now and then, and get back to you and provide you what my thoughts are. And again, I don't have any inherent biases in terms. I mean, I have my own personal opinions on things, but at the end of the day, what really matters is facts and numbers. Numbers are kind of harder to fudge when it comes to accuracy. And when we have multiple organizations put out numbers, if we have people from both sides of the aisle put out the same number, then that will, to me, makes those numbers more trustable. And again, if there aren't any other sources of data, then what else do we have to rely on? We should be making our policies based on numbers, not because of how we feel. That's, in my opinion, the proper way of doing things. Having said that, humans, we are emotional people. We do make decisions that are based off of our emotions and not factually correct. So that is what it is. I'm not here to argue one way or the other about that. So better to say according to this data instead of this data instead of believe. Well, sure, BK. If you want me to be that semantically correct, then okay. According to this data, that makes you happier. I'm presenting the data. And again, if you guys have other data to present to counter that, I welcome that. So I will just leave it at that. EU is busy. Even they worry about Russia. Also, what do you think about the immigration affecting Baltic's economy? As far as immigration affecting the economy in the Baltic region, they need to do something about it. Winter, summer, man. These countries that are in the Baltic, they're not wealthy countries. Just like Hungary took some time for an Eastern European country. They're finally, what is it? I think their GDP per capita is over 20,000 a year now. They were one of the more attractive countries for doing a lot of manufacturing within the European Union. So that's why there's so much investment from car companies, battery companies that are doing production in Hungary, and because again, low-cost labor and part of the Schengen area. When it comes to these other countries in the Baltic region, Winter, Summer, Met, they are less well off than the Hungarians. So as I just mentioned about the rationale for Hungarians trying to protect their borders and secure it, they're not. Again, Hungary was not a wealthy country. They were trying to watch out for the welfare of their own people, which I think is more important as a leader of its own country's government, is to take care of its own people rather than taking care of other people coming to your country illegally. That's my thought on that, Winter Summer Matt. These countries, some of them, I mean, this is the reason why you have guys like Orban in Hungary and some of these other leaders who are kind of on the far right, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to take care of their own population and not have to worry about all these illegals coming in. And I think, to me, it's not about being xenophobic or being racist or not caring about other people or not being compassionate. It is your government's duty is to serve the people and be for the people, right? And if you have all this tax money coming in, the least that you should do is make sure that that's being utilized to address the needs of your people. I think that should be pretty common sense. But unfortunately, when it comes to governments around the world right now, that sentiment seems to be shifting. Let me see. I think there's a lot of undocumented immigrants. Need more laws, protect borders first. Again, Winter, as I mentioned, it's not that I'm against immigration. As long as it's done legally, that's perfectly fine. You're right. When it comes to undocumented immigrants, we don't know the backgrounds of all these people. If you guys have seen, the people that are coming across the border from Mexico, there's people from the Middle East, there's people from China, India. I mean, there's people from African countries that are coming in from all across South America, the Caribbeans that are coming in, and we don't know anything about these people. If we just saw that list of different borders around the world, I mean, these are other countries that have checkpoints to verify documentation on the people who are coming in. If you are a homeowner, I mean, would you allow random strangers into your house, or would you want to make sure that you know them? You get to know them and they're your friends before you let them in. It's not a question about being compassionate. As I mentioned, U.S. we have a program for asylum in terms of how many people are allowed to apply for asylum in the United States. So we have a quota for people. In addition to the asylum process itself, we have a quota of the number of people we do allow from these various countries that we allow in, and we go through the process of documenting them and make sure to follow up on that. And then also we have the H-1B visas, where these are people who have specialty skills that we need here in the United States. So I'm by no means am I against the idea of immigration, but you're right on board. I'm right on board with you with what you said, Winter Summer Matt. We do need legislation. I mean, a physical barrier. Hungary spent what, $150 million, $200 million for that wall. If we were to build an equivalent wall in the United States, we have about 15 times more distance to cover than that. If a small country like Hungary, a very, very small country like Hungary can do it, a large country like the United States can easily afford to do that. Now, I think when Trump was estimating the cost of the Trump wall, he was talking in the $20+ billion range. And that's for a 30-foot steel wall that he was trying to build between the U.S. and Mexico border. A few months ago, I mean, I've been by the Mexico-United States border multiple times, driving along. I like to drive the backcountries in California, and if you go around driving in that area, you'll see wall segments, and all of a sudden there's no wall, and that's where all the people are coming across. And when I was driving through Calexico a few months ago as well, I actually have some pictures and videos here that I've taken of that area, just so you guys can see what the context of the wall looks like in this area. I just wanted to share this because most people they've never seen what the wall looks like in this area. So give me 1 second, guys, as I pull up what this wall segment looks like. I can't remember exactly when I went to drive out there, but I'm gonna go through here and pull it up. So if you're curious about what the border wall between the US and Mexico looks like, when I was driving through the area a few months ago, this is what the actual wall looked like. It's separating an urban area. So I'm on the American side, and there's basically apartments and homes that are right there, right next to this border, and you can see traffic, commercial vehicle traffic on the other side of the wall. And because we have this physical barrier, we don't have people coming across back and forth from that border. So when it comes to the question of whether or not the walls work, it's not that walls will absolutely guarantee that illegal immigrants won't come across. That's not the point. The point is that we disencourage them from coming across the wall. We have a physical barrier to reduce the number of people coming across the wall, across the border. These people, especially these migrant workers that are bringing over their children through a really, really dangerous part of the country that's extremely remote. From a humanitarian aspect, you should prevent that. If you really care about these people. So I mentioned on more than one occasion, so I do have a friend of mine, his close buddy owns a ranch right by the U.S.-Mexico border. We went hunting over at his ranch some years ago, and speaking to him, he obviously, he was very well in favor of the wall, and I asked him why. I just wanted to get his honest opinion on why he wanted the wall built, and his answer was is shocking to me, because they said they found a dead teenager body on his property. It was a girl, and she probably died because of a snake bite, and was suffering from a snake bite and lack of water and the ability to move because she was paralyzed by the snake's neurotoxins. And they found a body there. And if you're a landowner, the last thing you want to find is a dead person on your body, or dead body on your land. Sorry, guys. And then as far as from his perspective as well, they don't want to have these people sacrificing their lives to come over across the border. They would much rather see walls being built. There were some other people who lived in the area. I spoke to them as well. The migrants were leaving behind trash. They were setting bonfires in their places, and they were just making, basically they were trespassing on their private land and causing all sorts of problems. Unless you're into that and you're okay with people trespassing on your own land as well, which, in California, we seem to let that slide as well. As far as castle doctrine, we don't really have that in California anymore. And as far as even homeless people in California, they're like, they should just be around wherever the hell they please. I'm not sure why California is so ass backwards when it comes to these policies, but that's because we are in a state that's run by one party, and there is no dissent. If you guys have seen, there was a recent video going around for one of the politicians in California, and I'll just pull it up right here real quick, because so this is a Democratic lawmaker in California, and so the Republicans proposed a bill to basically make mandatory prison time for illegal immigrants coming across here and being sexual predators to children. So if they rape or if they traffic young children, they wanted to make that something that's imprisonable. And this is the video of what that politician
and abuse our children. I'm done. I don't want to send more black and brown men to prison. I don't want more people in prison, but I don't want people buying girls. I don't want people buying little girls anymore. And I'm tired of saying it's okay, and that we have to protect the men who do it. As a mental health professional and as a social worker, I can tell you I've spent my entire career working with people who have been wounded. I'm not going to say beyond repair, but they have been wounded to their core by the abuse that's been heaped on them, oftentimes by those that they love and look to protect them. And if their parents won't do it, then by God we should. Again, I am not arguing that we open the gates to flood our prisons with people, but I am arguing that we have a moral responsibility to say enough. Enough. We have given away enough on this area, And we've got to move back into the center, or we all look like fools and laughing stocks. And what do we stand for? I ask all of you to watch the documentary that Senator Grove was in, Senator from Kern County, who was just in, that talked about this very place in Sacramento where girls are being bought and sold. Men are being given a little slap in the hand or a couple days, and then they're back out again, and they do the same thing. They get caught over and over and over again, and somehow that's okay. It's not okay. It is not okay anymore. And no more am I watching. Like I said, I'm leaving, but the rest of you who are going to be here for a while, let's get our stuff together and really start focusing on some of the important things. We talk about learning and we talk about being safe. This is like at the core of it. And a lot of these kids can be throwaway kids. They're poor kids. They're kids of color. But they shouldn't have to live a life determined by what happens to them by others at a very young age. And by have the Democratic Party of California say it's okay. It's not okay. And I'm not doing it anymore, and I hope none of you do too. We have to be able to draw a line, and for me, I'm drawing a line. I urge your I vote.
You consider it.
And she ended up being
I'd
the
like
only
to say-
Democrat that actually
as a-
voted for that. You know, and that's what I was talking about in California. We don't have any dissent here. We don't have a second party to do anything about what's going on here. So it's kind of unfortunate that that's the situation here in California right now. You think they will build more to wall, winter, summer? I don't know. Again, as I mentioned, the wall is not a perfect solution. And you know, if we can't build a physical barrier, because I mean, as I mentioned, there's a lot of wildlife that goes back and forth. There's other things that walls prevent from happening, as far as erosion. There's a lot of other factors, environmental factors, which understandably is a concern. But at the end of the day, it's the number of illegal immigrants that are coming to America right now. The point that I'm making is that's not sustainable. You know, it's one thing if we have, you know, a total of, let's say, 50,000 illegals coming in across the country, across the border every year. 50,000, that's a number that we can tolerate and we can accept, and we can have the budget to do something about and address. When we're talking about more than 1 million illegal migrants coming across the border, that is not a sustainable number. So again, it's not that I'm against immigration. I'm absolutely for legal immigration, and that's the beauty of America, guys. Is we're a country with the rule of law. If you don't have a country where you have rule of law, then what's the point of these laws existing? And that means there's a lot of things are open to interpretation, and then why even bother securing our borders? And so that's the beauty of America. And so I do think we need to do something to prevent so many illegals coming into America, and we also should vet them like any other responsible country around the world does. As I mentioned, Mexico will deport illegal immigrants from the United States. Canada deports illegal immigrants from the United States. Any other country in the world, if you're an American, a privileged American, you try to immigrate to their country illegally, you know, it's one of those fuck around and find out. They will get your ass on a plane and deport you as quickly as possible. So if all these other countries are practicing that, why do we, as the United States of America, who, again, we are a very, very generous country when it comes to foreign aid, when it comes to how much money that we provide other countries around the world to develop their countries. We had a lot of guys on our live stream here saying, "Oh, U.S. is such an evil country, going around causing destruction around the world with our foreign relation policy." I've given that some thought, and personally, I believe the U.S., if we look at it from, step back and see how much the U.S. has impacted the rest of the world, I think overall the U.S. had far more positive contribution to humanity than otherwise. But there are plenty of people out there who believe otherwise, and that's if that's what you guys want to believe, that's fine. We can agree to disagree on that. But again, in my personal opinion, even for myself as a Korean person, if the U.S. did not get involved with the Korean War, I would not be here. Who knows? I would be in a slave labor camp in North Korea right now, or on the entire Korean peninsula, slaving away, mining coal. So if it wasn't for America's involvement, then there wouldn't even be a South Korea, a democratic Korea. I've had the same conversation. It's kind of interesting because the older generations in countries like the Philippines, Thailand, Japan, all of these countries, they will absolutely say, older generation in Korea as well, they will absolutely say the U.S. intervention around the world has been a net positive thing. For vast majority, they will say it's been a net positive thing. Only more recently with the younger generation, there's a lot of people who say we don't like America getting involved in this the conflict in Ukraine and Russia, getting involved in the conflict between Israel and Palestine, or Gaza Strip rather. And I understand that from a point where we don't want to spend our tax money on these things when we can't. It's just as I mentioned about illegal immigration as well. It is a responsibility for us to watch over and take care of our own citizens. But if the United States is the defender of democracy that it has always been, then in that respect, I don't think it's such a bad idea to spend our money on the crisis over there. And if you guys have looked into what those costs are, if you take into consideration what the federal government's budget is and how little we spend on how little of that we spend on the military campaign between Ukraine and Russia, or also between Israel and Hamas right now, it's a pretty small fraction, guys. It's a pretty small fraction, and that's not to say that every dollar doesn't count, but you guys, one thing that Americans are really terrible at is math. When you start to talk about numbers in the billions and trillions, because of how bad we are at math, it's very hard for us to understand and recognize the scale of these numbers. And that's really unfortunate because, if you don't understand the facts and the numbers behind it, then you can't make good decisions on policy. Well, it's say heaven has gate. I don't know what that was in reference to, Mr. Brown. I went to California, Oceanside. The illegals taking advantage of beaches and fishing for free. Yeah, winter. It's not just the illegals. I mean, there's just homeless people everywhere. It's really tragic. I mean, having grown up in California, we've always had homeless people here. We've always had illegal immigrants in California, but it's never gotten to the state that it is right now. If you look at, again, 200,000 homeless people in California. California spent more than $20 billion in the last couple of years trying to address it. If you saw me pull up some of the articles on how much California has spent spent on homelessness, and we just saw, so here's an article right here. California spent $24 billion over the past 5 years, and we also looked at the number from the cost per to build a roof over a head of each homeless person. So we'll look up that number right now. We saw the number on how much California is spending on per homeless person for a room, for a roof over their heads, and I think the number came out to about $700,000 to $800,000. So here's the article right here. Los Angeles, again, this is from KTLA, which is pretty. They're not leftist or right. It's one of the TV stations here. LA is spending up to $837,000 to house a single homeless person. So, if we're spending that much money on a homeless person, I mean, basically, we're just practically giving homes away to these homeless people. If you heard me talking about what we should provide for a homeless person, it's all about providing dignity and a roof over their heads. It shouldn't be about providing them the most luxurious accommodations. If you heard me talking about, if you live in California right now and you bought a home, the average home in California, 30, 40, 50, 60 years old, those homes that you live in right now are built to the building standards of 1980, 1970, 1950. So, building code has changed over the time quite a bit, and we don't go around telling the state, hey, I want my house built to code. Why don't you subsidize the cost? Whereas these developers that work with California and the city of LA, they built these homeless shelters to the latest building standards. So basically, they're getting a place that's nicer, more luxurious, and more up to code than the average Californian resident that is not homeless. So why does it cost? So if you see here, that article says most of the units are studios or one-bedroom apartments. The audit found that 14% of the units built exceed $700,000 each, and one project in pre-development estimated to cost almost $837,000 per unit. That average overall was over $500,000, by the way. I mean, these are some of the 14% of the units were over $700,000. The average cost has been over $500,000 in California, and as I mentioned, if we just want to provide them dignity with a private bathroom, toilet, working sink, working shower, a small bedroom, a bed, and maybe a little desk. I think that's that and air conditioning is what every single if these homeless people need to get them off the streets. I think that's a reasonable thing for us to provide for homeless people. And again, the cost of that, we looked into the numbers yesterday. You can get 20-foot containers in bulk right now in California for less than $2,000 a unit. Bathroom, toilets, shower facilities, sink. Another couple hundred to a low $1,000, $2,000 at most. Having a bed and a mini split air conditioning unit, again, another few thousand at most. The cost of all the components combined is well under $10,000, and if you want to factor in the cost of labor, the permitting, and the land and all that, it will never exceed $50,000 per head. So why is the state sitting around spending $500,000 per head of homeless person? And we're spending so much money that we're not actually making a dent in the homeless population. In fact, it is growing. So that's definitely an issue that we have here. Truth, our spending is ruining us. Yes, I agree with your points. Votes, they want votes. I mean, Jay Wu, as far as the Democrats allowing all these illegal in, that's always been the argument that giving them a fast pathway to citizenship. Typically, they think that they will vote for their own. So that is definitely the case, and there's definitely a factual thing to back that statement up. And as I mentioned, having grown up in California, I had the demographics of the town that I grew up in. When I first entered school there, it was as an elementary school student, it was like 25% white, or no. I take that back. 25% Hispanic and 70 to 75% white. By the time I left high school there, it was almost reversed, and there were a ton of I had a lot of Hispanic friends, and one thing they all share in common right now is they came to America legally. Their parents had to come to America legally, and they learned the language, and they were on top of things when it comes to picking up the culture here. But as far as what their view is on illegal immigration, they feel exactly the same. In fact, they feel even stronger than I do on the illegal immigration issue, because they're like, they went through the trouble. Why do these guys get a free pass? Homelessness is an epidemic. The real estate market is what is corrupt and rich. Homelessness is definitely an epidemic. There's multiple reasons behind that. We talked about on our live stream a few days and a few weeks ago how under Reagan they shut down a lot of the mental health facilities, and on top of that we had the opioid crisis. That people are addicted to drugs, and they're not. If you're addicted to drugs here in California and you don't want help, we can't force them to a rehab facility. So there are lots of root causes for homelessness that we're not addressing right now. They built tiny houses here for homeless, and they put solar panels to provide power. I mean, that's fine, winter, summer, Matt, as long, if they're building that, and again, it's the cost is effective, I have no problem with that. It's just the fact that, if they're spending $500,000 to $800,000 per unit in housing, there's clearly corruption. There's clearly a lot of money that's being misappropriated. China is ruining us. They have killed over 100,000 Americans. In what respect I'd like to hear what your basis for that statement is. Let me see here. Have you thought about a career in politics? Your solutions sound practical. No, Stephen, I don't like politics at all. I don't like politics at all. Even that's the thing. Even if you have practical solutions, that's not what wins elections. That's not what wins elections. Even if you are, someone who can come up with good policies, it might end up being very, very unpopular. So, again, I don't have the stomach for that, Stephen. It's one. If you see how corrupt the system is as well, it's way too much work to get into that. We were talking about whether or not Trump would ever get a fair trial in New York, and how I was mentioning that if you dig enough dirt on any of the guys on Capitol Hill, I'm sure you can find something bad, something wrong, something illegal that every single one of them have done. So that's we talked about people of character as well. Typically, people of character are terrible presidents. If we've seen all the presidents that we've had up in the past 50 odd years or so, if you guys would ever ask me who would be the president of the highest character within the past 5-6 decades, I answered it would be Carter, Jimmy Carter, but he was a terrible president. But he is definitely a man of character compared to a lot of the presidents that we've had since then. So that's my personal opinion on that, and that's why I don't want to dirty my hands in politics. Biden just leaves the border open. Yes, that's that's the reason why I was talking about the idea of building a border wall. We were just looking at the information about how Hungary did it, and they were able to do it at a pretty effective cost here. This is the article about the Hungarian border wall. They built the wall with the Serbian border for $106 million, 4 meter tall, 13-foot concertina fence, including the construction of 2 camps to house asylum applicants. And that's a 109-mile barrier. 109 miles, as I mentioned, the U.S.-Mexico border is about 2,000 miles, so basically it would cost 20 times that. So about $2 billion, if we take into consideration that American labor costs and material costs would be more than that. Let's conservatively triple that. $6 billion. We can build a 4 meter tall concertina wire fence throughout the whole U.S.-Mexico border. It's doable. A small country like Hungary can do it. Hungary is what? Population's like around 10 million or something like that. We're a country with 330 million guys. Yes, our border is wider, but 100 some odd miles for a small country like Hungary is not exactly a small piece of it's not exactly a short piece of distance either, or short length. Trump is needed back, master of my fortune. If you feel like that's the way to go, by all means. As I mentioned, I don't personally like Trump too much. His character is definitely flawed, but when it comes to, I always ask people who really don't like Trump, what actual policies that Trump passed that they think has made America worse. And most people who just don't like Trump, they don't really give me any good answers. I always ask them, what specific policies did you not like about Trump's presidency? And people will always point at things like, oh, he increased racism in America. He basically enforced white supremacy in America. And again, I can understand why some people will say that, because when he's really fanning his fan base, he will say some stupid things. Do I really think he's that racist? If you guys have seen how Trump was so cozy with the Democrats in Hollywood prior to becoming president, that's people didn't accuse him of being a racist back then, So the fact that this all happened after he became president, you can see that there is definitely an agenda behind projecting and portraying Trump in that manner. Let's see here. Trump is needed back. New Yorkers for Trump. They said that because CNN says that. Yeah, It's not just CNN. Obviously, MSNBC is far more leftist than the CNN is. And then, it's unfortunate because we don't really have that many partial news media left. Partial news media does not sell, right? And so, these news organizations have to become more and more extreme to fan their bases because that's where they're going to get their advertising money from. So that's just the unfortunate reality for any of these democratic countries where we have private news companies. Trump derangement syndrome, yeah, Stephen. You should know based on your highly educational background. Sorry, what was that in regards to, Master of Fortune? Sorry, but again, when it comes down to my thoughts on Trump, again, I don't personally, like his character, and honestly, if he just shut up every once in a while, he could have fared a lot better, But again, some of the stuff that he says just comes off as being really caustic. We had some guys join in our live stream yesterday too. We were like, people, for example, the CFOs of organizations of companies are very, very brash people, and they have a lot. That's how they talk, and that's how Donald Trump acted. He acted like he was CEO/CFO style in terms of how he decided to govern the United States. So again, when it comes down to foreign relations and how you approach other countries when it comes to diplomacy and whatnot, he certainly really bent the rules in that regards. But again, those are things about his character. But as far as actual policies, again, I have yet to have some people bring up some really good responses on specific policies that have happened under Trump that are a real negative to life in America. So the news shouldn't be entertainment. Yeah, exactly. And as far as the economies, his policies were better than Joe. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I can't think of too many specific policies that were particular. Some were good, but I just can't think of anything that were that terrible. Somebody the other day mentioned how when Trump wanted to close off immigrants to specific countries from the Middle East, that's one thing someone did bring up fairly recently. I can't understand why they would have said that. He specifically mentioned certain countries as far as not allowing them in the country. But the flip side of that is, if you look at some of these Middle Eastern countries and what they're like, for example, the charter of Hamas, Iran, what their government's policy is in terms of their relation to the United States. Iran, their Ayatollah is down with America. Same thing with Hamas, is wipe Jews off the face of the earth. You have these countries and these governments that's their actual policies. So I understand why he would say some of those things. And again, even if he didn't go out and actually say those things publicly, he could have done that a lot better doing that privately. If you look at a lot of other countries, guess what? They practice the exact same thing. His policy, let's see, world needs more people, objective and open-minded, likely to solve problems. He banned foreign travelers during COVID, saved millions, got no credit. Yeah, Stephen. So again, there's a lot of things that, it's during COVID, we all found out that no matter what you did, there's going to be someone who's going to be crapping on your actions. Whether you were too strict on it or whether you're too lenient on it, you're going to have someone shitting on you. So it's COVID was one of those things. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's not just to America. That's not just with Trump in America. That's what every other country out there. They all went through the exact same thing. There was so much division in every single country out there. When the leaders said, "Okay, we're going to shut down the country," you had an opposing side. They're like, "Well, why? We have to get our job done." Personally, I'm a libertarian. I think everyone should be responsible for their own actions. So if you don't want to get vaccinated, that's fine with me. If you are one of those people who are in a high risk profile, then it should be on you to do everything that you can to reduce your exposure. It's the same thing with anything else too. You know, if you have a peanut allergy, you know, or if you have a respiratory illness and you're an old person, it's on you to prevent and make sure that you know, you don't, you know, you're not, you know, you don't inhale particles of peanuts, or that you don't get sick in a public area. So that's my personal view on that. Some people couldn't take the honesty. Those nations he banned do harbor lots of terrorism. Yeah, exactly, Dave Arras. I absolutely agree with him. So it might, the policies might sound very crass, but do I think Trump was being a racist by doing that? It's interesting to me because one thing I always mention on my channel here too is, for example, Bill Clinton. Today he would be considered far right. He was a Democrat only, what, 20 some odd years ago? That's just how far the goalpost has moved, in my opinion. Again, if you don't agree with me, that's fine. Some people have said the right has moved the goalpost a lot. I don't know what the right has moved in terms of the goalpost. I think, if anything, they've always been somewhat consistent for most part. If anything, I don't know. I can't think of any goalposts that the right has moved. If you guys can think of something, do chime in, please. I respect your opinion, but Trump is no racist. I mean, yeah, master of my fortune. I don't think he personally. I don't think he is. I don't think he is. And I say that as a colored person. You know, I'm not white. You know, I don't think he is. You know, and honestly, if you were to talk about any of these guys, whether they're white or Hispanic or black or Asian, if they're leaders in the United States, we saw what happened with, what's his name, Dela Cruz here in LA, behind closed doors, him talking about black people. Honestly, I think everyone's like that deep down inside. We all have that in us. You know, we can, some of us are actually serious about that and actually racist. Some of us, I mean, when I was growing up, you know, we said a lot of racist jokes to each other between all different races, and we just brushed it off and we laughed it off. You know, and that's how it was for stand-up comedians to have that kind of humor. And these days, you know, everyone's skin is too thin about that. So Pat said he's not. Yeah. So again, Pat, I mean, as I just mentioned, he rubbed his shoulders with black people all the time. Prior to him becoming president. Same thing with Hollywood, entertainers, so on and so forth. And nobody accused him of all that back then. Nobody brought it up until recently. You know, there was somebody who was on The Apprentice saying, "Oh, he said the N-word." You know, it's like, okay, you're gonna bring it up now in 2024, after how many years of you having the chance to bring it up? So you were okay with it back then and just didn't want to bring it up? I don't know. You know, it's timing wise. Why would they bring it up right now, right before when an election is going to start? Why would they bring this up all of a sudden, right after, you know, the verdict from New York came out? If you're going to sit here and look at the timing of this, it's all bullshit. Trump has supported people of color. Look at tapes of what Biden has said over the years. No, actually, absolutely, Jay-Woo. I absolutely agree with that. I don't think, you know, a lot of people will say, you know, he's a Nazi or whatnot, but I mean, you know, his son-in-law being a Jewish person, I don't think any of those things. And it's silly for people. I mean, unless you absolutely know the guy, you know, at best, all we're doing is speculating. We're speculating. You don't know him personally. I don't know him personally. We're just, you know, parroting off what the media and other people tell us. So, left has gone far. Let's see. Bye. See you on the flip side. Good talk. I'll see you later, master of my fortune. Left has gone far left to socialism, i.e., Obamacare, student loan, record debt puts taxpayer on hook. Yeah, Stephen. If you heard me talking about it, I don't have any problems with liberals. Classical liberals are perfectly fine by me. I mean, for me as well, I identify myself more as a libertarian. You know, if you know what the definition of classical liberalism is, it's people who accept viewpoints that are different from their own. So you're right. You know, it's the leftists that have gone and moved the goalpost. If you're even in Bill Clinton's era, you would be chastised if you even bring up the notion of socialism or communism. Even back then, when it comes down to immigration, they wanted stronger control. Obamacare, yes. Student loan, record debt, post-tax, yeah. So again, if you heard me talk about who I would personally support and which party I would support, I've always mentioned it would be a party that actually knows how to practice fiscal restraint. I don't care what, at the end of the day, if we can't get our shit in order and make sure that our finances are not in order, then it's not possible for us to have any discussion about any of these other topics. It really wouldn't matter. So that's my thought on that. Let me see here. Yes, do you believe Trump committed adultery, David? Probably. Do I really care? Does that change my my opinion on him? To be frank, no. When it comes down to, and the reason why I say that is, again, as far as America is concerned, we never voted on people of character, as I mentioned. Mike Pence, a man of integrity and a man of character, make a terrible president, unfortunately. If you wanted someone who is upright and where he stands, Mike Pence would be one of those people. And I said the same thing about Jimmy Carter. But unfortunately, that makes it very, very difficult for us to, as far as voting for these people are concerned, people who have good character, not necessarily people who are who make good leaders. Do you think he is a felon, David? At least when it comes down to the New York trial, that was a misdemeanor. If it was a normal person, that would have been those were all misdemeanor charges. Their DA specifically escalated that to felony charges. So, at least when it comes to what happened with New York, I don't think so. But has he done other things that could have been considered a felony? I don't know. Does that really matter? It's just like what I mentioned. If you dig deep enough for a lot of these guys, would you not find something? Would you not find dirt on them? And that's kind of what my opinion is on that. I don't like the politicization of leaders of of political parties or politicians in general, because the moment you politicize that, and the moment you weaponize that, that's where society falls apart in the seams. So, okay for Democrats like JFK, Clinton, Johnson to commit adultery, think mainstream media, yeah, Stephen. So again, that's why I don't think those things should matter. Double standard indeed, Stephen. So again, whether he did or not, that's not what the average person is voting him for. As far as him not even knowing how to say 2 Corinthians, fine. I know he doesn't know anything about the Bible, but does that necessarily matter? Should that matter? To some people, yes, and some people, no. What I don't like is him selling Bibles. That's something that I find a little egregious and leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. So that's something, yes, I don't like him trying to associate himself with the faith. That I'm absolutely against. So again, there's plenty of things I don't necessarily like about him. But again, as far as his policies and as far as him being a leader of the United States, especially for Koreans too, when he actually had that meeting with Kim Jong-un, I mean, there was a lot of hope for that. Nobody else, no other president even bothered to try to do that. So, when we were watching the footage of him meeting up with the North Korean leader and whatnot, there were a lot of Korean people who were very, very, had our hopes up. It wasn't for Trump's lack of trying. It wasn't for his lack of trying. It wasn't because it wasn't the U.S. It wasn't because of the U.S. the talks failed with North Korea. It's because they didn't want to give up their nuclear weapons and their facilities. Do you believe in the U.S. justice system, David? I definitely believe that it exists. Do I believe it's perfect? No, absolutely not. We definitely have a flawed system. And as I mentioned, New York City, one of the most left-leaning cities in the country, and the figurehead of the right, having a trial there. Do I believe that he was going to have a fair trial there? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But is it a better system than a lot of other countries around the world? Probably. Is it perfect? No. But that's how justice systems are. They're not perfect. In fact, even if it's half, I think that's better than most other systems around the world. Who cares who Clinton slept with? He balanced the budget last and blew them dollars. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said, Stephen. He was the last one where we actually had 3 out of 4 years in his last term where we actually had a federal surplus. Most people don't know that. So I like the fact that you brought that up. In the past 50 some odd years, Clinton, we had 3 out of 4 years where we had a federal surplus, and George Bush, the first year until 9/11 hit, we had a surplus. If you guys are curious about that statistics, we have that right here. If we look at which years we actually had a surplus, let's zoom into that in a little more detail here. So this is the data as far as federal surplus or deficit since 1980. Been in a deficit right up to Clinton, and then Bush, and then it went downhill from here, and that was the last year of Trump. That was the first year of Biden, second year, third year of Biden. So that's why, Steve, good thing that you brought that up. Why wouldn't Clinton be with Monica? Remember what Hillary looks like? Good point there, Tom. Good point there. He worked well with Newt and Republican Congress. No, Stephen, he did. He did. So I mentioned as well, we had bipartisanship under Clinton back in Clinton's era. But unfortunately, if you see the voting records of Congress since that period, it's gotten polarized more and more over the years, and it's still becoming more and more polarized. So. And that's why I mentioned on my channel here, the reason why I'm doing this is so that even if you disagree with me, guys, I hope you guys are listening and just listening to what I have to say. And if you do disagree, feel free to chime in and share what your thoughts are, because it's good to have dialogue. If I call you names, sorry in advance. I don't have anything personal against anyone out there, but sometimes I will get very heated when we have our discussions here. But for most part, we as Americans, if we don't have the ability to reach out to the other side and at least spark a conversation, we're losing the ability to do that in American society today. We are losing our ability to reach out to the other side of the aisle and just have a conversation, a polite conversation with them. We're at a point right now that especially those that are on the extreme left, they refuse to even have friends that are on the right. That's sad. That's truly sad. I've had that happen to myself personally. It's ridiculous because so I have a friend of mine. She's a professor, PhD professor, and we were talking about how there was a amusement park in the Midwest that she visited, and apparently they called this one portion of the amusement park, it was like Oriental World or something like that. And she was so offended by the fact that it was called Oriental World. And I said, what's so offensive about that? If you look at the Chinese diaspora in the UK right now, they're the ones calling themselves Orientals, and they take pride in that, and they take ownership of the word Oriental. And she's going off on me saying, it was a pejorative for Asian people. I'm like, well, Oriental by itself, it was the opposite of Occidental. If people find Occidental a demeaning word for them? I said, I don't feel any offense to being called an Oriental. It's a little, it's a terminology that's a little outdated. But the word Oriental was never supposed to be. Not technically, it was never a pejorative until not that long ago in the United States. So again, it's not something that the average Asian person should be, should find offense in. And then after that, she basically stopped talking to me. You know, I couldn't have a conversation with her. I was just explaining my point of view and saying, hey, there's plenty of people around the world who actually, we know, when it comes to acupuncturists, the acupuncturists, Asian acupuncturists, they call it Oriental medicine. It's still in the name of the organization here in the United States. It's Oriental Medicine Association, and they have plenty of organizations here in the U.S. using Asians embracing the word Oriental. So again, I can't believe that she's a professor sitting around bitching at me about being offended by the use of the word Oriental at an amusement park in the Midwest. She was literally calling them up, saying that they should rename that portion of the park because it's called Oriental something, so on. Watching you from Valrico, Florida. Thanks for watching, Tom. Guys, if you like this content, tap that like button, share. Let's keep this going, guys. Get more people in here. I blame Democrats for protecting Clinton and not doing this right thing. This has divided us since. Yeah, possibly, David. I think there's some truth in that. At the end of it, is it only the Democrats to blame? I mean, it's as far as the soul of America, I think that's where the problem is. We just don't bother taking on responsibility for our actions. If you heard me talking about the younger generation, and when it comes to a lot of these different topics, we just don't want to be responsible for it. Like student debt, it's your fault for signing up for college and getting a degree in some useless degree, and I want money to resolve that. When it comes to abortion as well, it takes two to tango. If you want the guys to be more strongly involved, if an unintended pregnancy occurs, I'm all for that. Let's have a system where you have some responsibility for your actions. And again, if you're in a state where that wants to allow it, that's fine with me too. One thing I've mentioned, I know I'm going to come off really crass saying this, guys, especially as a social conservative. I always say, you know what? If these people on the left want to abort, by all means, get rid of their own kind. I don't want more of them around. If people want a bunch of gay and transgender people around, you know what? They can't continue reproducing, right? So I don't necessarily have a problem with that per se. Again, I know it sounds really crass when I say that, but if that's what they want, if they want to eradicate their own kind and all that, you know what? If they don't want to take responsibility for their actions, that's on them. I travel quite a bit and I see more and more homeless store closures every year, especially left coast. I feel the country is going under, i.e. massive debt. Yes, Stephen, it is true. I've been traveling around a lot of the country the past couple of months as well, visiting, what was it? I went on a trip a few months ago visiting Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, North Carolina, Illinois, Ohio, Indiana. Still a lot less homeless people out there compared to here. It's so green out there, so beautiful country out there. And people say, the South is all racist and whatnot. You go out there, they're the nicest people in the world. They might be ignorant and they might say stupid things because they're ignorant, but you know what? So people in the South, I've always felt like they welcome me with warm arms, and honestly, I feel much more welcomed out there than I do around the neighbors here in California. I have a friend who served in the U.S. military here, and he lives in Irvine, and one of his neighbors, who's also an immigrant, told him to take down his American flag that he has hanging outside his wall. It's funny because he's an immigrant, he's Vietnamese, he's hanging the American flag, served in the U.S. military. And his Indian neighbor wants him to take down the flag. It's mind-boggling that people are offended by the American flag. I mean, it's one of those things like the American flag cannot be any better representation of the United States. If you don't feel comfortable with the United States flag, I think you really should leave America. I mean, that's the one thing, it's just a symbolic, it's the symbolism of America. It's what represents America. It's what binds us all together. If we are in the Olympics or something, we go around the stars and stripes. if you feel uncomfortable with the American flag, what in the world are you doing here, right? Let me see here, guys. Gonna follow you. Gotta go, brother. Thank you, Tom. Definitely thank you for following. Because of better weather, David. Yeah, that's for. I mean, at least when it comes to California. And again, it's just in parts of California, David. As I mentioned, under Karen Bass, they pushed some of these homeless people over into Palmdale and Lancaster, and the people there were pissed. They're like, have you been to Lancaster and Palmdale in the wintertime? Have you been to Lancaster and Palmdale in the summer? It's scorching hot in the summer and it snows out there. You know, they're not going to survive out there. I see homeless encampments in Palmdale right now, in Lancaster right now. They're lining, there's a dry creek bed over there, and I'm seeing people out there. Those people are going to be absolutely miserable right now. I think today the temperature there hit 105 degrees. 105 degrees. They're really at a risk for heat exhaustion on days like this. Southerners are down to earth and very honest and real people. Tina, absolutely. That's absolutely the case. That's exactly how I felt. If you guys have heard, I mean, I've been trying to move out to Texas for some time. I've been out there on numerous occasions. My friends from Texas, we always joke around. They say that I'm more Texan than they are. You know, gun-toting, driving a pickup truck, owning a ranch, you know, and loves hunting. Whereas my Texan friends there, they don't nearly do that as much as I do. You know, so I've always felt very, very welcome there. And that's the thing, you know, if anyone goes out there and says that they feel threatened or they don't feel welcome going into these parts of the country, guess what? Go out there and try to absorb their culture and do what they do and see how they'll treat you. If you go down to the South as someone who drives a pickup truck, enjoys talking about guns, you know, enjoys the activities that they do, absorb their culture, you know, share a good Texas barbecue and whatnot, guess how they're going to treat you? They're going to treat you like best friends. They don't care what your background is. They don't give a damn about your ethnicity. If you actually go out there and adopt their culture, you know, it's like with any other country out there, guys. I mean, there's a lot of people who, like, you know, what was it, Will Witt, goes around dressing up in a Mexican sombrero hat and wearing a Chinese attire, you know, and going to Chinatown and seeing how they react, or putting on a Native American headdress and talking to Native Americans. Those people enjoy and are more than happy to share their culture with you. You know, if you're not doing it, you know, if you're doing it in a respectful manner, and as long as you're not doing it, you know, to make fun of that culture, they will love you and embrace you for it. So again, if you're a black person or an Asian person or Hispanic or whatnot, you go to these places down in the deep South, and you know, go out there and enjoy the same things that they do. Guess what? They will love you for it, and they don't give a damn about your skin color or where you're from. You know, you can be from Afghanistan or Iraq, go to Texas and do the exact same thing if you go out there and embrace their culture. They don't care. People are not, you know, we are tribal, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that because we're comfortable being around our own kind. That's the case with every person out there, you know, but you know, when people say, oh, people out there in the South are racist and whatnot, I'm sure there are racist people out there. I'm sure there are a few bad apples, no matter which population you go. You go to anywhere else in the world too, there's always going to be racist people. You know, Asian people, they're racist against their own kind. You know, you're from what country? Oh, you know, just automatically shun you. That happens in every country out there. For example, like white people, if you're a white person and if they're from a poor Eastern European country or from a wealthy Western European country, you don't sit there and judge them, you know. But Asian people, guess what? You know, you're Japanese and you see a Filipino person or a Malaysian, you know, there is hierarchy. You know, when it comes to Asian countries, how developed they are, there is absolutely a hierarchy. You know, and is that fair? No, but it's what people do. Let me go through some of these comments. Right, Tina, also in Anchorage. Yeah, David, also in Anchorage. There's actually a lot of Asians in Anchorage. You know, yep. Same here in North Texas. Yeah, bad boy. Exactly. You know, people in Texas, very friendly. I was just in North Carolina, South Carolina a few weeks ago. You know, I have no problem with the southern drawl of people speaking in Texas. When I went to South Carolina, it was the first time I felt like, holy cow, I'm having a little bit of difficulty following the conversation. Their southern drawl was so damn thick there that, for me, someone who's grown up in the United States, I was like, I'm having a little bit of difficulty keeping up with this conversation here. I'm in Cali, but I watch a whole bunch of Texas gun tubers. I want to move. I'm in California. I'm in California too. I'm a gun tote in California, but that's why I moved somewhere rural. I can shoot off a gun in the middle of the night. Nobody will bat an eye. It is. Someone said I should. Why haven't you moved yet? I said, well, because I enjoy the weather here. I have family and friends here. I grew up here, so I have considered moving to Texas. I just couldn't do it because it's too hot for me personally. I am envious of those of you guys who live out there and can tolerate that heat, but I love backpacking. I love going, hiking mountains and climbing mountains. Texas don't have too many mountains. If you guys aren't aware, we looked up the tallest peak in Texas, Guadalupe Peak. Not very tall, It's as far as the beauty of California, we have such a beautiful state here. It's just really unfortunate that the guys that are running the state are driving it into the ground. U.S. flag symbolizes people that fought and sacrificed their lives for our freedom. Absolutely, Stephen. So again, if you're, especially if you're an immigrant, and the American flag offends you, I deserve to be deported, in my opinion. That's not to say, as I mentioned, it's not to say that we can't have differing opinions, but that's the one symbol of America, and I don't. That's something. If you look at any other country out there in the world, it's okay to have dialogue, and it's okay to say that I don't like America because we have these things happening in America, like those guys that took a knee. They can take a knee because that's the type of freedom that we can practice in America, and that's the beauty of this country. So yes. Yeah, my grandma was racist against Mexicans, but she's fully Mexican. Yeah, no, again, that's not even it's not a racist, it's just, it's just, again, tribalism, right? Lots of Filipinos in Alaska. Is that so, David? I knew some Koreans out there too, so that's kind of interesting that there's a lot of Filipinos, because for Filipinos, that's a pretty opposite of the climate that they're used to growing up. I joke around with my Vietnamese buddies in Houston. They're like, Vietnamese people love moving out to Houston because the weather is exactly the same as homeland for them. What part of South Carolina was it? Drove by Charleston and Spartanburg, and what else was there? Greenville. That's the part I went through, Zach. But again, it wasn't everybody. It was just the guy that I was meeting up with for business out there. He had a very, very thick draw. What's the temperature there tomorrow? Chris Pleen, I'm down in town right now. I'm in LA. This is my office here. It's in the 90s right now, I think. And up at my ranch, I think it might have hit the 90s. I'll check what the temperatures were. Rural Pennsylvania is lovely and has great hiking trails. Yeah, Tina, it does. One thing I mentioned is the places that I was looking at. If I could choose anywhere, I mentioned places like Idaho, Montana, northern parts of Utah, states like Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and rural Pennsylvania as well. I went to school in Philadelphia, so I'm very familiar with the areas out there, and it is beautiful. It is beautiful. Only unfortunately for me, because I have to, with the work that I do, I have to be somewhat close to a port. So that's why for me, I considered Texas. I considered Dallas because Houston port finally opened up because they expanded the Panama Canal, and now they have bigger container ships coming from Asia over to Houston. That's why I looked into buying a place out in Dallas, but again, that was almost 20 years ago, and I've been in California since. And again, I'm on a nice ranch in California. I get to still experience my civil liberties. without having to deal with all the crap and nonsense that happens in the Bay Area and LA area for most part. So yeah, that's why I'm still here. Been to Guadalupe Peak, LLL, shorter than Mount Baldy and Backyard. Yeah, David, it is. Mount Baldy is just over 10,000 feet. I've done Baldy a handful of times, and Baden-Powell right behind there as well. But even Baden-Powell is taller than Guadalupe Peak. What is that, 8,000 something feet? It's 8,300 or something like that. And I've been on top of Whitney, 14.5. So, yeah, Texas, hill country, you have some hilly terrain. The northeastern part of the state, very foresty, kind of beautiful as well. But Dallas, Plano area, it's pretty flat. You see water towers for miles around, and for a guy like me who likes to be around the mountains, in retrospect, I probably would have been miserable out there. Yeah, Charleston, yeah. Why can't we at least agree on doing something about assault weapons like AR-15s? In what sense, David? AR-15s, as far as the danger of an AR-15 compared to any other rifle out there, I don't necessarily think that it's any more dangerous, more or less. There are, for example, a Bar Safari. If you guys have the Browning Bar Safari, that's a semi-automatic, and nobody says we should be banning guns like Bar Safaris, but it is capable of doing essentially the same thing with an AR-15 with even larger caliber rounds. So there is a lot of fixation on AR-15, and I have one myself. But what is an assault weapon? Aren't all weapons aren't all guns assault weapons if they're used for that purpose? I'm not sure what you would like, what you would propose, David. I'm kind of curious. I'd love to hear. Yeah, man, Kalispell Mountain, Montana is amazing to say the least. Oh yeah, Zach, I drove through there. It was beautiful out there. Beautiful out there. And again, I specifically didn't mention Colorado because Colorado is beautiful, but Colorado is kind of getting a little left too. So, did I hike up a mountain on way down? Foot pain, lost all my toenails. How you prevent that, Stephen? For me, whenever I had toenail pain, it's usually my toenails are too long. I really don't know. To me, if you're having too much foot pain in your toes, your shoes are not fitting you properly. I would recommend getting shoes that fit better, because if you're going downhill and putting all the pressure on your toes, one, you're either going down too on too steep of an angle, or you don't have the right shoes. SKS can do the same thing. Banning the AR won't matter. Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, so like I said, the Bar Safari is a hunting gun, but it's a semi-automatic that can do exactly the same as the AR, but even in larger caliber rounds. I don't know. I haven't. It's been a while since I even looked at the Bar Safaris. Let's take a quick look. So this is what a Bar Safari looks like. It looks like a regular long gun, but it's semi-automatic. It can do as much damage, if not more, than an AR-15. There is a huge fixation on AR-15s, but even if you were to ban, let's just say we just banned AR-15s overnight right now, you can still buy guns like this. And will people not get something like this? If we banned AR-15s overnight right now, let's say in the entire United States, one, there's so many that are already out there. Secondly, I mean, I don't think the government, I don't think the people will ever accept, mandatory buybacks as far as guns are concerned. So that's not going to play well. Basically that's political suicide for anyone who suggests something like that. So again, banning a very, very specific weapon. I mean, California has already gone through the trouble of limiting the number of rounds to 10. They got rid of the even for the bullet button, they had to make it so you have to just a lot more work to remove and replace the magazines. But frankly speaking, there's plenty of guys out there who are doing mass shootings with handguns. Frankly, it's a lot easier to carry handguns, and it's easy to carry a lot of rounds. The danger is all the same. AR-15 rounds, yes, they are very powerful. If you look at the foot-pounds of energy that a typical AR-15 223 round has. It's in the upper almost 1,000 foot-pounds of energy compared to a 9mm that's about 200 to 300 foot-pounds of energy, or 45 or something that's maybe 300 to 500 foot-pounds of energy. So again, a 223 round is pretty powerful, but it's a pretty cumbersome round to carry. The clips and whatnot, handgun magazines are very easy to carry. So again, just banning a very specific type of gun is I'm not sure if it'll do much, David. That's all I'm trying to say. Is there a correlation between the number of gun ownership and gun death? What does data show? David, as far as if you're asking on a state-to-state level, typically speaking, if you're looking at the population as a whole, red states do tend to have a slightly higher murder per capita rate from guns. It does. Is it substantially higher? No, not necessarily. As far as the cities are concerned, it's always the blue cities that tend to have the high rates of crime and whatnot. So again, when it comes down to cities like Baltimore, Chicago, I mean, there's definitely very, very high crime rates there. But if you look at crime overall, just the red states, I will openly admit that just because you're in a red state doesn't mean the crime rates are necessarily that much lower. I think ARs are responsible for the least amount of deaths. Yeah, I think so. The vast majority of deaths are from handguns. It's more practical. If you're going to actually go out and off someone, to go around with an AR to do that, I mean, it's there's some people out there that are doing it for mass shootings, but for if it's like some type of revenge thing or something personal, you're not going to use an AR to do that. It makes no sense. In comparison to other countries, David, yes, U.S. does have a high murder rate when it comes to guns and gun ownership. That's a statistic that, I'm not going to sit here and argue, because it is true. U.S. does have very high gun death rates. It is one of the highest in the world. What's the root cause of it? Well, some people will say it is guns. There are other countries that have very high gun ownership, and they don't have as high of a death rate. Some countries is because the population is more homogenous. They have less wealth disparity and things like that. Whereas here in America, as I mentioned, we have very, very severe cultural disparity, wealth disparity, socioeconomic disparity. So America has more friction than a lot of other countries out there. That's because of the fact that America is a melting pot for the world compared to other guns. Yeah, exactly. So we need to look at Australia with guns. What Australia did is pretty much require a buyback program, or actually just make it outlawed to actually own any guns. As far as I'm concerned, David, I mean, again, people like me who live in the middle of nowhere, we need guns for protection, not necessarily against other people, against animals and wild animals that we have roaming around our property. So I don't know how, if you look at how substantial the rural population in the United States is, how many people live with wild predators around their area. We're not talking people, but we're talking wild animals and things like that. It would be incredibly challenging to try to have that kind of same policy and program pushed in the United States. Australia, big country, but if you look at how many people actually live in the rural parts of Australia, it's a substantially smaller population than the proportion than compared to the United States. So that's why it was politically easier for them to make to force that through. In the U.S., that would be hard. It would be hard. You have a lot of people that live in the flyover states where they wouldn't be okay with that. So again, even for myself, I mean, I live in California. If you heard me talk about the previous owner of my ranch, he was shot and killed. He had guns, and having a gun just makes the fight fairer. It doesn't guarantee that you're actually going to win. if you remove guns, they're just going to use cars. Yeah, if you remove guns, I mean that's always the argument. If you remove this, they'll always use something else to kill, whether it's guns or whether it's cars, knives, or any other object out there, a bow and arrow, a sword, or they're going to make their own firearm, like how the Prime Minister of Japan was assassinated. There's always ways around it. So if just removing guns, just if again, right now, today, 2024, if we just ban guns outright right now, there's over 300 million guns out there right now in the United States. I don't know what you're going to do, what you propose to do in with all those guns out there right now, and if you want to require all those people to give their guns back, again, anyone who proposes that kind of law in America, that's political suicide. Homicide rate in Japan is extremely low. Yeah, David, homogenous population, trust factor very high in their society. It's the same thing with the Scandinavian countries. There's a lot of countries out there where homicide rate is low. Does that mean Japan is a perfect society or a better society? It's all relative. Japan is also a very unhappy society and also a very high suicide rate society. Just because homicide rate is low, is that just because partially, yeah, it is because they lack access to weapons. And Japan has very, very strict gun laws. It's to the point where if you even accidentally bring in a live ammunition around by accident into some of these countries, you'll get into trouble with that, David. So again, that ship has sailed a long time ago in America. That ship has sailed a long time ago in America. The only question is, what do you do about it now? I don't think guns are the problem. It's how people are using them. Yeah, absolutely, Tina. So at the end of the day, it is a mental health issue for a lot of people who are committing mass shootings. And as far as crimes of passion, that's because we can't control our emotions. That's always been the case. And if we commit a crime of passion, whether we have guns or not, we'll use something else. Just like who was it that mentioned that? Someone else mentioned that earlier. We'll use something else. Easy access to firearms is the problem. Well, California has some pretty strict laws about the access to firearms. We have to do a background check. People make it sound like it's really easy to buy guns in California, but it's not. So, I mean, if you want to propose more rules and regulations, require I don't know what more you would require, but if there was something practical that could be done to screen gun ownership, okay, that's something that as a gun owner myself, I'm okay with the notion of having having some obstacles to procuring guns. That's something I'm okay with, David. But again, California is one of those states that have one of the strictest access to guns, and yet that doesn't mean the amount of gun crime here has drastically changed. California Creator says exactly. He thinks Fauci is lying about the gain function research. I don't know, Stephen. I really don't. I can't say one way or the other about whether or not the gain of function research is whether he's telling the truth or not. I don't have the access to the data. I don't have any of the access to the information for me to make a decision one way or the other. And for me personally, it doesn't really matter. So sorry, but that's I don't have the information to answer that question. Japan is a higher class culture, extremely educated and raised completely different. I mean, I guess you can say that, Airedale. But the main thing is you have a homogenous population. You don't have racial conflict in Japan. You don't even have that much socio-economic conflict in Japan. After World War II, with the exception of the ruling class, everyone's all the same. You don't have a samurai class anymore. So, when everyone's starting off on the same page, it's a lot easier for you to have a harmony within the society. As we're just talking about Scandinavian countries too. You can have these policies in Scandinavia because people trust each other, whereas the United States, we are the melting pot of immigrants from various countries around the world. So it's getting so many people from different backgrounds to agree on something is absolutely challenging here in America. So Pete, you skipped my post. I did say that. Any light bulbs coming on? I don't know what that was in reference to, Airedale. Sorry, some of the comments either did not post, or I think your comment might have been censored as well, Airedale. So sorry. I'm going to Japan in 2025 March. Can't worry. Dash, yeah. Most countries out there, I never worry about traveling. Having said that, are there bad places in each of these countries? Probably. There's if you go to some shady areas in any country out there, I didn't mean worry, I meant I can't wait. Sorry. Okay, can't wait. Gotcha, Dash. Yeah. When it comes down to the safety of these other countries, that's the thing. I see, even amongst friends and family from Korea as well, because of how much news and media exposure they see about all the gun crime happening in America right now, they are very afraid of coming out here. Having lived here most of my life, how many times have I personally been in a situation where, there's been I'm afraid of people with guns or whatnot, despite the number of years I've been around. Very, very few. I would never go around telling people that America is a dangerous country. Are there dangerous parts in the United States? Absolutely. If you're going down Skid Row in LA, where you have a bunch of homeless people and whatnot in the middle of the night, then yeah, there is a good likelihood of you getting stabbed for no reason. But it's all about context. To tell you the truth, I feel safer in other countries. I mean, Dash, if you do, that's great. Again, it's about your specific neighborhood, your specific area. Here in California, like Irvine, one of the safest cities in the country, and people there don't really complain about safety. If you go to some other cities around here, it's not safe. You go to San Francisco right now, you park your car, people leave their windows open because the likelihood of your car getting broken into very, very high. Hey man, thanks a bunch for being on live. Had a hard month and I have no one to talk to. No problem, Andrew. I'll be in Thailand in 2 weeks, so different and comfortable. Airedale, it's cost of living is so cheap out there too. So definitely. I'm not a tropical paradise type of guy, so I don't enjoy that. But as long as that's for you, Airedale, I'm glad you'll be enjoying that. Oh my God, I just moved from Laguna Beach to Las Vegas. I miss Cali. What's your reasons for missing Cali? Las Vegas is summertime. It's hot as hell. There's not much around. Jake, I'm in Whittier. I'm in Downey, so I'm not that far from you. Everyone is afraid to call it like it is. Yes, California feels so safe as long as it's not a big city. Yeah, that's for sure. I've been to some of the rural towns out here. Very, very safe. Very, very homely. People are genuinely nice in the countryside. But the big cities in California, San Francisco, Oakland right now, downtown LA. Little Tokyo, where Skid Row is. I've done some deployments out there with my robots. Holy cow! So there's literally homeless people right in front of the city hall, right next to Little Tokyo. So there's a 101 underpass, and as you're driving up the 101, you see a bunch of tents right above a freeway in the middle of downtown LA. It's very good to listen. You're very informative. Thank you, Andrew. It's awesome. It is the lack of effort to change gun regulation despite children getting killed. It says a lot about. It is the lack of effort to change gun regulation. It says a lot about a nation that doesn't protect their children. So, again, David, I agree with you in sentiment. But the question is realistically how as I mentioned, even if we stop selling guns today, right now. There's 300 million guns out there. What are we going to do about that? And as I mentioned, whether you're on the left or on the right, if you try to have the government take back the property of private individuals, I can guarantee you that the politician will not be elected again. So we can, as far as addressing the root cause, as far as mental health and whatnot, I think that's something that we can do to try to address it, because there are some countries out there that do have high gun ownership rates and have lower homicide rates than the U.S. So I think that would be a better step in the right direction. Granted, where we are in the U.S. right now, I can't stand the heat. I hate crime. The Rockies for the win. Yeah, Andrew. That's a good reason to be in the Rockies. Maybe I can meet you one day, Jake. Perhaps. Only a few miles away. About a nation that doesn't protect their children. I moved out to Vegas for a job. Irvine was voted. Yeah, I know that Irvine was voted one of the safest places in not just in California. It's one of the safest places in the United States. But the thing is, when I go to Irvine, it feels like communist China. 70-80% of new homes were being bought out by the Chinese at one point. For them, they're like, oh, this is just like home for them. So that's the reason why so many Chinese people, mainlanders, were buying up homes in Irvine. The amount of control that the HOAs have out there and the city of Irvine, it's pretty egregious. I can never picture myself living in Irvine. I can never picture myself living out there. But that's just me personally. I like to be able to do what I want to do on my home and fix it up the way I want and take care of it the way I want. So again, for me personally, Irvine would not be a place that I can ever see myself living. There are tons of homeless and immigrants in Denver. It's crazy. Yeah, Andrew, it's growing, but again, you guys have nowhere the amount that we have here in California right now. Pete, have you seen the Jetson battery powered air car? Pull it up. I can see you manufacturing these there now. I have seen the different air vehicles out there, I've been going to CES for years. I've seen the EHung one the first year it came out. They had a couple at CES this past year as well, or earlier this year as well. But what about them? Most of these have abysmal range. It's really going to be a toy for the rich to be able to commute. It's not for the general public or the average Joe to be able to get these things. They go to the bathroom in the streets. Yes, George, exactly. Prior to Karen Bass, there were a couple miles that I drove through where I saw homeless encampments lined both sides of the street for miles. Looks like they did clean up some of that, but it just looks like they displaced them. Doesn't seem like they actually took care of the root of the problem. They just moved them elsewhere. What foreigners are killing millions of people here without guns, children, and family? What foreigners are killing millions of people here without guns, children, and families? I'm not sure what your question is, but we don't have millions of people that are dying here in the United States, so I'm not sure what you mean there. World is yours. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Irvine has homeless people. Yes. Sorry. Where am I? You have a lot of common sense. Why don't you run for president? I mentioned earlier, Dash. I don't want to get involved with politics. You do something right, they'll bitch at you. You do something wrong, they'll bitch at you. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Education would help. Yeah, education would definitely help. Drugs, religions. If you think religion is a major cost of problem, then I don't know what to say to you, world. Irvine has homeless people as well and a ton of rehabs. Pete, forget the weapons protected by Second Amendments. Abuses Irvine represent. Katie. Technology owned by Irvine Company. Isn't Costa Mesa right next to Irvine? It is. It's right next to Irvine. Jetson Air Car. Pete, look it up. It's only going to get worse. Good night there, David. Hey, how's it going, Katie? Baker families to abuse force subsidies. I don't know why I have to approve your comment there. World is yours. I'm not sure what you're getting at. The Second Amendment is an absolute requirement for protection against a tyrannical government. Yeah, that's what the Bill of Rights were. So again, it's been the rule of that's been the founding, one of the 10 founding bits of law here in America. So. If you don't like it, I don't know what you're suggesting to do about it. You can try to create an amendment to change that. I mean, individual states have tried to do something about that, but that's as far as it's going to get, guys. It's not. Well, if you want to say it's not constitutional at all, that's fine. That's your opinion. But good luck convincing other people. COVID injections, viruses, mind stalking. Oh my goodness! Just the type that persecute for forced Armageddon against certain people and families targeting it. You don't even sound coherent there. World is yours. Hello, my friend. I've been good, Buck. World is yours. I'm not sure what you're talking about, what you're getting at. Heading out to the cabin for a month, the end of June, and can't wait to get away from reality for a while. That's nice, Buck. Guys, if you're enjoying this, again, tap that like button, share, and follow, guys. And if you guys are interested in batteries for your off or on-grid home, be sure to sign up for it at my website at allthingsoffgrid.com. As we were just talking about right now, we were just talking about the discussion of gun control in America right now. I don't know how we got to that conversation right now. We started off with Border Patrol and illegal immigration, and somehow we ended up with talking about guns. But again, where things are right now, I mean, this is a country that has 300 plus million guns in the hands of private individuals. If we were to ban the sales of new guns today, what are you going to do to address all those guns that are in the hands of Americans right now? I don't have the. I don't have the answer to that. I don't have the answer to that, guys. I'm just saying that when it comes to when we're facing the facts and the reality of the situation, that's what it is. As I mentioned, if any politician out there proposes mandatory buybacks of guns or voluntary buybacks or voluntary returns of guns, you're going to basically, your political career is basically toast. So 1776 independence for constitutionalists. This is only the reason why we're still here and not dead. I really don't know what to say in response to you. What are you trying to say? World is yours. Sorry, I there's a lot of incoherent things that you just mentioned right now. So sorry, I don't know what to say in response to you. Someone just mentioned AR-15s just a moment ago. I was just talking about the bar safaris just a moment ago, and how even if we got rid of all the AR-15s on the road, on the street right now, there's plenty of other guns that are equally, if not more powerful. Bring him up as a guest. Turning into a robot factory forced by imperialists. Okay, I'm okay with that. World is yours. I sell robots, so I should be all in favor of that. Maybe I'm an imperialist then. I'm one of the poorest imperialists you'll know. With my day job selling robots. So. That's kind of interesting to hear and say. All I know is that I want to come out and go camping at your ranch one of these days. Maybe we'll make that happen, Johnny. They probably pre-programmed you. They probably pre-programmed you. How do you pre-program somebody? How do you pre-program is programming before? What caliber is that bar? I believe the bar Safari is available in 30-06 and probably 308. Let me see here. What is it available? It's available in there's a list of all the caliber it's available in. 308 Win, 25-06, 270 Win, 30-06, 300 Win Mag, 7mm Rem Mag. 3038 Win Mag. Again, every single one of these calibers are stronger than a 223 and a 223 Rem and a AR-15. And again, this is a semi-auto, guys. If you think an AR-15 is dangerous, this gun is far more dangerous. I've got that 270. Gotcha. No, I don't have a bar Safari. I was just bringing it up because someone mentioned about AR-15s and how we should be banning those, and I'm like, well, if you banned AR-15s, there's a gun called a bar Safari that's semi-auto and much more powerful. Using drone satellites, that's my conclusion. I invest in families' protection rights under the Constitution. I don't know what you're talking about, world is yours. I'm looking at different mountings for solar. What do you recommend for water tightness, PNW, Unirak? Chive Dumplings, if you're curious what I did, let me see if I can pull up some pictures of how I did my install. Just so you have an idea of how I personally installed it. So I use uni struts, or basically they're also known as super struts. That's what I personally use because it was simple for me. It's easily obtainable. So again, that's what I personally used, and that made the installation very quick and easy for me. If you want to see what that kind of setup entails, let me see if I can pull up some pictures for you to look at so you can have some context as far as how I did my installation at my place. Let me see where some of the pictures are. I did take a handful of pictures of me installing the solar panels on my roof. So I'm gonna see if I can pull that up in a moment here, guys. I have so many pictures that it's kind of hard for me to find things. So just give me a moment while I pull it up. Definitely after that. What are you selling? I sell batteries. That's my background is in working with lithium batteries. Let's see here. Where are the pictures and videos of me installing my solar panels? Just give me a sec, guys. That topic comes up often and people want to see how I did my install. So as I mentioned, I'm all for DIY solar. It saves a tremendous amount of money to do the work yourself, and the ROI is incredibly quick if you do the work yourself. And let's see here. So let's see here. So here are the pictures. I do sell robots to world is yours. Sorry, I do robots and batteries. Problem is house is SIP, no rafters. Ooh, that gets a bit challenging, Chive. You have no rafters in your ceiling. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about that. So Chive, so I did the installation myself. I use super struts and mounted them on my roof like that, and that's how I mounted the panels on my house. Let me pull up the other. So if you want to see how I did it on the other side, I just used these 2-inch segments of super struts and cut them into pieces like so. Galvanized coated them, and these are into the roof truss, and applied sealant and bolted them in that way. So this is how I did the solar mounting on my roof. Incredibly rigid and pretty cheap. So that's how I've personally done it, Chive. Yeah, if you're using SIP, there's honestly, I can't think of any other way. If you have raw SIP, the best thing to do would be just to apply the panels directly on it with sealant. Maybe that might be the best way to do it, Chive. I don't know how else you would securely mount panels on SIP. That's I really can't think of anything. If you don't have any truss or some kind of rafter or for you to screw in your the mounting system, I'm not sure how that's going to work. There's no strategy. Oh, I thought you said you sold robots. Yes, I do. Cacao Buck, yes, that was Cacao. That was my wife messaging me. Can you send robots to monitor the bankers of the EU and a bunch of the leaders so they minimize corruption? My robot's clean. World is yours. So if you want a cleaning robot, like a 400-pound Roomba, that's what my robots do. So I kept getting so many ads for free solar in Cali. Yeah, you know, those are all pretty much scams. There's no such thing as free solar. Think about it, guys. I mean, that's absolute nonsense, right? I mounted on side of cabin. Yeah, that's another option too. But I mean, Buck, he said he has SIP panels. SIP panels, they're structurally integrated panels, and there's no wood frame or any kind of a structural thing for you to mount it on. It's literally foam panels that have mixed in with plywood already built in, and it doesn't have it doesn't use standard home framing using 2x4s or 2x6s. So that's why his question is really challenging for me to address, because I honestly don't know. You might be best off just applying sealant on the back of the solar panels and just mounting it on the side of the panel, like on the side of the cabin on the SIP panels. I really can't think of another way, guys. But again, this is how I personally mounted my panels, guys, and it's gotten the job done for me. It's very effective, and again, if you saw me, go through 1,000 feet of PV wire just to install my solar. Again, I did all the work myself. It was challenging to do, but it took about 40-50 hours, and I started my work in the late afternoon, so it's not too hot. Finished my days around 10 o'clock, and took just under 10 days, like 5 hours a day, to install all my solar. And again, the hardest thing for my solar was not necessarily mounting the solar panels, guys. It was actually routing the wire underneath the house and trenching. That was by far the most difficult aspect of me installing solar at my place. So again, I just used a scaffold. I went up on the roof, moved the panels up one by one, did all the wiring, and it wasn't that hard to do. And if you see, I've also installed my mini split here as well. Let me see if I can pull up the pictures of the mini split installation here as well. So I got myself a 2-ton unit, and installed, let's see, where is the pictures of the mini split here? It's got to be here somewhere. So I built the structure like that using super struts, and got myself a 2-ton unit, got it positioned in place. That was the original air conditioning unit right next to it. So if you guys have ever seen me do my live streams at my ranch, that's what it looked like. And again, I did all that work myself. My original plan with this system was that I was going to have 3 heat pumps, one on top of this, another 2-ton, because this is a 4-ton air conditioning unit. So that's a 2-ton mini split. I thought I would need 2 of them, but it turns out this is powerful enough to keep the whole house warm and cool. So that's why I didn't install anything above that. And then at the very bottom here, I'm thinking about possibly putting together a mini split to also heat the water for my hot tub, which is what you see right there. So maybe we can invest in that or find someone to fund it. I'm not sure what that was in regards to. They clean dirty trails for central banking system under 4 continents. I'm not sure how you would do that. World is yours. What if I do no solar but wanted to take advantage of nightly rates or outages? Is that an option? Chive, it is. Arbitrage is very difficult to break even. It's not, unless you have a very, very big difference in your cost of electricity between your between your peak and off-peak rates. It's very, very difficult to do. Very difficult. So I don't think it necessarily makes that much sense to do. And the whole point of doing it with solar is also the potential of you being able to be completely off grid if you want to. So if the grid goes down, you can actually have batteries and emergency battery backup. Whereas if you get a grid tie unit, when the grid goes down, you're kind of SOL there. Have you tried any wind turbines, Buck? Wind turbines, residential wind turbines are crap. They're mostly garbage. They're very expensive. As I mentioned, I spent $8,000 on my 16.5 kilowatts of solar array. It only cost me $8,000 to generate 70 to 140 kilowatt hours of electricity a day. A wind turbine would have cost me double that, and I would have only gotten 1/5 of the amount of electricity. 1/5. So it would basically be a magnitude worse in terms of cost per kilowatt hour to use a wind turbine. intermittent as well. We have days that are incredibly windy, and then we have days where it's incredibly still. So our area is just very challenging to do at wind. Residential wind, again, most of them don't have any furling mechanism. No, most of them don't have a gearbox. So unless you have a means to brake and slow down wind turbines when you have very, very high speed wind gusts, in which place our wind on our property, we have registered 100+ mile/hour winds. Wind turbines produce 4 times as much power every time the wind speed doubles. So if you have a wind turbine that's rated for 3,000 watts at 20 miles per hour, at 40 miles per hour it'd be 12,000 watts. At 80 miles per hour it would be 48,000 watts. So unless I have a 48,000 watt dump load, and we do see 80 mile per hour winds at our place, wind turbines wouldn't work. I'm tired of those 5G signals eradicating American privacy rights. Can the robot cleaning block our signal? World is yours. If you're tired of 5G signals, what are you doing being on TikTok right now? Just turn off your phone. Get yourself off of these digital platforms. 5G signals it's just radio signals for you to communicate. I don't see how that has anything to do with American privacy rights. It's basically an extension of Wi-Fi that's where you're attached to the cellular phone company. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. What I was going to try. What is the maximum draw on your battery system you sell? We have electric tankless 80 amps. That depends on how big of a battery, Chive, and how big of an inverter you get. So if you're talking about an electric tankless water heater, holy cow, 80 amps at 240 volts so do you already have an inverter right now, Chive? Again, that's what that's 20,000 watts. So you would need at least 3 Outback Radians inverters. Those inverters by themselves cost about 95 grand to do to just handle that much power and current. As far as 24,000 watts, that's not particularly challenging. My battery setup right now is capable of discharging up to 1,000 amps at 48 volts, so it can put out 50,000 watts. So again, it depends on how big of a battery pack you put together, Chive, and how you wire up your inverters. So again, 80 amps times 240 would put you at about 20,000 watts. I want to make our smaller ADU be okay for a storm that knocks out for 3 days. So again, Chive, it comes down to your usage. I don't know what your usage looks like. I always mention to you guys, if you want to know how much you should invest, how big of a battery you need, or how many inverters that you need, it comes down to what your usage patterns look like. It comes down to what kind of systems you have. I don't have that information, Chive, so I don't know. You just mentioned a smaller ADU. I don't know what kind of loads that you'll see there. I don't know what your daily use is going to look like on a good day or a bad day. 35 kilowatt hours usage for a small ADU is huge. 35 kilowatt hours is more than the average American home. So that's a pretty substantial system that you're referring to. Chive, if you want me to run through some of the numbers, let's do that right now, guys. Let's look at some of the battery systems out there. So if we go down, these are the various different battery systems out there that are available. This is the price per kilowatt, in terms of the kilowatt, it should be per kilowatt hour. And so the average cost for all these battery systems is roughly around $800 per kilowatt hour. Again, these battery packs aren't that big. If you heard me talking about how big the average American home uses 30 kilowatt hours, a Tesla Powerwall that you see right here, Powerwall 2 and Powerwall 3, is 13,500 kilowatt hours. So if you wanted to have a battery system that's big enough for 30 kilowatt hours, you would need to get 3 of them. Tesla Powerwall by themselves cost about $9,000 to $10,000 a unit, plus cost of install and all that. So it typically comes out to $40,000 to $45,000 for 3 units. That would only get you to 40.5 kilowatt hours of capacity. I've also made a chart that shows what their battery life cycle ratings look like. So if you look at Powerwall here, after 3,500 cycles, it will only have 70% of its original capacity. So if you have 40.5 kilowatt hour battery and you were just discharging 30 kilowatt hours a day, that's 74% of your electricity battery's capacity. And after 10 years, if you only have 70% of the original battery capacity, that means after 10 years, you're going to have to get additional batteries to make sure you have enough power to power you through the evening. So for that kind of money, you can get for $45,000, let's say, you can get 3 Outback Radians. We just talked about Outback Radian just a moment ago. That's this inverter right here. $3,000 to get 3 of them, then I'll be able to put out 24,000 watts. And that, you know, the inverters themselves about $9,500. If you need some charge controller with solar, nice charge controllers I personally recommend are these FlexMax 80s or Midnight Solar Classic 150s or 200s or 250s. So those are the models that I would personally recommend. And that would set you back about 12 grand or so, 12, 13 grand. That leaves you another $30,000 to buy batteries. With $30,000, you can buy 200 kilowatt hours of batteries from me instead of a 40 kilowatt hour battery from Tesla Powerwall, from Tesla. So on a Tesla, if you're using 30 kilowatt hours a day, after 10 years, you need to buy another battery. If you get my batteries, a 200 kilowatt hour pack, that would be enormous. If you're only using 30 kilowatt hours a day on my 200 kilowatt hour battery pack, you'll get over 50 years of use out of it. You'll get over 50 years of use out of it. So if you spend 45 grand on a Tesla Powerwall now, after 10 years, you're going to have to buy at least 1 more battery, if not more. If you spend $45,000 on my system right now with these good quality charge controllers, inverters, and our batteries, the system, at least the battery for sure, will last you 50 years. The inverters figure it going out every 10, 15, 20 years. Charge controllers about the same thing. And again, the nice thing about getting these type of systems, whether it's Midnight Solar, Victron, Outback, or Morningstar, is you can replace them. You can replace them. Just because a lot of people were asking, I even wrote down what years these companies were founded. Victron was founded in 1975, guys. Morningstar in 1993. Outback Solar was founded in 2001. Midnight Solar has been founded in 2005. So all of these companies have been in business for some time. The TriStar MPPT charge controller from Morningstar has been around since 2009. The FlexMax charge controller from Outback has been around since 2001. And their Radiant inverter has been around since at least 2014. So again, if you get any of these units, these are inverters and charge controllers that have been around for at least 10, 15, 20 years. It's a proven design. And again, if you don't like it and you're not happy with it, you can swap it out from a different brand. Since today, let's see here. You're exactly correct. I'm living in a one big cellular signal controlled city environment. Do you think the market is crashing? Cuban Ranger? I don't know. I haven't been checking the market at all. I don't have the bandwidth to check on the market, and that's never been my thing. So I really don't know. Do I believe it's overheated? Yeah. Should it crash at some point? Yeah. But I haven't been seeing it up close enough to judge one way or the other about that question. Sorry. Since the day I was born, I need to get away from this cult sect empire that are slowly turning people into alien bots. Then the world is yours. You should get an off-grid ranch like I did. So you don't have to deal with the cult sect empire. Better off with a tank water heater, runs off 20 amp and more reliable. Need only run 3 hours a day with timer. Yeah, Stephen, absolutely. Even better if you get a heat pump unit. Get yourself a Chinese heat pump. Not that expensive, and it's a hell of a lot more efficient than a resistive water heater. You can run that. If you want to look at what a spec for one of those units look like, they might be putting out 15, 20, 25,000 BTUs with just using a little over 1,000 watts of electricity for one of those units. So yeah, tank is definitely the way to go to have thermal storage and not to have so much strain on the demand. That would be definitely the best way to go. I could probably manufacture self-propelled power grid systems, but I bet they would not like that idea. World is yours if you can. Why don't you do it? Last 50 years, doesn't battery lose capacity over time? Stephen, it does if you are deeply discharging it, deeply cycling them. So again, if we had the example that I was using is if you had $30,000 to spend on my batteries, I would get you a 200 kilowatt hour battery. And if you're only using 15%, 30 kilowatt hours a day, because again, even when it comes to these batteries, over time it's gonna lose capacity. Yeah, but if you're only using 15% of the power, After, if you're only discharging 15% of the way, the battery is going to have about 15 to 20,000 cycle life. And after 15 to 20,000 cycle life, you'll still have 70 to 80% of its original battery capacity left. So that means is 15,000 is what, 40 some odd years. So even if you only use 30 kilowatt hours a day on a 200 kilowatt hour battery pack, after 50 years, you'll still have 70 to 80% of its original battery capacity left. So if your original battery capacity was 200 kilowatt hours, if you lose 20%, you're at 160. If you have 30%, you're at 140 kilowatt hours. And if you're only using 30 kilowatt hours a day, it will still last you another 50 years, Stephen. LFP batteries, that's the one thing about them. The linear degradation rate is very, very consistent. So just because they've been sitting around for 50 years does not mean that they just automatically degrade. I will eventually, soon as I sell some stuff, don't answer that. Okay, well, again, world is yours. If you have a solution to the world's power problems or generating an energy storage system, by all means. On our channel here, we talk about lithium batteries and renewable energy all the time, because that's the main topic that we go over here, and we always espouse. Again, I'm not a tree hugger by any means, but solar is cheap, and I live off the grid, so it's not like I have any other choice anyway. But again, if you're interested in batteries, guys, you can sign up for it at my website at allthingsoffgrid.com. We've been testing total of 70 to 80 different battery cells over the past since December of last year. We have the cells in stock right now. These are 100 amp hour and 300 amp hour cells. They are fully vetted and tested, and if you want to sign up for it, you can go to my website at allthingsoffgrid.com, and we will customize the battery pack. And if you have any questions on what kind of charge controllers to use, what kind of solar panels to use, what kind of inverters to use, how big of a battery you need, and customize the battery pack to fit your shelves, for example, we can make all of that happen. I'm trying to block that out of my mind, any development production, maybe after I'm far away from the signals. Okay, world is yours. If nobody's stopping you, I'm not sure why you're sharing that in a public space right now. If you don't want that, or if you don't want people to be listening in on your conversation, then why would you share that on TikTok, of all places, one of the most public platforms out there, that where they are absolutely listening in on everything, and they're also exercising heavy censorship on this platform. Oh, I don't care. You just said you don't. You want to get away from everything. I think they care more than I do. I don't know. World is yours. That sounds very contradictory. I'm not quite getting you. Not quite getting you. Yeah. If you're curious about lithium batteries or batteries in general, I mean, we've talked a lot about batteries on our channel here. I have, for example, lithium titanium oxide batteries here. We got a bunch of sodium ion cells here as well. I have some NCM cells like this, LFP cells. We also talked about zinc bromide batteries on our channel. I've been working with batteries for the past 20 years, going to visit all the factories in China and whatnot. So that's what my background is, and the part of the reason why I do this live stream and why I do this channel is so that I can give you guys, especially you off-gridders, a good source of tested batteries, and we can go over exactly what's the best way to set up your systems for your off or on-grid battery setup or energy storage setup. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll let you on your business. I just got distracted. I love getting distracted. Okay. That's great. World is yours. I'm glad you like to get distracted. Not sure how to respond to that, buddy. I'm not entirely sure how to respond to that. So again, if you enjoy getting distracted, I don't know. What do other people say to you if you tell them that? I'm curious. What's the proper thing to respond to you with if you tell somebody off the street your show is very distracting? Okay. My show is very distracting. For all you other guys in my on my live stream right now, is my show very distracting? Wrong word choice. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Not really entirely sure. I mean, it's good to watch. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the content world is yours. I'm glad. I'm glad I'm not boring you. That's my main concern. I don't want to bore any of you guys. So again, appreciate that. It's very interesting, so it can distract you from other things informative. I mean, again, he probably wouldn't be watching if I was boring, right? That would be kind of ironic, right? So, are iPhone batteries any good? Are you talking about built-in phones on the iPhone, user 2588? When it comes to cell phone batteries, vast majority of them use some variant of lithium cobalt oxide batteries, whether it's LCO or NCM batteries. So the cycle life of most batteries for phones is typically 500 to 1,000 cycles with 70 to 80% capacity left. If you charge your battery up to 100% all the time and you fully discharge your battery all the way, then the most cycle life you will get after 500 cycles is about 70% of the original battery capacity. Apple does not manufacture any of their batteries. Those are all mainly manufactured by some of the other lithium battery companies out there. So whether it's an iPhone or a Galaxy phone from Samsung or any other consumer electronics good, user 2588, the battery performance parameters are going to be very, very similar for all the models out there. So you're not going to see too much variation. If you want the batteries to last long, some of these new phones, they have the ability to only charge up to 80%. If you have that, enable that if you want the batteries to last a bit longer. How did they start up the gun rights conversation earlier? I just flipped it on the right when they mentioned it. I do believe David just asked me what my thoughts are on the AR-15 and banning that. I think that's where it came up. Prior to that, we were talking about illegal immigration and how effective a border wall would be. I'm not anti-immigration, and if anything, I do want to have immigration policy in America where we have a rule of law and that people follow, and we're able to hold people accountable. That's all I'm looking for when it comes to immigration policy in America, because that's what every other responsible country out there is doing. Well, because you're selling off-grid items, you want to be safe for families and people. I'm not sure. I don't talk about the safety of families and people. It was just something one of my followers brought up. I do sell things for off-grid people. Close to border walls. I'm not close to a border wall. Wasn't iPhone sued for intentional battery consumption? No, Steven. I really don't think it was purely intentional. It's just a fact. Well, no, I take that back. There was the one that you're referring to. There was a code that they implemented in one of their firmware updates where it reports the battery to be lower than it actually was. So that's what you're referring to. But as far as lithium batteries are concerned, they have a limited cycle life on them, especially the high energy density cells that we have in our cell phone batteries. So after a year or two, their capacity does drop quite a bit. If you're one of those people who charge up their battery at night all the way, and the next day you come back, and by the time you charge it up again, you're down to 20-30% of your battery's life. After a year or two, your battery capacity will drop quite a bit, 20 to 30%. NCM batteries are not as resilient as LFP batteries. Nobody makes an LFP battery for cell phones because the energy density is so terrible, and it weighs so much. So again, when it comes to cell phone batteries, they always use the ones that have the highest energy density to try to keep the phones as light as possible. But those batteries that have the highest energy density, their drawback is their cycle life isn't all that great. So I've seen there's a Kickstarter for companies that make battery chargers that only charge up to 80%. Thought that was interesting, but that's certainly a way to extend the life of your batteries, guys. If you have, again, iPhone and Galaxy phones, they do have a setting where you can limit the charge up to 80%. Why is it then that if you install new batteries in older phones, it doesn't make a difference? It should. Stephen, unless the new battery that you bought is not the original capacity and not what the status spec is. I've replaced the battery on one of my phones twice already. Every time I've installed a new battery, the capacity is definitely there. One time I had to replace it because the cell started swelling. Actually, it happened twice. What new battery composition types are looking better than lithium? Zip. I think there's still plenty of room for lithium to grow. Plenty of room. So right now, when it comes to energy density, the leading candidates are NCA and NCM batteries, nickel, cobalt, aluminum, and nickel, cobalt, manganese batteries, or NCMA as well. There's one or two companies that make NCMA cathodes. But the watt hours per liter of those battery chemistries are still rising right now. NCM is the most common, and NCM and NCA are most common for all EVs right now. So if you're driving an electric truck or electric car, for example, Samsung SDI, LG Chem, and SK with their joint ventures, Samsung with Stellantis, LG with GM with the Ultium batteries, SK with Ford with the Blue Oval. Those are all NCM batteries. Those all have a 700 plus watt hours per liter energy density. It's rising at a pretty slow rate, about 10% every few years. But again, if enough time goes by, we're going to hit a time where lithium batteries are better than internal combustion engine in every way. The only other thing, people ask me what my thoughts are on solid state batteries. Solid state batteries will be commercialized in the next couple of years here. They're just going to be very, very expensive to begin with. So solid state batteries definitely have potential, but the energy density is going to be a little bit higher. It's going to be safer, better charge cycles, but it's going to be a hell of a lot more expensive than any of the conventional battery chemistries we have right now. So if you're just asking what's better, solid state batteries will be better, but it will also be a lot more expensive. And same thing with, we talked about zinc air and zinc bromide batteries, even sodium ion batteries. Sodium ion batteries, these are like, for example, like lithium titanium oxide batteries. These are batteries that are more for, this one, LTOs are good for cold performance. Sodium ion batteries have the potential to lower cost. So they're kind of in different directions in terms of what they're trying to achieve. So again, EVs, you want high energy density. You want high performance. So NCM and solid state batteries is definitely the right direction there. LTO is a really challenging chemistry because, again, these do operate at really low temperatures. The cycle life on these batteries is extremely amazing. We're talking 20, 30, 50,000 charge cycles on these batteries, but the energy density is pretty low. They're very heavy. This one right here, 2.3 volts and 35 amp hours. And it's basically similar battery electrical capacity between these two cells. This is a sodium ion cell too, and this is substantially heavier. And again, this is about 70 watt hours. This one right here is 54 watt hours. If I show this right here is a 20 amp hour LFP battery. This one has the same capacity as this battery right here. It's quite a bit lighter, and this is a LFP. If there's an NCM battery, it's even smaller than this. So just again, there's batteries for different different chemistry batteries for different applications. Which ones make sense in military applications in the future? All of them are it's not about military application or not. Every single one has a very specific niche that they're good at. So LTO batteries like this, as I mentioned, works down to minus 55, minus 60 degrees. So if you need something that's cold temp and very high energy, very high specific power density, these batteries are good for that purpose, even though it's quite a lot more expensive per watt hour than the other chemistry that we just talked about, and it's pretty heavy. But again, if you're, for example, a military tank that has to operate in, Arctic Circle, then these battery cells might make sense for you. If you want just high energy density, NCM cells work. If you just want a good cycle life, LFP batteries for the most part will work. So again, Zip, it's not about whether it's military or not. It's more of which specific application in the military. Something like, for example, if you want a batteries for a fighter jet to reduce your weight as much as possible, NCM or solid state's going to be the way to go. If you need cold temp, like I said, LTO is going to be the way to go. If you need just a lot of capacity that's not volatile, then LFP is the way to go. So it's more application driven rather than what type of end user is using it. So again, if you guys have any other questions about batteries, guys, feel free to ask. That's my expertise as far as my background in business and what I've been studying and whatnot for the past 2 decades here. And again, if you guys are looking to buy batteries, guys, for your off-grid or on-grid home, you can sign up for it on my website at allthingsoffgrid.com. I will post up the page here real quick. Again, there's not really much on the website right now, guys. The only thing I really have on the website right now is just the battery wait list. If you fill out this form, there's a couple of questions that we have on here. I will reach out to you by email probably the next day or the day after, and we'll just set up a quick 30-minute conference call. You tell me what you're looking for, what you want to do, and I'll sit here and figure out how to go about achieving that, which charge controllers you need, what kind of solar panels you need, what kind of inverters you need, how many batteries you need. If you want me to go over your utility bill or go over your usage patterns or see how much solar will produce in terms of power in your specific area, we can do all those calculations. So again, all that information I provide for free. The only thing I ask is just buy the battery cells from me. We've priced our cells to be about $150 per kilowatt hour, including the custom bus bars and all that. So again, there are plenty of cheaper battery cells out there. The question is, can you trust them? If you guys have heard me talking about 18650 cells and buying Chinese cells off of other suppliers online right now, problem is you never know what you're going to get. If you want to see what even what 18650 cells yield on Amazon right now, if we look at what the very first wrong number there, 18650 cells. The very first one that comes up is 9,900 milliamp hours. We have 5,000 milliamp hours. It's impossible to make a 5,000, much less a 9,900 milliamp hour 18650 cell. And yet, if you see a 9,900 milliamp hour battery here, over 500 people bought this, and it still has a 4.5 star rating. So again, I don't recommend you guys buying batteries like this on Amazon or Alibaba, Temu, Shine, or TikTok Shop for that matter. So again, if you want a reliable source of cells that have been individually tested, you can sign up for it at my website and order it there. So any other questions, guys? What else do you guys want to talk about? I'm going to try to wrap it up in the next half hour here because I didn't get much sleep last night. We had our late night session till 4 in the morning yesterday. I didn't end up going to sleep until like 7 in the morning this morning because I was so wired from getting enough coffee last night to talk about all these interesting topics yesterday. So yeah, that's why I'm so exhausted right now. So I won't drag this on too late tonight. But again, if you guys have any sativa, I'm beyond that point, Steven. My mind is slowly shutting down right now. I can feel my exhaustion kicking in. So I'm not sure if that alone will be enough for me. Well, again, there was another topic that we talked about. We talked about the whole situation with Israel and Palestine. That was one topic that we're talking about. If you guys know your history, so the Ottoman Empire, when they failed, when they fell, it was split into the British partition and the French partition. The British were the one that got control over the Palestine area, so that was the Palestine Mandate. It was parceled out after, I believe, during the Treaty of Versailles, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong, but that's again, it was right after the First World War when the British took over that land. And then one thing we mentioned yesterday is because of the Holocaust. When the Holocaust happened, guys, 2/3 of all the Jews in Europe were wiped out. That is the very definition of them trying to achieve genocide. There were a lot of people in here that were like, oh, the Zionists were terrible. The Zionists were the ones that wanted to establish a Jewish nation state as a homeland in the Middle East. And if you guys know anything about Israel's history and the Jewish history, Jerusalem has always been their holy city. So that was, it was basically the Zionists that were at work with the British government to try to establish a nation state of Israel. And as soon as they declared, Israel has declared an independent state, the Arab nations got together. I think they were formed in the early portion of 1948. As soon as Israel declared to be an own independent country, the neighboring Arabic countries attacked, and they lost. It was, I believe it was the 1948 war that they had between Israel and the other Arabic countries in the area. It wasn't just the Palestinians. It was Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and some of the other countries that were in the area. So, Israel won that land fair and square after that. And then after, fast forward another decade or two, the Arabic countries attacked them again. And Israel won again at the time. And that went on several times. I mean, you had the 6-Day War, the Yom Kippur War. Every single time the Israelis won in terms of fighting against these other Arabic countries in the area. So there's a lot of people out there that says, Palestine deserves to have their own country or deserve their own land. We were talking about, who was it? Arafat. Arafat. The Israelis, they proposed giving almost everything that they were requesting, and Arafat actually voted against it. So there was an opportunity for them to get almost everything that they wanted. It was the best deal that Israel could provide at the time, and it was complying to all the things that the Palestinians and Hamas was looking for, or the PLO. So again, when it comes down to what's happening between Israel and Palestine right now, it's truly tragic. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and downplay the humanitarian, the cost of the crisis between Israel and Gaza Strip right now. It is a tragedy, and it's unfortunate that so many civilians are dying in the process, which, again, if you guys have heard me talking about it, Gaza Strip is one of the most densely populated places in the world. If you look at the population density by country, or by countries and dependencies, if we want to see what the Gaza Strip looks like, guys, this is what the density of Gaza Strip is. So again, if you see right there, the density is 15,000 people per square mile. That's almost on par with Hong Kong, which is also a very, very densely populated area. It's also almost, it's even higher than Gibraltar, Bahrain, substantially higher than Bahrain, Maldives, and Malta, and so on and so forth. So again, when it comes down to a lot of people accuse the IDF of war crimes and mistreating the Palestinians, and to some degree I understand that. It is the IDF is absolutely doing that, and part of the reason is because, one, when it comes to the Palestinians and when it comes to Hamas specifically, they're cowering behind their own citizens. And again, with that kind of population density, it's not possible to fight without having collateral damage. I mean, as I mentioned, Gaza Strip, it has about the same amount of population density as Hong Kong. Imagine trying to have fight a war in a city-state like Hong Kong. It's impossible. If you want to look at what the population densities of some cities are, guys, We can quickly do a Google search on that. So we'll look at what the most densely populated cities in the United States is, for example. So if we pull up this data right here, just give me one moment because I still have to pull up the numbers for Palestine here. Just a moment. Where are the damn numbers? Population densities by country. Can't even type correctly now, guys. As I just mentioned, the Gaza Strip, 15,000 people per square mile. If you want to have some context as to what 15,000 people per square mile is, we'll take a quick look at the cities in the United States right now. And if we look at what the largest cities are, a population of New York, 28,000 people per square mile. 19,000 per square mile in San Francisco. Boston is 14,000. So Boston, Miami, Gaza Strip has a higher population density than Miami. Imagine having a war in a city like Miami right now. Whether or not it would be possible to fight without having collateral damage. People really need to take that into consideration. Americans, again, as I mentioned, Americans are not very well educated when it comes to things in general. We don't understand numbers. We don't really understand how big, how small of a strip of land the Gaza Strip is, and we have no context to understand these deaths that are occurring as far as the collateral damage that's happening in Gaza Strip right now. So, as I mentioned, it's incredibly sad. Like as a user 3993 mentioned, it is incredibly sad, and the fact that there are that many civilian deaths is an absolute tragedy. And I do, again, I have nothing against the Palestinians. I do wish that they will have self-determined rule and take care of their own kind and have a democratic country and prosper. I would love to see that. But the thing is, to be frank, I think the Israelis would love to see that too. I don't think the Israelis are sitting there going, we don't want the Palestinians to succeed and survive. If you have a terrorist organization like Hamas, where their charter is literally to wipe Jews off the face of the earth, they're not going to get anywhere. So again, as far as the Israelis are concerned, they have no intention of getting rid of all the Palestinian people out there, unless the people of Palestine, the Palestinians, want to eradicate every Jew out there. So that's as far as I can tell right now. That's the reality of the situation. Every time there was a conflict there, Israel did win. It's unfortunate. It's unfair. If you want to say it's unfair, that's fine. As I mentioned, when it comes to wars and losing territory, it's never fair. But the victors will always, everything will be dictated on the victor's terms whenever we have a skirmish or a war or a conflict. So the fact that the little children are witness to the and the fact that the little children are witnesses to what's happening out there, that is a true tragedy. User 3993, it is. I don't question that at all. If you were watching my live stream the last couple of days talking about the other previous wars that we've had, World War II, Korean War for me, I'm a Korean person. If you look at the percentage of civilian deaths that occurred during Korean War, it's the highest out of any conflict in the past 150 years. Between Poland and World War II, where almost 20% of the civilian population died, North and South Korea, almost 20% of the civilian population died, or people in general died during these conflicts. Gaza Strip right now has a population of 2 million or something like that. 2 million people. Just for context, 20% of people. If we were to have a war like the Korean War or the World War II on Gaza Strip, we're talking 400,000 people being killed. Right now, I think the tally is at 30 or something thousand. And I'm saying this not to trivialize what's going on there, but just to give some context of how many people are dying out there. I don't, if anything, I want to show the truth to you guys as far as numbers are concerned. Yes, it is absolutely tragic that so many people are dying on Gaza Strip right now. But again, if we take a step back and see things from a big picture standpoint compared to other skirmishes and other wars that we've had in the past, it is truly tragic. And like user 3993 said, it is absolutely tragic that little children are witnesses to that. Same thing in World War II, same thing in the Korean War, same thing in the Vietnam War, same thing in every war. Children are always witnesses to that. They're not a willing participant, so it's really unfortunate that the people of Palestine has voted Hamas. I mean, Hamas was voted democratically to office there in Palestine, or on Gaza Strip, so they were the ones that were behind putting them in power. And again, this is an organization, literally a terrorist organization, who's hell-bent on eradicating Jews. So when there are all these people who stand by Palestinians, I stand by Palestinians, the people of Palestine, the people of Gaza Strip, absolutely stand by them. Hamas, if anyone stands by what they are doing, then you're complicit in what they're doing right now. Not only dying, but having to survive with terrible injuries. Yeah, user 3993, as I mentioned. That's reality of war. That's the reality of war. Every war was like that. I mean, if we take into consideration that there have been tighter rules and regulation when it comes to rules of engagement and whatnot, the laws might have changed and the laws might have improved. But at the end of the day, it's war. You're not going to have, it's never going to be pretty, right? You're always going to have death. You're always going to have these terrible injuries. Some of them, impact you for the rest of your life. And so it is an absolute travesty and a tragedy. I'm not sitting here to minimize or question that at all. Just throwing that out there. I mean, I love the Jewish people in Israel. I don't have anything against the Palestinians in Gaza Strip. If they would vote for the right people, if they are willing to fight against their own leaders, so that they can have self-determination and have a better right, I'm absolutely for that. It's the same thing, for example, like North Korea. North Korea, the people of North Korea, they're brainwashed. They don't have a choice in any of the matter that takes place in North Korea right now. So when it comes to all the stupid threats that Kim Jong-un and his regime make, it's ridiculous. He's starving his own people. Those people in North Korea, they're my brothers and sisters, my extended relatives that are suffering in North Korea right now. My family, on my mother's side, they came down from the northern side during the Korean War. Why? Because North Korea was the wealthier of the two, the northern portion. They had more natural resources. They had access to coal, a lot of trees, minerals, zinc, molybdenum, manganese, iron, coal. I think I already said coal. So when it comes to North Korea, that was the more prosperous of the two countries. And again, even for myself, our family had to come down from the north. That's why when people ask about things like reparations and whatnot, I mean, what's the point? North Korea, they took over the land of North Korea fair and square. So I mean, am I going to sit here and say my family is demanding land and compensation in North Korea? That's the reality of war. The notion of reparations, especially this far away from the moment of time that it happened, is absolutely ridiculous in my opinion. Let me see here. True, but at least he's a tyrant of his own race, so at least there's no slavery. What do you mean there's no slavery? That is slavery. He's putting his own political adversaries in prison labor camps. So I'm not sure what you mean by there. World is yours. It was just a joke. True, but at least he's tired of his own race. At least there's no slavery. I'm not sure what you mean. Empire bots, again, manipulating. Don't know what you mean there. World is yours. But as I was just sharing about the Koreans, if you look at how many Koreans died during the Korean War, it was somewhere along 3 million or so, in a country, in a peninsula that only had a population about 20 plus million. So just imagine the entire city of Los Angeles being wiped out. That's how many Korean people were wiped out during the Korean War. And again, war is not pretty. War is always terrible. If it wasn't for Hamas, attacking Israel on their own soil, they wouldn't have retaliated. And so again, if the Palestinians in Gaza Strip are willing to sit there and provide safe harbor for Hamas fighters, then if there's collateral damage, it is what it is. The people in North Korea are trapped. Yeah, absolutely, they're absolutely trapped. These are 3993. You want to see how effective a border wall is? Look at the border between North Korea and South Korea. For people who say borders don't work, border walls don't work, there's not a better example of that than the DMZ between North and South Korea. How many people cross across the DMZ every year? I think you can count in less than one hand, the number of fingers in less than one hand, or how many people manage to go from one side to the other across the DMZ. So for all of you guys who are all the leftists out there that say, oh, walls don't work, North and South Korea, they'll say otherwise. Most slavery was created by Pharaoh's descendant making other races work. That's a very strange way of putting it. World is yours, because I don't even think pharaohs in Egypt used slave labor. I think most of the workers that worked on pyramids found out to be voluntary. The pharaoh actually made it his job to make sure his workers were well fed, to do the work on time. So I'm not sure where you're getting your information from. World is yours. And it's not like we didn't have slavery before pharaohs of Egypt. So I'm not sure what you mean there. Both North Korea and South Korea are now regimes. Well, I mean, if you're talking about countries, I mean, yeah, they are regimes. I cannot even imagine. Yeah, it's an absolute travesty. You should apply your knowledge. Battery, solar, start building a spaceship. Use your hydroponics for food. I don't have that kind of money, Stephen. I'm dirt poor right now. I'm trying to do this so that generate some, trying to monetize this by selling batteries. I'm doing this so we can have these kind of lively discussions, and I can have this kind of conversations, because I personally enjoy doing that and sharing my knowledge. And then and I'm hoping that we can do this monetization by selling the batteries. Get investors. I don't know any investors who's willing to do that, Stephen. But yeah, that's why we do this. And again, that's why I encourage you guys to share and like and follow, so that we can have more people watching this and we can have a bigger footprint, guys. So tap that like button. I hate asking you guys to do that, but again, the reason why I do this is so we can have dialogue. We can learn something. I want it would be a waste for me to have all this knowledge just for myself. I really want to share this with you guys, and a lot of you guys ask some really good questions. You guys ask some really good questions, and you guys have some really good comments when you're chiming in. So, if you have a genuine question and you want an answer, and I will do my best to try to answer it if I don't know about that specific topic. But there's a lot of random things that I read, so I mean that's why if you think I know a lot of stuff, it's just because I read a lot, guys. I believe farm animals are nicer than mankind. User 3993. If you saw my puppies a few days ago, the mama dog, she ate her own puppies. I had a lot of I was showing that in the middle of my live stream. The mama had a dead puppy in her mouth. I had a lot of people on here on this live stream say, "Oh, that's cruel. That I'm not empathetic. That's animal abuse, so on and so forth." That's what nature's like. They eat their own kind. They eat their own babies if it turns out that they're not going to make it. That mama dog that I have, her wild instincts are extremely strong. She's always constantly licking the bottoms of these puppies that I have to make sure, she actually licks their urine off and eats their poop. And the reason why is because that's exactly what they do in the wild. They make sure that their puppies don't leave a scent trail, because that would attract other predators to come and attack the rest of their litter. So I was actually pretty surprised to see that she actually licks her own puppies behind. I mean, again, if we're talking about nicer or things on human from an anthropomorphic point of view, there's no point. Animals are not the same as humans. There's no point in judging animals by human standards. It's completely pointless. As I mentioned, they'll eat their young. Dogs do that. All canines, all felines do that. Bears do that. Seals do that. Rabbits do that. Rabbits are herbivores, and they eat their own young too. Why? Same reason. They want to make sure that the dead animals don't attract the scent of predators, or the scent from the dead animals don't attract predators. So we are all the witnesses of the modern day regimes of every regime. You can't lie to yourself alone. So I mean, that doesn't mean anything. The world is yours. Every country is a regime. Regime is just a country or a nation or a body of power, people in power. So what you're describing is, every country is a country. That's essentially what you're saying there. Solar sails can theoretically propel ships up to 1/10 the speed of light. Stephen, yeah, it can, if you have a light source that can actually push that. Solar wind gets weaker and weaker as it goes further away from the Earth. So you would need. It's not necessarily a solar cell, because a solar wind does not travel that fast. Solar wind does not travel 1/10 of the speed of light, Stephen. Solar wind on average is, I want to say, 400 kilometers per second. I think when we had the auroras a few weeks ago, it hit like 1,000 kilometers a second. Let me just quickly look that up. Solar wind. How fast is solar wind, guys? For Stephen here, let me look up the number here. So as I mentioned, 300 to 500 kilometers per second. So 300 to 500 kilometers per second is far less than 1/10 of the speed of light. Speed of light is 186,000 kilometers per second. No, I take that back. It's 186,000 miles per second. It's close to 300,000 kilometers per second. So 10% of the speed of light is 30,000 kilometers per second. As I just mentioned, solar wind is only 300. Solar wind is basically 1/1000th, or 0.1% of the speed of light. So again, what you're referring to is a light sail, Stephen, not a solar sail. Solar sail is using the solar wind to accelerate your craft. And again, solar wind, the further away from the sun you get, the slower and slower it gets, because again, there's a pressure from interstellar space. So that's where the Oort cloud is, the heliosphere. That's where Voyager went through and measured the different speed in the solar wind and interstellar medium. So again, solar sails by themselves cannot travel at 1/10 the speed of light. What you're referring to is light sails, where it requires a laser source aimed at a light sail to try to propel it to 1/10 the speed of light. Theoretically, now, we do not have a laser that can collimate light that far away, nor do we have a laser that's that powerful to reach that far away. So theoretically, all sorts of things are possible. But again, the amount of energy that would be required to propel a ship to 1/10 of the speed of light is beyond all of what humanity uses right now, combined times probably a magnitude or several magnitudes. I haven't done the math on that, Stephen. If you want to, we can on one of these days. I'm too tired right now to do the math, but yeah, in terms of the amount of energy required, raw energy required to propel any reasonable habitable ship to 1/10 of the speed of light would be enormous. Would be absolutely enormous. Isn't technology wonderful? Yes, it is. I hardly ever use it, but basic technology is good, and I'm glad people use light to have privacy. I mean, the world is yours. I mean, you're using a cell phone right now, I think. You know, so we certainly use a lot more technology than we think. I mean, I'm not one of those prepper type guys. I've already mentioned I'm not I'm not an Amish type. You know, there's some people out there who are off-gridders who are all about that type of lifestyle. I embrace technology, despite the fact that I live off the grid. You know, I have Starlink, we have internet, we have solar, we have modern amenities, we have heating and cooling, we have a hot tub for crying out loud. So I'm not eschewing any of those things. I just enjoy having the peace and quiet of having that much land to myself, and breathing in clean air, having clean water, and enjoying that view. So technology is a modern gun. I'm not sure what you mean a modern gun is. What do you mean there, world is yours? I'd like to hear, what is technology being a modern gun? We have modern guns, so how is technology? History Channel also said nuclear skip engine theoretically attend. Yeah, so that's kind of like the Daedalus project, Project Orion, Stephen. Some of them involve exploding nuclear bombs and using ablative shield to protect the ship. You know, as you have bombs, as it explodes, it's accelerating the craft. It's all theory. Something like that, you know, every time you have a nuclear explosion in space, it's space because there's no atmosphere. The gamma wave radiation the ionizing radiation is very, very intense. So if you don't have a really, really heavy, really strong shield on the side that's facing the fission or fusion bombs, what happens is that if that ionizing radiation can get inside the cabin, there's air inside the cabin. If you have ionizing radiation inside the air cabin, that means you're going to heat up, generate plasma, and heat up the air inside the habitable portion of the cabin. So again, it's theoretically possible, Stephen, but is it likely? I don't see. I mean, you know, we can barely get off Earth right now. We can barely get off Earth right now. For us to get to that kind of point is something far beyond what, you know, guys like Elon Musk with Starship trying to get to Mars. This is stuff that's far beyond that, Stephen. So I mean, I enjoy talking about these things because I mean, there's a lot of theoreticals, but I mean, realistically speaking, with what technology we have right now, that those things are in the realm of science fiction. You know, I mean, we can't. We're at 10, 20 kilometers per second in terms of our speeds right now. That's how fast our fastest crafts are as far as manned crafts. I mean, we're at what, 30,000, 40,000 miles per hour, 10 miles per second, which is about 16 kilometers per second. So yeah. I don't know what the fastest speed humankind has gone. Fastest manned rocket. Let's quickly Google that. Fastest manned spacecraft was Apollo 11 at 11 kilometers per second. So we haven't even hit 15 to 20 kilometers per second, Stephen. So you know, and that required how much work just to get to that speed. If we can just double that, that would be impressive. We can triple that, even more so. 50 to 100 kilometers per second. The fastest spacecraft that we have is the Parker spacecraft, is the solar observatory. It goes around the sun, so every time it gets really close to the sun, the orbit speed, when it gets really close to the surface of the sun, it's extremely fast. I think the Parker, the fastest speed it achieved was close to 500,000 miles per hour. So if we look at Parker Space Probe, it was 430,000 miles per hour was the fastest speed so far. So if we look at that, that is what is that? 191 kilometers per second, which is 0.064 times the speed of light. And that's only when the probe was actually close to the sun. And when that probe gets close to the sun, if you're curious what the perihelion is, that's the closest point that it reaches the sun. The closest that it has reached has been 4.5 miles, and at 4.5 million miles, and at 4.5 million miles, that's when it achieved that at 4.5 million miles away from the surface of the sun. If you see here what kind of conditions that it has experienced, it's designed to withstand temperatures outside the spacecraft of about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's how hot it gets when this craft is that close to the sun. That's how close it gets. Do you have in your town banks? Solomon, if you're asking about my off-grid place, there's nothing. We don't have anything. There's no banks, no. Problem is shielding of small particles at high speed, yeah. Especially the ionizing radiation as well. I'm sorry this is very entertaining. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm imagining Star Wars satellite mode. You familiar with 2004 Nimitz Commander David Ferver? No, I'm not. I don't know everything. Stephen, what about Nimitz Commander? Well, I gotta stop watching. This is getting too interesting. Feel free to come back tomorrow. I'll be doing this live stream again tomorrow evening. Well, it is yours. Stephen, yeah, what is it about this Commander? How do you live there? What do you mean, how do I live there? I have electricity, I have food, I have water, I have internet. What more do you need, Salman? I have a place to sleep, dry town. If you're referring to alcohol, I don't drink alcohol to begin with. My body never enjoyed it. I can never, my body would never tolerate alcohol, so I never have to worry about that. If that's what you're asking. I'm not sure what you're asking there, Salman. But again, I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm down in town right now in LA. And that's why I'm doing my live stream in my office here. You can see that the background is very different from where I normally do my live streams at my ranch. And I do work down here several days out of the week, and I go back up, and I spend more than half of my week up at my ranch. So if you're wondering how I allocate my time, so that's why I'm down here right now, guys. And I try to live stream from both places. One thing I noticed is so TikTok is very, very aggressive on preventing people from live streaming while driving. They won't even let you record the footage outside while you're driving. YouTube Live Studio allows you to do that. So I've been actually doing a lot of streaming on YouTube as well. This stream right now is actually being on YouTube as well. So if you guys, especially if those of you who don't live in California, you're just kind of curious what the California roads look like, what it's like to drive through, feel free to subscribe to my YouTube channel as well, guys, because I will definitely try to do my best to do some more live streams while being on YouTube. Again, TikTok has censored me on numerous occasions. They've shut down my other account from live streaming altogether. They said this content that I was sharing is offensive, or it's not offensive, it's abusive to young kids. If you guys have ever watched my other live stream channel, I'll pull up the exact warning, or it's not even a warning. They permanently banned me from live streaming on my other account, guys. So if you're curious about what TikTok has complained about as far as this type of content that I'm doing right now, this is the actual the restriction. You will no longer be able to go live and join a live as a guest due to violations of our community guidelines. And so if you tap that, you'll see that appeal not approved. And if you see here, violation reasons: use, exploitation, and abuse. Allowing young people to explore and learn safely during their unique phase of development is our priority. We would not allow youth exploitation and abuse, including child sexual abuse material, nudity, grooming, sextortion, solicitation, pedophilia, and physical or psychological abuse of young people. This includes content that is real, fictional, digitally created, and shown in fine arts objects. Visit our community guidelines for more information. If you're watching this content right now, I don't know anything that I've ever said on my channel here that's doing any of those things that TikTok is claiming that I did. My content has always been to be as positive as possible and as educational as possible. Apparently, when if I say things that TikTok doesn't like, they're going to censor me. So, again, tap that like, share, guys, and follow, because yeah, we want to keep this going. We want to have good content and educational content, and again, we want to keep this dialogue going. If you ever chased the UFO parts captured on radar, video famous story, his interview Joe Rogan, fascinating. I think I saw the video, Steven. I don't watch Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, that's just a lot of entertainment. It's about as good as entertainment value. So I mean, if you guys watch Joe Rogan for entertainment value, that's great. But don't take everything that's on there as canon. Again, Stephen, a lot of people ask what my thoughts are on UFOs. I don't think that any intelligent being out there will put their effort to come all the way out to Earth to screw around with us. If you heard how much radiation, electromagnetic radiation that the sun gives off, the sun gives off 176 terawatts, 176,000 terawatts photons on the Earth's surface every day, 24/7. The side that's facing the sun, there's a constant 168,000 terawatts of energy that's being emitted on the Earth's surface. Humanity right now, all of humanity combined right now, we use about 4 terawatts of electricity 24/7. 4 terawatt? No, it's less than that. It's less than that. If you're curious about how much what the world consumption energy consumption is, we'll pull up that statistics right here in a moment. Let's see here. So in terms of terawatt hours, 29,000 terawatt hours in 2022. So if it's 23,000 terawatt hours, 23,000. Let's do the math. 23,000 divided by 260, or 224 divided by 365 is 2.6 terawatts of energy that all of the entire world uses. And obviously, when it comes to the amount of electricity we use, we're not using that to communicate with outer space. So with 2 terawatts of electricity that humanity is creating right now, compared to 170, let's pull up the number here, with 173 petawatts, or 173,000 watts, 173,000 terawatts that the sun is emitting to the earth right now. There is no practical way any alien being can possibly hear us with the background noise of our sun. You need to review well-documented lights over Phoenix, 1,000 witnesses, a low-flying silent ship. Ship was approximately 1 mile wide. Stephen, so I don't know what caused it. All I'm saying is I don't personally believe it. That's all. I don't, again, that's if you want to believe that exists, that's fine. I'm not here to sit here and argue. Just based off of my understanding of how minuscule humanity is in the big picture of the universe, and even within the solar system itself. As I mentioned, the sun is putting out 173 petawatts of photons on the Earth's surface 24/7, whereas all of humanity, we use 2 terawatts of electricity, and very, very little of that is used in the form of radio waves and leaking outside the Earth's atmosphere. So I don't know how, scientifically, how advanced of a being that you would have to be able to monitor and measure our existence. Reviewed a story and video, thousands witnesses, including government. I mean, Stephen, I have saw it, and again, even after I saw it, I'm like, okay, I don't know what this is. I wasn't there to see it, and I don't know what, why would aliens be sitting around messing around with us? If anything, they're probably sitting there going, man, these humans are really stupid. There's nothing for us to gain if aliens are around, and there's nothing for us to lose if they aren't. Exploration, so if they are, then if they're such an advanced race, then they'd probably not want to be detected. So if that's the case, then we're basically insects or basically microbes to how advanced these aliens are. And if that's the case, then what difference does it make if they exist or not? It doesn't make anything different in how we live our lives or whatnot. So unless we're life announcing we have resources, I mean, that's the thing that TKS Daddy, Earth doesn't have a lot of resources that are important for any alien civilization. They said we're on a planet rich more than normal in both water and heavy metal, but I mean, that's assuming that life requires water. We don't know if any other alien life requires water. Our solar system has far more heavy metals than on average. That part is true. I mean, the fact that we have the transuranics on Earth, that means we did come from a supernova. That was bigger than a nova, but smaller than a black hole event. So that is absolutely true, TKS Daddy. But is that necessarily important for alien civilizations? And again, Earth is minuscule when it comes to a lot of the other planets that are out there. Are there not other? I mean, again, if there are that many planets out there, if there really are that many planets out there, and if everything that the scientists are claiming with how many solar systems there are and how many planets there are is true, especially for the people who think that there's going to be life everywhere, then wouldn't it be possible that there's a bunch of other planets out there that have similar composition or are rich in heavy metals and whatnot? I don't know. If you need the resources to pay for a trip, we are richer than most. Again, TKS Daddy, that's assuming that that's what they're looking for. We don't know. Let me put it this way. If they are a civilization, that's advanced enough to travel all the way out to here, then they have the technology to fuse other metals to generate their own heavy metals. So I'm not sure what you're getting at there. Guarantee you, government has been studying crashes UFOs since 1947, led to many advances in technology. I mean, Stephen, if you want to believe that, that's fine. I'm not gonna address that. No point in me trying to address that. Because that's what every conspiracy theorist says about UFOs, and if you want to believe that, that's entirely fine. There's been a lot of advances in technology before 1947. To me, it looks pretty linear. I don't think we made any more specific jumps and leaps and jumps since 1947. So a lot of people make that argument. I don't buy into that, but if you don't agree with me, that's fine too. Arrogance much. So if you need the resources to pay for a trip, we are richer than most. So you think it's worth playing with the future of humanity? I'm not sure what you mean there, TKS Daddy. How am I saying that it's worth? How am I saying anything to suggest playing with the future of humanity? They come to study, use our DNA. What's so special about our DNA, Stephen? We don't even know if it's another life form if they use DNA. Those are all assumptions that we're making. Who knows? You don't know. I don't know. Are they biologics? We don't know what the limitations of biologics are. Does it have to be carbon-based? We don't know. We don't know any of these things. First flight 1904, moon landing 65 years later. Okay. So I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. Look at where we are in 2024 right now, with how advanced our technology is, how advanced our semiconductor processes are, and how quickly things are still moving forward, Stephen. That's not a leap in technology. Moon landing is just basic physics. We're just understanding better, and our understanding of basic physics. Our understanding of chemical elements are just having to catch up to that. To be frank, I don't find the moon landing particularly difficult at all. It's just a cost issue. Even now, conducting a moon landing again right now in 2024 right now, it's not very challenging with where we are in technology right now. Not linear, it's exponential. Sure, Stephen, if you want to say that. But if you're sitting there saying that that's because of alien technology or something like that, that's kind of disregarding all the research and development that are done by all these other countries. If you're saying that, then then that would imply that all these other countries are able to develop these technologies because they have alien technology as well. I'm not entirely sure what you mean there, because if you're only specifically talking about the American government and how we had access to all those technologies, we're not the only one with access to those technologies. So if you make that claim, are the Russians having access to UFOs? Are the Chinese? Are the Japanese? Are the Germans? Are the French? Are the British? A lot of these technologies are developed independently. Microwaves developed by the British. A lot of different technologies did not develop here, so not entirely sure what your argument is there. If we were the only country to have access to that, then we should have such a far advanced leap compared to every other country in the world. But the fact that the Chinese are nipping at our tail right now in terms of technology development. Are the aliens practicing favoritism with the Chinese? I don't know, Stephen. So again, I don't divulge too much about the UFO and those kind of questions because personally, I don't care if it exists or not. It doesn't make any difference to my life. Not saying all tech just came from external, just some. So what are those some, Stephen? Again, it's fine if you want to believe that. I've heard enough. What's that show at late at night with Aaron Bell and who's the new guy right now? Listening in on a lot of that stuff. It's entertaining to listen to. I don't, like Bob Lazar and whatnot. I don't have put much laser stealth. Few examples. Lasers are not very difficult to do. It's just collimated light. In fact, laser is pretty primitive compared to synchrotron light generators. Synchrotron light generators are far more advanced than lasers and far more expensive form of generating light. Stealth. Why is stealth difficult, Stephen? You can have a balsa wood made plane and that would be completely stealthy. I'm not sure what do you mean stealth is a high tech. If you're talking about the materials that we're using, like the F-35 and F-22, as far as RAM materials are concerned, radar absorbent materials, that's using suspended metal flakes in this paint to deflect all the radio beams in different directions to dissipate that. I'm not sure why you think that's such high tech. In fact, the paper was written by a Russian scientist. It was an obscure paper about stealth aircraft that an American engineer stumbled upon, brought it up to Lockheed, and that's how they made the Skunk Works and the F-117A. That's how that fighter jet was first designed and made. It was a very, very primitive design, very, very hard to fly because of the shape, and that's when we had very, very little computational power. Lawrence Livermore Lab lasers, yeah, Zach. It's not just lasers, but like as I mentioned, synchrotrons are far more advanced in my opinion compared to lasers. The Chinese right now are exploring synchrotron to try to to get around the fact that they can't have access to EUV machines from ASML right now. So between the EUV machines that we have, that we can source from ASML, the Dutch company. The EUV processes, the laser that they're using is actually not a laser per se. They're using a laser that they point at droplets of tin that's suspended inside a hydrogen atmosphere, and as you do that, as you do the ablation, it generates this intense extreme UV light, which peaks at around 13.5 nanometers. So it's not unfortunately it's not a pure light, and that's why they still have difficulty with the stochastic noise. If you look at how EUV semiconductor production technology looks, you'll see a lot of shot noise that's associated with making these microchips. That's why it took so much time for them to actually stabilize the yields and make these semiconductors. And then the Chinese right now, because they don't have access to the EUV light source right now, which again requires incredibly accurate optics. I mean, if you guys have ever read about how Zeiss, the optics company in Germany, has to flatten and polish these mirrors for the use with these EUV machines, it's absolutely incredible how amazingly flat these mirrors are. I mean, you can go read the articles on it. The amount of accuracy, for example, if it was the Earth's surface, I mean, basically, you're talking about having an Earth's surface and having no variation that's taller than like an inch on the Earth's surface. That's how flat these mirrors are that Zeiss is making right now. So it's incredible what they're doing right now. But again, Stephen, those technologies were made by people. Cloaking, many of these ideas came from studying UAPs. Well, we don't have cloaking technology, Stephen. What cloaking technology are you referring to? The best we have is F-35 with RAM coating, F-22s with RAM coating, which, by the way, those RAM coating is so damn expensive. It's very challenging to us to perform upkeep on it. Stephen, give me a link then. I don't want to sit here and spend my time Googling it, because if you Google things, you'll find all sorts of conspiracy theories out there, and I do not like addressing those kind of things. So if you have a specific article that you want me to Google right now, then I will go ahead and entertain you with that. But if you just want me to shield placed in front of human Benz light, that's not particularly high-tech either, Stephen. And nor is it very practical. I mean, if that was working so well, Stephen, all of our military would be using that fighting other people, right? So I'm not sure if that's something considered high-tech. I saw there's some cool demonstrations out there of that, but that's really not particularly high-tech, Stephen. I'm not entirely sure why you would think that it is. What else do you have? I mean, what else do you think is such a high-tech thing that humans could not have developed it ourselves? We haven't mastered it yet. Just saying the ideas didn't originate here. Well, Stephen, the ideas originated in science fiction too. If we haven't mastered it, then we haven't learned anything from these people, these aliens or whatnot, right? If you really think these alien beings are so generous in sharing their technology with us, then why do we have to master it? What's our relation with these beings then, Stephen? Do they, are they willingly cooperating with us? Are they providing this information with us, or do you think they want to keep themselves unknown? And do you think they're just accidentally fell here? I'd like to know what your thoughts are on that, because I don't really care if aliens do exist or not. Like I said, they aren't sharing it from crash retrievals. Well, then clearly their craft sucked. Then, if these aliens can cross the galaxies to across the universe to come out here, and they crash on Earth's surface, I don't know, Stephen. It's usually one of those things. The simplest explanation is the correct one. Accidents happen. Yeah, accidents happen with a being that can cross across the galaxy to because to come out here and was able to sense us. Again, humankind has only been around for a few thousand years as far as human civilization is concerned, and we've only been working with radio waves since what, close to the end of the 1800s. So we were not beaming out any signal from Earth till only about 100 some odd years ago. And how is any alien being out there going to hear us when I mentioned 173,000 terawatts of signal from Earth, from the sun radiated just to on Earth alone? In fact, if you see how much energy the sun puts out, the Earth, this covers about 1/1 billionth of the energy that the sun puts out. That's how much actually hits the Earth's surface. So I mean, you know, if you have a being that's that advanced that they can filter out humankind's existence from, I don't know how many watts of energy the sun produces, whereas again, humanity, 2.4 trillion watts right now. That's incredible. It's incredible, Stephen. So again, if you want to believe that, that's fine. I don't find it very plausible, and you know, seeing these things, reading these things are not going to convince me otherwise. And to be frank, it doesn't matter either. You know, if you're saying they aren't sharing it, then what difference does it make? And again, if you think that we're getting the ideas of these technologies from these alien beings, then which countries have access to it? I'd love to hear what, you know, is it just the United States, or the Russians getting it, or the Chinese, the Japanese, the French, German, Koreans, Italians, Spanish? The Africans are not getting it all. Why can't they get any on that action? Are aliens racist? Do they have? Do they believe in Western supremacy? I mean, I don't. Again, I'm not sitting here to try to give you a hard time, Stephen. It's just I'm just trying to think of all the other things, other factors to consider, and I'm just telling you right now, I don't see any reason why, you know, a higher intelligent alien being would come all the way out to Earth. Most universes older than ours, so it makes sense they are more advanced. Most universes, there's only one universe, so I'm not sure what you mean by most universes. If someone just mentioned earlier about the heavy metals in Earth, that couldn't have happened with an older solar system, because again, it requires a supernova event to have any metals that are really heavier than iron. Most galaxies, no, all galaxies are almost very similar in age, Stephen. They were all formed right at around the same time. The Milky Way is the same age as the rest of all the other Milky Way, most of the other galaxies out there. There are some that are merging and whatnot, but I'm not sure why you would think other galaxies are older than our own. And there are trillions. Yeah, there are. Elon must have said very unlikely. Yeah, you know, I don't. Again, like I said, I don't. You know, I study this stuff, Stephen. I mean, I know how many galaxies there are. I know how many stars there are. You know, that's. You know, I study astronomy. That was one of my favorite topics growing up studying. You know, so. You know, if you want to sit here and talk about how many galaxies there are, or how many trillions there are, and how many stars there are, and the mass and the age of these galaxies and stars, I have a pretty solid understanding of that. You know, so I don't really care if there are that many galaxies. It doesn't mean that you can have a lot of you know, if someone I forget who mentioned it earlier about heavy metals and why they would come all the way to Earth to try to exploit that. Earth, it formed pretty late because of the fact that, yeah, it had to have at least, there was a star that exploded one time, and the Earth is the result of a second supernova explosion. That's why we do have the high, you know, percentage of elements that are heavier than iron. So that's how that happened, and that's why Earth is not that old. And I'm not sure how that's relative anyway, because again, unless you believe that it is possible to travel faster than the speed of light, which it may be, it may very well be, Stephen. I just don't see how that's possible. But again, if humanity and civilization has only been around If you know astronomy, very unlikely we are alone. No, Stephen, you can't prove that one way or the other. That's not proof of anything. That's not proof of anything. You can know astronomy, and you know it would make no difference if you said there's a lot of other worlds like ours and there's no worlds like ours. We don't know because we haven't observed it yet. We haven't seen it yet. So we can conjecture. You know that's entirely conjecture at this point, Stephen. That's not science. That's guessing. You know, and so we can't sit here and say it's unlikely that we're alone. Unlikely. That's not science. Is there a probability? Depends on who you ask. There was that formula that was made, having the right conditions and so on and so forth, for life to take place. And then right now, recently, we're saying, oh, there's so many different ways. There's so many solar systems out there, so many planets out there, so on and so forth. But again, the type of star that it has to be, the habitable zone, whether or not you have solid surface, whether or not water is even necessary, I don't know. Does it have to be a carbon-based life form? Can there be other chemical-based life forms? We don't know. So, Stephen, that's conjecture. We don't. I don't like to do my conversations here based off conjecture because we can't answer. We can't say one way or the other. And again, based off of the numbers that I just threw at you right now, as far as our understanding of physics right now, again, could there be a higher being? How many planets we discovered in Goldilocks zone last year? I don't care, Stephen. Doesn't mean anything. Most of the planets that we discovered in Goldilocks zone are not like the Earth, anyways. Vast majority are nothing like Earth. So they might be in the right temperature zone, but even that is conjecture, Stephen. Who knows? We go out there and it turns out we were completely wrong. Do you know how we measure? We try to figure out whether or not there are exoplanets right now. It's a very, very crude method. We look at a star, we look for transit events, and if we're looking for transit events, that means it's going to be a fairly large planet that covers whatever other stellar body there is, and that also means it's going to be an object that's very, very close to that stellar object, because we don't have the time here to sit there and measure the transits for objects that are about Earth distance away from the sun. So I mean, like, if you were trying to find Earth from another star, unless the Earth was transiting the sun, which you would have incredible odds for that to happen in the first place, most likely you won't detect anything from any other star on the sun, orbiting the sun. So again, could there be a lot of planets? Yeah, there can be. My personal belief is the type of conditions that we have on Earth right now to have life was extremely, extremely narrow, and that to have advanced life is not common. But that's my belief, Stephen. If you want to, that's fine. I think at this point, let's just agree to disagree on that, because I don't believe that any higher being or more intelligent being will come waste their time, with us. Why? If I was in their shoes, I wouldn't waste my time. It's not about learning about us. Someone said, they're here to extract our minerals or whatnot. If you're an advanced enough civilization to cross across galaxies, just Andromeda to the Milky Way is 2.2 million light years away. If you have that kind of energy, you can certainly generate your own elements through a fusion process, and it would be a heck of a lot easier to do that. So again, when that, I forget who it was earlier, but they said that they're here for Earth's heavy metal elements and whatnot, because we have a higher percentage. I did admit, yeah, we do have a higher percentage because of the fact that typically, most likely, Earth is the aftermath of a second supernova event, and that's why we have metals that are heavier than iron. If first of all, if there are that many planets out there, Stephen, then why bother? Why bother with Earth? If you're claiming that there's planets everywhere and there's so many habitable places out there, then why bother with it? Life forms in most hostile environments on Earth, so life could form in other ways elsewhere. I mean, Siegfried, I mean, again, it's possible. It's possible. Would that be an advanced life form? I don't know. I'm just saying, personally, I don't believe that's likely. And that's my personal belief. You know, you're more than welcome to say that. And I know, you know, life on Earth can form in very hostile environments. And you know, if we find life on Moon and Mars, that would be very interesting, and I would love to see that. But I doubt there is. My personal belief. You know, it'll take some time for us to go out to the Moon and go out to Mars and see if there really is anything out there. But at this very point, at this very moment in time, right now, I'm not buying it, and that's my personal belief. Our DNA to adapt, I'm not sure what it is by our DNA to adapt. Siegfried, as I mentioned, you know, the universe is a big place. They come because it's not likely we exist. I don't understand your argument. I mean, on one hand, you're making it sound like these are such an intelligent being, and on the other hand, you make it sound like they're clumsy people, clumsy beings. You said there's an accident, and they came all the way across the, you know, from another galaxy, come here and crash on Earth's surface. That seems I don't know. This is off topic, but we're still discovering about our own planet. Yeah, we are. But do you say never say never? Yeah, I mean, again, user 3993, never say never. Could it happen? Yeah. But for me personally, I don't, you know, based off of what I'm seeing and based off the numbers that we have right now, all I'm saying is not likely. I would love to be proven wrong, but you know, what he's saying there doesn't prove me wrong. It doesn't prove him right either. I'm not saying that you know, I can't prove that he's wrong. So that's all I'm saying. We have walked, go to the depth of our own oceans or the core of our planet. Yeah, California critter, we're never going to get to the core of our planet. That's that's impossible, you know. And there's plenty of places that, you know, humankind will never be able to explore because it's out of our reach technologically and whatnot. They will find basic life on Mars. If you think so, that's great. Why do we bother studying ants? Because there's still a lot of things we don't know about them, Stephen. So I'm not sure what that has to do with the conversation. The probability is slim, right? Yeah, user 3993, the probability is slim. And again, I'm not saying it can't happen, but the likelihood of it happening is pretty damn low, and that's what I'm sticking to. And again, if he wants to believe that, that's fine. I'm not saying that he shouldn't believe that. There's plenty of guys out there who believe in aliens, who believe that they gave us all this technology, and you know, if you want to believe that and think that that we have to perfect that technology they gave us, I mean, the technology that we have right now, that's so. I mean, if you had an advanced being that was that advanced, then the technology that we're doing right now, you know, he was saying that we're making leaps and bounds. It's still so incredibly primitive to any civilization that can come out here. So, you know, he's saying that it's growing exponentially. I don't think, you know, if we had advanced beings that advanced, I don't think we're growing fast enough. You know, we study ants because we studied hummingbirds and came up with the helicopter. We learned some high-tech things from them. Not all, Stephen. I don't think anything we learned is high-tech from them. If they have advanced technology, the highest tech that we have right now is would be super duper primitive by their standards. So it might sound like it's high-tech to you, but I don't think we learned anything high-tech from these guys, from these alien beings that came here. Again, my personal belief. You're saying that it's high tech. I'm saying it's not. I don't think you know, we've made leaps and bounds in our technology the past 100 years. I really don't. I think it was just all, you know, one thing that was built on top of the other, and the globalization, more people coming together, and then the internet sharing ideas quicker. I think that's what caused things to develop more rapidly. Now we have things like large language models and artificial intelligence. It's not like our artificial intelligence can think on its own yet, but it's improving rapidly. Or the chips that we're making, as far as inference capabilities, are advancing in a rapid way, and as far as even our semiconductor packaging technologies advancing rapidly. So it doesn't seem to me like we learned anything from any foreign being. But Stephen, I mean, if you laser, stealth cloak, all high tech, we are grains of sand on a Florida beach. Yeah, we are grains of sand on a Florida beach, and lasers are a grain of sand on a Florida beach. I don't know why you think lasers are so high tech. Lasers are not high tech. Stealth, as I mentioned, not high tech. The cloaking that you're talking about, that's just bending light waves, not high tech. That's not what I think of when I think of high tech. It's not. The military crafts that we have, like I mentioned, RAM coding, it's not particularly high tech. It was when invented. Sure, if you want to say that, but it's a light that's coherent light. And we figured out multiple ways of making it: gas-based, semiconductor-based, and so how do we develop other technologies off of that then, Stephen? I mean, if you're saying lasers are so advanced, and we developed the first laser, I believe the first lasers were gas-powered lasers, and then we decided to make solid-state-based, and all sorts of various different types of lasers. Did that all originated from the same technology that we got from these aliens? And I mean, is that all? Are those the only? Fiber optics is not high tech at all. It's just glass strands. Why do you think that's? They've been making that for quite some time. Yeah, I find the mirrors that Zeiss makes far more impressive than fiber optics. Not before 1947. Yeah, because our manufacturing was primitive before that. All right, Stephen, I'm done entertaining that. What is your name? My name is Peter, user 39. If you go ahead, believe aliens all you want, and believe that we got all of our fiber optics technology from outer space, if you like. I will just we'll just have to agree to disagree about that, because again, we're not getting anywhere. Plenty of people who share the same view as you, and that's fine. I don't know what difference, as I mentioned, at the end of the day, I don't know what difference that makes for us, either one way or the other. So that's my opinion on that. We got many ideas. So again, Stephen, we got many ideas, and then what? What? Huh? Jazz? Not sure what that was a reference to, but are we still getting ideas from them? Are they still giving us technology? Are they still, running their ships to the ground here? And as I just mentioned, I mean, how did lasers develop independently in multiple places around the world? Unless these beings came to the rest of the countries around the world. So, who, what, and where? Yeah, high power TT. I mean, Stephen over there is saying that we got all these technologies from aliens, and I'm saying my opinion is no, we didn't. He's saying that technology has developed in leaps and bounds since 1947. I don't know why. I don't know why the aliens would have picked 1947 to come out here and accidentally crash into Earth. But for me personally, all I'm saying is I don't believe aliens came here. Not all but many. I know you said not all but many, but Stephen, I don't. You mentioned lasers, and you mentioned stealth. You mentioned cloaking, and you mentioned fiber optics. None of which are particularly, in your opinion, what has been the most interesting thing? Most interesting thing. For me personally, User 39, anything that involves atomic level stuff is definitely very, very interesting when it comes to fission and fusion. And even now we can't control nuclear fusion. So I mean, Stephen, why can't we do that? Why aren't the aliens sharing that stuff with us? Come on, go hook a brother up, get some information out of them. But besides that, as someone who's really enthusiastic and very interested in semiconductors, I mean, if you see these machines that they're cranking out, the amount of technology that goes into one of these latest TwinScan machines from ASML is extremely impressive to me right now, especially the High-NA machine that Intel just got a hold of from ASML right now. If you look at, for starters, how complex these machines are, how big these machines are, how many potential things could go wrong on these machines. To be frank, I think the ASML EUV stepper machines are the most complex piece of machinery that humankind has made. I think it's more complicated than a nuclear reactor. I think in terms of the accuracy and the purity levels that we're working with on an atomic level is the epitome of human engineering so far, User 3993. So that's my personal opinion on that. If you look at, again, 13.5 nanometer light that has to be bounced off of I don't know how many mirrors just to be able to do the lithography and basically print out these tiny circuitry on a piece of silicon. That to me is pretty damn impressive. I mean, that's what's enabling all the AI right now. If you look at ChatGPT and whatnot, all of that is thanks to ASML's TwinScan steppers, and we wouldn't have that otherwise. So for me personally, I think that's way up there. Besides that, there's a lot of things that definitely interest me, User 3993, like even lithium batteries. It's impressive that we have an energy storage system that we can use to store all of our energy, and we have solar panels. We've figured out a way to use semiconductors to convert photons into electrons. That's impressive and interesting in and of itself. Starlink, satellite communication with ground stations. Those are all very interesting and impressive things in my opinion, User 3993. There's a lot of things I find interesting, and that's why I read so much. But despite all those things that we can do, I mean, we can't even keep a border wall and prevent illegal immigrants from coming to America. So that's interesting too, User 3993. The fact that we have all the technology in the world and we can't build a damn simple, concertina wire wall with some electronic sensors and wireless communication systems to figure out when illegal immigrants are coming across the border. I mean, that's what I find interesting, that we have all this technology and we're not really doing much good with it. So thank you, Peter. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, that's a very good question, User 3993. I mean, I enjoy you guys asking interesting questions like that, because that's definitely a thinker for me. Some of you guys ask some really open-ended questions, and it really makes me think. But yeah, I mean, if you think about it, if there is a single device that has singularly transformed our society in the past 20 years, it's got to be a smartphone, right? I think that in and of itself is interesting too. The mannerisms of people. I mean, the fact that we forgot phone numbers in the past. We used to memorize people's phone numbers. We don't have to ever do that anymore because we have smartphones where people's names are right next to their phone numbers. Our habits when it comes to looking up information, everything has changed. And so I think that's another device, so to speak, user 3993 that has really transformed humanity. And then on top of that, it's the input for and the interface for us to even utilize tools like ChatGPT and large language models. So even though this cell phone was never intended to be used for as an AI assistant or anything like that, the fact that all these technologies can come together and make that happen, those are all interesting to me, user 3993. So it was a culmination of a lot of different technologies. No more encyclopedia, yeah, which is shocking, because we have all this information at our fingertips, and the younger generation is dumb as can be, right? If you guys have seen me, so one thing that we talked about yesterday as well was about things like racism and as far as cultures and the development of countries. Where are we with thought to flight control helmets? Stephen, there's companies like Neuralink and a couple others that are doing brainwave to control interface. It is under development. I mean, you've seen those videos of people that are amputated and they're able to control a mechanical arm using the electrodes in their brain. So it is, I think that's something that can be done. The only question right now is how repeatable, how trainable it is, and make sure that there's not so much static noise, between the brain and the communication device for errors to register. So I think that's something that's going to happen, Stephen. It's just very, very, very expensive right now for all the machinery. And the other question mark I have is, what's the latency going to look like? So if you think of something, how much of a delay is there before your brain thinks of something and that hand actually moves? So, and where you think this idea came from, another example, that came from prosthesis and wanting to control that. There's a guy that, there's a individual out there who wanted to do that, and he just started making examples, and now he's able to, if there's a great video out there on YouTube where this guy was able to make moving hands. And so that idea did not come from anything else, Stephen. Just basic science and putting 2 plus 2 together with these with the engineering that we have right now. So funny to watch the younger generation to figure out how to how to use a dial-up phone. Yeah, that's pretty funny. User 39, but I mean, it would be like the same thing with like a typewriter would be shocking for them, right? A typewriter. I mean, I grew up. I remember taking a typewriter class in middle school. So I mean, yeah, younger generation. I mean, the technology gap, pretty severe, right? Anyway, so one thing I was getting at is talking about, because someone was talking, asking me what my thoughts are about like Middle Easterners and how Trump prevented certain minorities from coming to America, and then that led to someone saying, oh, the Jews control everything in America and Jews control the media and whatnot. I wanted to extrapolate on that just a bit, because one thing that if there was a controversial book that was written by a psychologist where he went around measuring the IQs of various different people groups, and if you actually saw what his report said, and again, it's so controversial, it's very hard to find those figures online right now, because a lot of people accuse him of being racist, of cultural bias, and so on and so forth. But if you actually saw this report, the Ashkenazi Jews had the highest IQ on his report, and specifically Ashkenazi Jews. And then Stephen says Orientals number one. There were the Orientals. Chinese, Koreans, Japanese, and Taiwanese were definitely at the very top of that list, other than the Ashkenazi Jews, and then it just kept on going down from there. But it's one of those things. Is it caused because there's superiority in their genes, or is it because of cultural influence? And my argument was it's all culturally based. If we were to go to something far more primitive, when we look at animals, for example, the animals that succeed and go on to procreate are the ones that pass off their knowledge from the parents to their young. And that's what I mentioned about humankind as well. If you look at what kind of values Ashkenazi Jews, as far as the values and about life and whatnot that they pass on to their young, it's very I would say educational. It certainly puts them in the right direction when it comes to how they should develop as a person. If you guys have ever heard the story of if you catch a fish for, I don't know, then they don't, they eat once, but if you teach them how to catch, then they won't starve, or then they'll catch fish for the rest of their life. I can't remember. Sorry, that was terrible. That was worded so terribly, but I mean that is one of the Jewish sayings, and it's to the extent that one thing I shared yesterday was we have people in Korea that are studying that. So I mean the Torah. So I was talking about how the Talmud became. Learning the Talmud became one of the a huge fad in South Korea, and this is one of the articles that are about it. The Talmud-inspired learning craze sweeps South Korea, and as far as how much South Korea spends on education and whatnot, these cultures that emphasize education first, they're the ones that succeed. They're the ones that make their way up, crawl their way up when it comes to controlling companies, being at the top of these banks and tech companies and so on and so forth. So whenever I hear that argument that Jews control everything, well, how do you think they got there? Did they strong arm people to become at the top of these organizations? If you say it was nepotism, then there had to have been some Jews in the first place that was in those at the top upper echelons of these companies and countries and so on and so forth. So I always find it amusing and just intellectually bankrupt when people say, "Oh, the Jews control everything," because at the end of the day, they control everything because they put so much value in their children's education, and they succeed so well. And as I mentioned, this is exactly the same thing that Stephen pointed out with Orientals and Asian people as well. Look at, for example, how pervasive K-pop is, even though I don't listen to it. How they're doing when it comes to pop culture with movies and whatnot. It all comes down to culture. Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Thank you so much, user 3993. Yes, that's the. I don't know if that's a parable or whatnot, but that's the one. I butchered it so bad. But yes, it all comes down to culture. So, when it comes down to, for example, the racial disparity in America right now, again, people say, "Oh, it's such a racist country in America right now," and then you go on to see, well, let's see. What do African Americans and what do Hispanic people, what do they worship? What do they respect? What is the epitome of their culture? If you look at black culture, I mean, yeah, they give us a lot of pop culture, rap, hip hop, and various art forms out there. But if you guys were really thinking this from a critical aspect, what else? I'd love to hear, especially if there are any blacks out there. I'd really love to hear what you have to say, because when people go around saying, "Oh, that kind of thought is racist and whatnot," I mean, it's just something that I want to bring up, because we have to see, is it really being racist, or are these cultures really not encouraging the development of their own people? Oppenheimer IQ 130, but got ideas from Enrico Fermi. Stephen, I'm absolutely certain there's no way Oppenheimer could have an IQ of 130. There's no way. Absolutely no way. I don't know where you got that value. And honestly, even if it was an official value, I can guarantee you right now, there's no way a guy like Oppenheimer could have an IQ that low. That is absolutely not possible. The amount of intelligence that a guy like Oppenheimer had, no way. No way. To be able to do the calculations that he pulled off, and that's not. And again, that's not. I'm not saying that to to poo-poo Enrico Fermi or some of the other the scientists of the day, but I can guarantee you, there's no way Oppenheimer had an IQ that low. And we talked about it as well. A lot of people are like, "Oh, Trump is dumb. Trump is dumb." Trump has a higher IQ than you guys think. Google it. Some say 135. It doesn't matter, Stephen. I don't care what his IQ was. I know for a fact, as someone with an IQ of roughly about 140, there's no way Oppenheimer had a lower IQ than me. No way. No way. So, if some people out there has information saying 130 or 135, okay, but I can guarantee you, Oppenheimer was definitely one of those 1 in a million type, in terms of intellect. As a nuclear physicist, yes, way he got ideas from Enrico. All right, Stephen, go ahead and believe that. I don't have anything more to say to you. If you want to sit here and say he got all his ideas from Fermi, then if that makes you happy, then go ahead and believe that. I can guarantee that. Well, I mean, as far as my understanding of the theories that he had and the calculations that he can pull off, that's what Google says, not me. Okay, yeah. I don't know how accurate an IQ test would have been back in his day, but all I'm saying is he was a very, very incredibly intelligent person. So I don't know what you would, I don't know what your point is, and I don't know if you're saying that he got all his ideas from Fermi, so he should get, Enrico Fermi should get all the credit for what Oppenheimer did. If that's what you're saying, then okay. If that's what you want to believe, that's fine. But I've read a lot about him, and based off of what I read and what his capabilities were, I don't find that believable that his IQ is 130. And that's just, again, this is my opinion. And again, IQ doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean everything. Sorry, it doesn't mean everything. And that's why that even that study that one guy did, as far as intelligence and IQ and the race, his studies have been poo-pooed by the modern the psychologists and the sociologists of modern day. But isn't there some truth to that? That's what I believe. I believe that as far as the reasons why some cultures do so, some races do so well, is because it's all cultural. If you look at Asians, for example, Asian people, Oriental people encompass a lot of different countries, but not all of those Oriental countries do well and are successful in their governments, in their economies, in their as far as cultural values are concerned. I mean, for example, there's countries like Thailand and Vietnam that are very close to China, Korea, Japan, and if you look at their numbers, it was quite a bit lower. I'm sure it has gone up since, because there is the other study saying that there are some environmental factors involved with IQ as well, which makes sense. If people aren't sitting there worried about starvation and wondering when they're going to get their next meal all the time, that does give them the opportunity and time to sit there and learn and educate themselves. So that's certainly an aspect as well. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm a fervent believer that when it comes to IQ and intelligence of a people, it comes down to culture, and that's the most important factor. As I mentioned, even when it comes to gorillas and chimpanzees, the ones that actually teach their young how to work with hand tools and whatnot, they're the ones that are more successful than the others. And it's exactly the same with a lot of other animals that communicate with each other. Having that culture and that basically, culture is just beyond teaching that. It's also having a cultural, social safety net as well. I mean, if you look at these, a lot of these, the homogenous countries, as far as population is concerned, with countries in the Scandinavian countries, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Asian countries like Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and China, you have a very homogenous population that's trusting in each other, that's willing to, if someone drops a stack of bills in any of those countries I just mentioned right now, you're not going to have a bunch of people go out there and steal everything. You're not going to have some kind of feeding frenzy that you would see in large parts of the United States if something like that were to happen. A lot of people will, not admit to that. And again, that's to say there are some places in the United States where that might not happen, but there's a high likelihood of that happening in the U.S. because of the fact that we are not a trusting society. If you heard me talking about raising children, Einstein IQ 160, but used most work from Max Planck IQ 225. Again, Stephen, a number like 225 is completely meaningless because the number of standard deviations, I mean, it's not just a billion to one. It's like a close to, I don't know, a trillion to one or some ridiculous number. So I don't know what point you're trying to make by saying that Einstein's IQ was 160 or Max Planck's was 225. Honestly, anything over 140, 150, it's irrelevant. They're far smarter than you can possibly be or I could possibly be. So I really don't care if that's what their IQs were. At the end of the day, Einstein wrote, the theory on relativity, and you and I haven't. No point, just interesting. Yeah, again, Stephen, those numbers are meaningless. Because again, how accurate was an IQ test back then? We don't know. We don't. I don't know how much of those documents we have left that we can trust right now. So, again, as far as I'm concerned, I don't put that much feedstock in what the IQs of these people in the past were concerned. I mean, so there was a little a Korean kid who had incredible IQ that someone was saying, people were saying is over 200. If you're gonna let's find that article about this kid. Kim Un-young, born in 1962. If you look at this kid here, he scored highest recorded IQ, having scored above 210 on the Stanford Binet intelligence scale. This kid was so smart. According to by the time he was 1 year old, he had learned both the Korean alphabet and 1,000 Chinese characters by studying the 1,000-character classic, a 6th century Chinese poem. By the time he was 1 year old, 1 year old. At 3 years old, he was able to solve calculus problems and also published a 247-page best-selling book on his essays in English and German, as well as his calligraphy and illustrations. By the age of 5, Kim could speak Korean, English, French, German, and Japanese. At the age of 5, he appeared on Fuji Television in Japan and shocked the audience by solving differential equations. Later, he appeared on Japanese television again, where he solved complicated differential and integral calculus problems. He later recalled the experience. I was really lonely. No one ever made friends with me. After work hours, I could exercise and enjoy my hobbies, but no one could accompany me. I came from another country and I was young, so there were no seats for children, even though everyone was an adult. Sorry, guys. IQ doesn't matter, as we know, the importance of nature versus nurture. Katie, I mean, I was emphasizing culture. Culture is more important than anything else, than race itself. Those races that do very well are ones that have cultures that nurture, just like you said. I heard this guy, Terrence Howard, say nitrogen and hydrogen are the same element with different sounds. that's I don't know how to respond to that. If there's no one to nurture their talents, then we also see stunting your growth. Yeah, Dr. Katie. Again, Katie's my friend in real life, guys. She is an actual doctor, and one of the smartest people I know as well. So there you have it. If there's no one to nurture their talents, then we also see stunting of growth, and that's absolutely the case, guys. As we were just talking about, when it comes to culture, if you don't, I mean, there are like kids like this guy that you're seeing right now who are incredibly naturally smart. There are kids like that. So I mean, this is not just a matter of nurture in this kid's example. And in fact, this kid, he eventually went on to work for NASA for some time, and he got sick and tired of that. And what did he end up doing? He became an associate professor at a university in Korea. And in 2010, he says he criticized the idea that he's a failed genius. Reflecting upon that label, he said, "I'm trying to tell people that I'm happy the way I am, but why do people have to call my happiness a failure?" Additionally, he added some think that people high IQ can be omnipotent, but that's not true. Look at me. I don't have musical talent, nor am I excelling in sports. Society should not judge anyone with unilateral standards. Everyone has different learning levels, hopes, talents, and dreams, and we should respect that. So, again, that was the story of this kid, and basically NASA wanted him as a calculator, and he chose his own path, and I'm happy for him. Do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson is smart? Actually, don't answer that question. Yeah, I do, Keith. He has an agenda, obviously. Do I think he's smart? Yeah. You can't get to his level, especially for someone that can be intelligent enough for Carl Sagan to want to work with. Again, Carl Sagan was very, very intelligent as well. So I do believe that Neil deGrasse Tyson is smart. Now, just because you're smart does not mean that you make good choices. Just like when we talked about Donald Trump as well. Just because you have good character does not make you a good leader, right? So Keith, I do, if we were just to look at Neil deGrasse Tyson as an astrophysicist, I think he actually is. He knows exactly what he's talking about when he's talking about astrophysics related topics. When he goes beyond that to talk about climate change and stuff like that, at that point I shut him off, because he's bought, yeah, exactly, Keith Colorado. So if I'm gonna sit here and listen to him talking about climate change and whatnot, then yes, I'm gonna tune that out, because he's not an expert in that area, and honestly, he hasn't done his research in that area. So again, at least he has that going for him. It's what's his name, Bill Nye the Science Guy. That's an absolute travesty. That guy's a dope. He doesn't know shit. He's as far as I'm concerned, what he pulls off is a lot more egregious. Neil deGrasse Tyson, as far as basic science knowledge and in his field, yes, he is an expert in his field, and I would never question his intelligence in his field of astrophysics. So again, just because you're smart in one field doesn't make that you're smart in everything. Even for myself, guys, I don't know everything. I don't claim I do. I just like to read a lot and learn a lot of different things, and my friends call me jack of all trades, master of none, and that's pretty spot on. I know enough about everything for it to be dangerous, but I am not an expert in most of these fields that I talk about. There are some fields that, yes, I can be an expert in, but a lot of these other topics that I'm talking about is just based off of what I read, and multidisciplinary topics, combining my knowledge from one topic to another, and that's what I share with you guys. So again, I do definitely think he's intelligent, and as I mentioned, I don't know if I can still find that study, highest IQ, Ashkenazi. So there was an article about how the Ashkenazi Jewish intelligence the average IQ score of Ashkenazi Jews have been calculated to be in the range of 108 to 115 by some studies, which would be significantly higher than that of any other ethnic group in the world. So that's where that one study was done. And as I mentioned, it's because, as far as the Ashkenazi Jews are concerned, and the reason why, they are so pervasive in media, in Nobel Prizes, in PhDs around the world as attorneys and whatnot. The reason why is because, again, as my friend Katie mentioned, they nurture that. If you guys have just heard me talking about how there's a Talmud-inspired learning craze in South Korea, talking about learning the ways of the Ashkenazi Jews. I mean, they literally translating Hebrew into Korean, learning about the Talmud. So why are the Koreans doing this? Because they've realized when it comes to the values that the Jews pass on to their children, they do a much better job than most other cultures around the world. They do a much better job educating their young. Operation Paperclip, reason we beat the Russians to the moon. I can't remember what that operation was, Stephen. If you want me to look it up real quick, I can. I don't remember everything. Operation Paperclip. What was Operation Paperclip? Let me see here. Intelligence Oh yeah, if you're talking about intelligence program, yeah. If you look at who the director was, absolutely, Stephen. And it's not like the Russians didn't steal the Germans either. It's interesting because, even for we're talking about Carl Zeiss, the company earlier. When West Germany and East Germany got partitioned, the Zeiss factory got partitioned as well, and the Russians were trying to take everything back to the eastern side. So there was, Stephen, as far as the Cold War is concerned, it was everyone for themselves. And you're right. It was an intelligence coup, I guess. That we beat the Russians and the Soviets as far as developing rockets that took us to the moon. If you take into consideration the Russians still beat us to space, so I think let me put it this way, Stephen. If the Russians had as many resources to send someone to the moon that the United States had, I think they would have done it as well. That's my personal opinion right now. But had Russia had all the resources and the money to land a person on the moon, I think they could have done it. That's my opinion, of course. But when it came down to Russian scientists back then, when it came down to their development in technology and electronics and guidance systems, terminal guidance systems, in terms of rocketry, they were way ahead of the Americans. It was only through Kennedy and spending basically outspending them by a magnitude. That's what allowed us to get there. Because if you look at nuclear technology and whatnot, they were on par with us. We did similar with biochem, Japanese scientists after World War II. Yeah, Stephen. As far as Manchuria and what was the that operation there, 281 or something. I can't remember. All the horrific experiments that they did, Stephen, and letting off these Japanese war criminals in exchange for America gathering and gaining all that research information. That's why I say the U.S. has never been perfect in everything, but at the end of the day, I still believe that U.S. has done a net positive to the world than a lot of people accuse of America. My observation: Jewish parents are extremely highly patient with their children and listen to. User 3993. Their way of interacting with their children. Again, it's culture. Asian people, look at how much we ingrain respect and hierarchy. A lot of people think that's a bad thing, but when it comes to how a society functions, if you look at how a military functions, it's that discipline that makes sure that shit gets done, right? I think discipline and culture or culture that reinforces discipline are the ones that are successful. Unit 731, yes, Stephen. Sorry, my brain is getting shot. I am getting tired, guys. So I'm gonna wrap it up in a few minutes here. I need to go home and catch up on sleep because I didn't get enough sleep yesterday. But yeah, Stephen, that was the unit, and again, the atrocities that they've performed, and the fact that the U.S. allowed these Japanese war criminals to get away with it, and that's why it's such a sensitive topic for the Koreans and the Chinese. You know, they never. You know, if you guys heard me talking about reparations and whatnot, I mean, this is something that happened not too long ago, and the Japanese did lose, and they never atoned for it. You still have these people, the Japanese. The prime minister and whatnot going to visit Yashikune, the shrine where they have the bodies of these war criminals, class A war criminals. So the fact that they are still doing that, that's why it's still very challenging for other Asians to truly forgive the Japanese for what they did. Are you at the office? Yes, Dr. Katie, I am. I'll be going back up tomorrow. Their immunity was top secret for obvious reason. Yeah, Stephen. Again, as I mentioned, I understand the reason why they did that, but it sucks. You know, life isn't fair, right? As I mentioned earlier, someone, you know, we had a lot of guys that were like, "Yeah, black people still deserve reparations and whatnot." I'm like, all right, what about my reparations? What about the Korean people that suffered under colonization from Japan? You know? And I'm not sitting here claiming that, you know, but some people are like that. Some people are like that. You know, I mean, you know, how far back do you go? I mean, whenever you have an argument like that, the classic the response is, well, what about the other black people that sold you guys off into slavery in the first place? You know, the royalty in Africa was the ones that sold these African slaves into slavery in the Americas, right? So do we get reparations from them? What about the Barbary slave trade? You know, it was actually white people that was really, you know, enslaved back in the day. How far back do we go? How far back do we go? You know, you heard me talking about the Korean Empire, and how if you go back far enough in history, like Goguryeo, which is a dynasty in Korea, if you look at the map of Goguryeo dynasty, it stretched way the hell into Manchuria. You know, so is it fair for Koreans to sit here and claim Goguryeo land from the Chinese right now? I mean, you know, it's one of those things. How far back do you go? Life is super fair. Everyone is going through their own trauma healing in different ways. It's all cyclical. Yeah, Katie. You know. I think you're right. You know, as long as you figure out as an individual how to get you through your own trauma healing in different ways, that's how we cope. That's how it always was, and that's how it should be. It's just unfortunate that we have a younger generation who's getting really thin-skinned, demanding things, and not understanding. You know, it all started. You know, especially like the special awards, giving a medal to every kid, things like that. It's adults that caused that problem. You know, we thought that children were soft, and we thought that it would be a good idea to give participation awards to all children to make them feel special. But that's how we raised a generation of kids that cannot accept failure on their own, cannot cope, and that's the reason why we're having these issues with society right now. No one taking responsibility for their own actions, nobody being disciplined for anything of their own actions, and then thinking that everyone should be treated the same, even though everyone has different backgrounds and different capabilities and different talents. So that's my thought on that, guys. Guys, it's 11:30. I did not get enough sleep yesterday, so I'm gonna log off now. I enjoyed this conversation. I hope you guys did too. Tap that like, follow, subscribe, and share, guys. And we will be back again tomorrow afternoon for our afternoon session, talking about, if you guys want to talk about the same topics, we can do that. If you guys want to talk about our usual other topics as well, renewable energy and talking about off-grid living, we can do that as well. Good night there, Katie. I hope you get some sleep, because I know you wake up real early. So guys, thanks for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. When do you work? I haven't been doing much work, Katie. This is my work. So you're always live streaming. Yeah, this is. I'm trying to figure out how to make this be my day job right now. Again, it's not quite there yet. I need to work on it. So give me some time. Hopefully, I'll get there. So guys, have a good night. Peace out, and see you soon.